Mic check.
Working on it. 1 second. You should be co-host by now.
Yeah, no, I am. But I'm trying to bring CJ up, Battle Moose up. I know John Ridge is joining us. Peter Dorn is also in the audience. We're trying to get our folks up. I see you guys requesting. Rather than just send you a message, I'll just tell you verbally. I don't have the ability to fix it. So Axel's trying to get the guest on as well.
Alrighty. CJ, can you hear me?
Yeah, it's a little glitchy, but I got you now.
Give me 1 minute.
John, I see you're requesting. We're trying to get you up here. Oh, there goes John. Perfect.
So in just about a second, we should have Phillips. All right. Phillips, how are you doing?
Philip, the unmute button is in the bottom left-hand corner of your phone. I saw it kind of flicker there for.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yep, there we go.
Okay.
Perfect, loud and clear.
Loud and clear.
Sorry, I tried to get it on first on my web browser on the computer, but that didn't work. So I'm now on my phone.
Yeah, don't worry about it. I mean, Twitter has simply not fixed this yet. That people can nobody can unfortunately yet manage to get onto Twitter by means of their computer, which is a shame. But there you go. We're absolutely pleased to have you back again on the space, and especially because we have CJ and we're listening amongst us, John Spencer as well. So all the people you know already, and Craig, my co-host, has been with the US Navy before embarking on a career in, say, financial services. Phillips, what a momentous week.
Yep.
Since, I mean, the weekend before last, the Ukrainian armed forces have taken not only, 4,000 square kilometers, they have not just disemboweled the Russian army, have not just attained all the spaces which nobody ever thought that it could take so quickly, but they have literally shamed the logistics and the strategy and the planning of the Russian armed forces completely publicly in the world. This is like Muhammad Ali hitting Joe Frazier.
Well, it absolutely is. The only thing I'll say is this is actually something that's been coming, and we've seen glimpses of it for months in places like Snake Island and the attacks on Crimea. So it seemed sudden, and it might have seemed shocking to a lot of people. But to those of us who've been sort of following Ukraine and talking about the trends in the war, I'm not saying this was expected because it was quite dramatic. But Ukraine was showing the ability and the grand strategy and the preparation to do something like this. And it's something that they had been building to for months. And I know it does seem sudden, but I'm actually more interested in the way they got there and how they put all the pieces in place for I called it in the Atlantic article a masterstroke, and it was a strategic masterstroke. Oop.
So how did they get there from your perspective? I mean, we've discussed this intensively on this space. We've had long briefings. We had General Ben Hodges here right in the middle of it. But how on earth did they manage to overcome the other side with such panache, such intensity, and such good play? It's a lot of hard work going into this. How do you see it?
The hard work is the interesting thing. I mean, they seem to identify very early on. If you go back to May, you actually had some very interesting things being said by Ukrainian intelligence, which was based on attrition. And they looked at the Russian army. The Russian army's Achilles heel has always been, well, it's got a number of Achilles heels, but numbers of soldiers and numbers of good soldiers has always been a problem for the Russian army. And its manpower is not large and suffered huge losses, and it's been replacing them in many ways with less good troops than they went in. And this was realized. And as someone was said about bankruptcy, things happen very slowly and then all at once. I think what the Ukrainians back in the spring were saying, look, we have to waste this army. And it will be hard, and it will be brutal, and it will be a summer of terrible fighting. But actually, as it was said, by the end of August, some were saying, if we can do this attritional strategy on Russia, they will be in such a position that they will have real problems. They will have major problems in the line. Now, what seemed to be in the interval, and so that explains a lot of Ukrainian strategy in the Battle of the Donbass, which was terrible and bloody and set the condition for this in terms of soldier loss, is the Ukrainians were simply decided to make the Russians pay for every inch of territory. And it wasn't pretty, it was horrible, but in the Ukrainian calculations, it was worth the cost because of the way it degraded Russian soldiers and equipment. So there was that's the overarching attritional course to get us to the point of view where the Russian army is going to be running out of soldiers and unable to hold this line. Because the line they have to hold, when you look at the line, it's actually really long and awkward and difficult to patrol the whole thing. Then you would say, that's the sort of brutal strategy of it. Then the masterstroke is then what do you do when you want to change the course of the war by, in a sense, going, you've worn the Russians out, now you have to go on the offensive. So you spend the summer soaking up Russian aggression, and then you want to change course. And now you have to do the dangerous thing, and you have to go on the offensive to do it. And this is, I think, really fascinating how they work this out. And I'd love after the war to hear. I mean, one of my great hopes is to go to Kyiv and other parts of Ukraine after the war and just listen to the people who planned these operations, describe their train of thought and how they came about it.
But
key,
we promised you already that we will do this, right?
Yes, this is my hope. I mean, I'd love to go now, but I feel I would get in the way, and the people I really want to speak to actually have other things on their mind than speaking to me. So I might wait till they have a bit more free time. But what the key of it all is actually Kherson. And you could see how long ago it was planned by when they start sort of conceiving using Kherson as a double sort of tripwire in the plan. One, Kherson is a place where Ukraine actually wants to fight. You want to have Russian forces in Kherson. You want to have them on the west bank of the Dnipro, on that area, because that gives Ukraine huge advantages. They've only got a few bridges they can get supplies over. It's much more easier for it's in the interior of Ukraine. They can maneuver around it with their ranged weapons. So it gives, and it's farther from Russian supply lines, it's farther from Russian air power. And so fighting in Kherson, particularly if you want to attrit the Russians, is really effective. And they, I think, deliberately telegraphed the attack at Kherson to bring Russian forces there. And the Russian, in many ways, Putin is a strategic child. And they just took the bait, and the Ukrainians said, we're going to attack in Kherson, and the Russians sort of piled troops into Kherson, from what we could tell.
So
And
it's a
that was,
lure.
yeah, it was, but it was also a lure to destroy. It's not just a lure because you don't want to fight there. It's a lure because you want to bring troops there, and you want to destroy them there, because it's easier for you to destroy them there. It's much easier for Ukraine to do that kind of destruction. So that is the first part of the lure, the first tripwire, you might say, in Ukrainian strategy, is to do that. Then the second strategy is, once you've done that, you realize there's going to have to be gaps around the line. Now, what I'd be fascinated to hear is whether they always expected the attack to be in Kharkiv, or whether actually, in many ways, they were going to adjust and see where the weak points were. Because they knew that the Russians, if they put troops into Kherson like they did, were going to have a weak point in the line somewhere. Don't know where it was going to be, but it was going to have to be somewhere. And it so happens that it ended up in Kharkiv.
It's interesting that you mentioned this, because our friend and co-founder, well, actually the original founder of all of this here, Yehuda, who's very much in tune with the general staff and is a military planner by himself, immediately at the beginning of this said that, given the fact that the Russians had thinned out their lines and taken this, absolutely insane approach to take, 14 BTGs of whatever kind of size and commitment, capacity and strength out of that northern front line and bring them all around to support Kherson and Melitopol. The logistical effort, the waste of resources associated with this. And the Ukrainians, of course, have satellites, they have coverage, they have intelligence. How could the Russians actually do this and think that they get away with it? And this, seemingly, this thinning out of the lines was not only well observed, but the Ukrainians had the capacity for the follow-up force to actually pursue through this. Because it's not just that they managed to get Balakliva, that they managed to get Kupiansk, they went further.
Well, what would be interesting to see is what they originally, again, I'd love to hear what they expected to have. I think obviously they expected some success. Whether they were expecting this kind of collapse, whether the intelligence was so good, they knew that there's no second line. And that seems to be the case. There seems to have been no second line. That there was one sort of weakly held line of unmotivated troops, not well-trained troops. And once they got through that, there was almost nothing to stop them. And in which case, did they ever think they would go this fast? Part of me says they might, because what they seem to do is construct these really light, fast brigades. So they were based on a lot of them on wheeled vehicles that had the ability to scout ahead and move quickly to take advantage of the empty terrain they expected to find behind. But again, this is all what we're going to find. But the Russian decision making throughout this war has been moronic at times. I mean, much of the time, because it's always assumed that Ukraine won't do anything. So Russia seems to look at this war and go, okay, well, what are we going to do? We want to take the Donbass, so we're going to throw everything on Donbass and not worry about it. That's what we're going to do. And not thinking that actually Ukraine might be planning something or doing something, but just to sit there. And so they blast away at Donbass, which was going to go down as a great defeat for us. I mean, one thing that bugs me is the reporting of the war during the summer. And people would talk about things like the Great Popasna breakthrough or this city or that city being taken. When we look at the Battle of the Donbass, it was a huge defeat for Russia because it
Thank
gained
you for saying this.
It gained nothing in terms of destroying Ukrainian war fighting capability, but it destroyed a massive amount of Russian material and soldier power. There's just really bad reporting. I mean, it always goes to the easiest metrics. Ooh, a line moved on a map, that's a sign of victory. But it's not. Any battle in the summer is defined, or does it bring you closer or further to your ultimate goal? And the Battle of Donbass brought Ukraine much closer to this point, which is the breakthrough against the Russian army and the collapse, than it ever brought Russia to securing a political victory in the war.
Thank you for highlighting this. I'm so glad because normally Yehuda and I and many others here amongst us have to state this. And a few days ago, General Ben Hodges was on here as well. And whilst he obviously goes into a high level view and doesn't like to do it as much granular, but he also stressed the same thing. The losses the Russian army has sustained due to its own tactical and strategic failures are astonishing. And taking anywhere between 4,500 and 6,000, we do not know the exact number, of KIA in Severodonetsk over the course of 3 weeks. That's insanity for the target.
It really was that Putin was thinking, I'm going to take everything I possibly can, and then I'm going to declare the war over, and then nothing else will happen. So I waste my army, get it to its furthest extent, and then declare victory and can go home. And just that must have been what they were thinking, because there was no long-term logic in the way that they were wasting soldiers. I'm not sure there's any long-term logic in what they're doing now. If I had, the Russians, if anywhere, they should pull back from the West Bank to the Dnipro. They should pull back what's left of Kharkiv Oblast and try and have some kind of defensible line. But again, they don't seem to be doing that. And they're suffering hugely in Kherson. The Ukrainian commander there just, I think, at a news conference earlier today, and the figures that he was giving for 2 weeks losses for the Russian army in Kherson were massive. They can't sustain those kinds of losses. So it's barking mad. But Ben Hodges, who I've never met, but I have a huge amount of respect for, you can tell the people who in February were saying, look, the analysts have got this wrong. The Russian army is not that good. Ukraine can win this war. They just need to be supported. Were the ones who could see this happening. So they were people like Ben Hodges, Mark Hertling, a group of them, myself, I would say, for that group. And we're simply saying, we don't see this great Russian army. It's just not that great. It's a disorganized, corrupt institution that has huge problems, and the Ukrainians are going to fight, and they're going to fight hard. So give them the tools, and they can finish the job. And I think we've seen that happen. Not finish it yet. Job's not done.
I agree with you. And when Ben was here on Monday, he said it as well, that he would be, from his perspective, he would be completely content if Ukraine, at the end of this, autumn, early winter, were to be at the line of contact from the 23rd of February. He'd be content with that, because that in itself would constitute a strategic defeat for Russia, but at the same time would give Ukraine the capacity to roll them up in the spring. Now, the events of the past 48 hours indicate that there is significantly more momentum on 3, if not 4 axes of this. I don't want to go into too much of the detail at the moment. We may have Yehuda join us in a little while, let's say in about half an hour, I would hope, with a bit of an update and a couple of items which may be interesting to listen to in regard to Severodonetsk, as well as to Kherson Oblast and other parts. But it seems that both the butcher of Mariupol, Mizintsev, as well as Siroikin in the Southwestern Command, whilst they are, of course, committing massive atrocities, and they are completely content in killing civilians and really do not care as to their own troops, they are out of their depth. They have failed as generals or as commanders.
Well, you've actually just hit the nail on the head right there. Think about this is an army that you want. If you're the Russians, you're basically making it so your soldiers don't want to fight for you by saying they don't care about it. Your soldiers understand if you don't care about their lives. That's something that they instinctively understand, and the Russian army does understand it. That doesn't mean they'll stop fighting, though some will, but it means they'll actually fight to save themselves, not necessarily fight to win the war. And it brings up a really interesting question about morale. Now, actually, I'm not the world's expert on morale studies, but there seems to be a lot of discussion about morale in a way that I wonder puts the cart before the horse. that we talk about morale. Oh, Ukrainians have great morale, and they do. They have much higher morale than the Russians. And partly that is a moral reason. I think the Ukrainians are fighting for their freedom, and I'm not sure the Russian soldiers really know what they're fighting for in any way. But morale is also a product of professionalism, and sometimes we forget that morale is not just, do I like my cause? Do I believe in my country's freedom? Morale is, I'm fighting for an army that is actually looking after me, that is providing me the tools to do my job, the training to do my job, and is not going to sacrifice my life needlessly. That has huge impact on morale, that kind of professional morale. And that is something that the Ukrainian army now has in spades over the Russian army. If you are in the Ukrainian army, you're seeing your commanders fight a really smart campaign. You've seen your equipment. I mean, if you look at the pictures of Ukrainian soldiers versus Russian soldiers that are coming out all the time, Ukrainian soldiers are just uniformed better. They're tidier. You could tell they've been looked after better. They have better arms. It is an army that is professionally motivated in a way that the Russian army just doesn't seem to be.
I was about to let that stand there because you just highlighted what, the co-founder of MriyaAid, the charity which we support here at MriyaReport, always says, Colonel Melanie Lake, who for the last 18 months of the Canadian Armed Forces Operation Unifier worked with exactly that, the Ukrainian Armed Forces officers, NCOs, and special forces teams to train them and coach them and work with them. And where she said that she had learned as much as she had taught.
Well,
they were utterly professional.
Yep. And they're getting better. I mean, just that figure today, there are 5,000 now trained by the British Army. I can guarantee you those 5,000, if they were fully trained by the British Army, knowing Ukrainian commitment and organization and pre-experience, are worth 10,000 Russian soldiers. You can put them in the field now and get far more out of them than you could get over twice that number in Russian soldiers, simply because they will be on a different level in preparation and training and professionalism. And I think we're seeing that play out across the battlefield. That's been we've been talking about Ukraine getting better systems, and they have. I don't think we can underrate the importance of things like HIMARS, which have given the Ukrainians this significant advantage in range and accuracy. And a lot of modern war is about range and accuracy. And so Ukraine getting those technically has been a really important game-changing technology. But while they were getting better systems, they were also training and learning. So, I mean, the Ukrainian army now is the most combat experienced professional force in the world. I can't think of another army that would have had 6 months now of learning of real combat, of integrating systems, of understanding what war is like. And because it hasn't been sacrificing its soldiers, we thought the Russians don't. Well, if the Russians don't care about their soldiers dying, they're sacrificing their experienced soldiers. The Ukrainians don't want to sacrifice their experienced soldiers, and therefore they have an army now that is well trained and combat experienced, and that will be a huge advantage going forward, because you will have raw, untrained recruits from Russia or Wagner mercenaries. I don't know if you saw those pictures today of prisoners and
we did.
Yeah, and you're going to put them up against equal numbers of Ukrainian troops who have been through the last 6 months, who have been really well trained and are high spirits. I mean, that's just setting Russia up for a catastrophe.
So how do you look at people have been asking this the whole day yet again, and we've been discussing it now for 3 weeks running, and CJ, who's with us here as always, highlighted this as well. The situation in Kherson is untenable.
Yep.
We called it on Monday. Yeah, we called it on Monday. They are already in negotiations for a mass surrender all across the front line. Yes, a couple of in this case, FSB, GRU units, a couple of those rather despicable people from the side of the Wagner group, and some Chechens, some Khadorovsky, who can be taken seriously as enemies. They are shooting and executing soldiers, NCOs, officers of the Russian army contingent. But still, the negotiations, seemingly of various units, continue. They want to surrender.
Yeah, of course, if you're Ukraine, what you want the Russians to do is rush more force to Kherson. That would be ideal. The more the Russians send to Kherson, the better, because those forces are vulnerable and they're just going to be cut up. So you want Kherson to keep going on. You want the Russians to try and throw force to try and keep the city. That actually is in Ukraine's interest. At some point, that will obviously fail. The Russian army will fail there. But Ukraine wants to make that, I think, as destructive and attritional for Russia before that failure occurs. And that would be great, because that will mean that there'll be far less on other parts of the line. I mean, we're in an interesting phase now. The Ukrainian army is going to have to regroup. It's gone through this huge advance in a very quick period. And by the way, it seemed to spread out across the road system. So if you look at the original Ukrainian attack, it made a few breaks, but then it had to spread out over a very wide area. Those troops are going to be tired. They're going to be, difficult to supply because they're all up and down. So they're going to have to be brought together, rested, and fresh troops brought in. So it might take a little while to get the next attack up and running, but I imagine they're in the process of planning that now. That's what I'm sort of screaming and yelling, get Ukraine everything you can now. Get it to them now. Because if Russia honestly isn't sending any more troops to Ukraine at the moment, this is an enormous opportunity. That the Russian army is already showing signs of cracking. Get everything you possibly can to Ukraine as quickly as you can, because this is an enormous opportunity. It will take a little regrouping, but you could do a huge amount of damage if you can get everything back up and running.
Before we go to CJ, very quick thing. I'm told by people who are, I'd say, very close to those who were around in Izium today, that the follow-on forces Ukraine has available in what is both the Kharkiv, but now especially the Luhansk Oblast, going through Svatove, whilst still some Russians may think that they can shell Kupiansk. The follow-on forces are so large that coverage and support for the advance guard is not an issue.
That's good to know. I've been really impressed with Ukrainian OPSEC in this. Their security has been the highest level. Certainly, they should have a lot of soul. Ukrainian army should be considerably larger than the Russian army at this time. I don't know quite what Ukrainian losses have been over the summer and how long it will take to regenerate from those. But if Ukrainian organization is as good as it seems to have been in the last few months, then yes, they should have some well-trained and rested troops to get going. Where the Russians keep doing, my God, did the Russians attack Bakhmut again today? I just don't understand.
4 times in the morning, and they were repelled.
It's crazy. How many assaults on Bakhmut have there been in the last 3 months? And it's almost like they are just given an order. You have to take Bakhmut. Okay, we will try and take Bakhmut. But it's just such a contrast in 2 different ways of war making and strategizing, that here the Russians are making a stupid assault, wasting troops in a time when actually their line is desperately thin in places. And the fact that they do that means that they don't really know how to fight this war. They've not adjusted to what's going on. And that's why I think Ukraine has this opportunity now, and we just have to help Ukraine as much as we can, as quickly as we can.
Right with you. Let's go to CJ.
Yes, sir. Thanks so much for coming back.
Nope.
You talked a lot in your really incredible article about the task org changes on the ground, but I want to talk to you about your wheelhouse, which is, I think, air power, and really the difference in the withdrawals from what we saw, at the end of March, which I would call withdrawals not under pressure, and of course the ones that we just saw, which was a withdrawal under severe pressure. In the first case, Russia was able to bring up what seems like a decent amount of firepower, both from ground fire and helicopter rockets and the like, to cover the withdrawal. And this time they were seemingly unable to do so, whether it was, as the economist states, due to the Gepards or one reason or another. Can you explain sort of the differences between these two massive withdrawals and retreats and what future ones might look like for the Russians?
Well, it's a fascinating thing. I mean, in fact, what is air power in this war is an interesting question. And how do we define air power? If you have, say, a HIMARS that can fire 20 miles and drop something, with a guided target, that's almost like air power, and sort of, how we define it and not. So what is the difference between now and March? Well, there's a number of big differences where things have shifted. I mean, overall in the war, things have shifted in Ukraine's favor. I've been trying to say, if you look at the trend of the war from March to now, the difference is the Russian army is getting progressively weaker and the Ukrainian army is getting progressively stronger, and that includes systems. In the air, the Russian Air Force and anti-air forces have been degraded. I think, Russian capacity to stop Ukrainian air assets has gone down significantly. The HARM missiles seem to have made a major role in that. And also, Russian anti-air was obviously overrated. Everything in the Russian army was overrated. Maybe electronic warfare the most. People were pontificating that the Russians have the best electronic warfare in the world just before this invasion happened. But when it comes to air power, that Russian ability to influence Ukrainian air has gone down. Their anti-air forces have been severely hit. They're certainly still there, but they're not as effective as they were. And that has allowed Ukraine, through occasional fixed wing, but also UAV technology, to start using air power itself. Now, Ukraine doesn't have air dominance. No one has air supremacy in this war. If Ukraine could ever get air supremacy, I mean, the frustrating thing, if you had given Ukraine F-16s in March, the war would probably be over soon.
Thank you.
If you had, they'd be up and ready now. I mean, what I heard was sort of 3 to 4 months, but imagine if it was 5 to 6, you'd have the F-16s ready to go now. And if you had a large number of F-16s ready to go, I don't think the Russian army would last, I don't know, a few weeks. It would simply be cut to bits. But what we are seeing is Ukraine fighting a new kind of air war based on selective use of fixed wings, but trying to they've denied the airspace to the Russians a lot of the time, not entirely, over the field of battle. The Russian planes are staying far away from Ukraine most of the time, often firing their missiles from deep over Russian controlled territory. And Ukraine is getting more and more adventurous with how it uses UAVs. And that means that Russian ability to pull back, which they had in March, is severely degraded. Now, they can still contest the air at times, and I don't think we want to overstate it. But again, this is one thing at the end of the war. I'd love to talk to people about how they've conceived of their air plans. In many ways, this is actually probably the future of air war that we see, because it doesn't involve the U.S. I mean, look, the U.S. is different. And one thing that's overlaid all of this is the view of the Russians as a small version of the U.S. I mean, that was catastrophically wrong. The Russians aren't a peer military of the U.S. They're not even close. They're leagues below the United States in military capacity. But what Ukraine and Russia are doing is probably more like what a state-to-state war would be like in the air these days, which is a real sort of struggle to control it using lots of different systems without one side having clear air dominance. But again, the trend in the air is Ukraine doing better than it was in March and getting better systems and employing them more effectively. And that can continue to go on. And one would think, the longer the war goes on, that's why I've always had confidence in Ukrainian ultimate victory from January, the longer this war goes on, Ukraine gets stronger and Russia gets weaker. And the air is just one of them.
And if I may, Axel, just a quick follow-up. It seemed like Kharkiv was going to be an area where Russia would have at least local air supremacy, and that was clearly debunked. Do you think that situation will get better or worse? Because my question is, where is the military innovation occurring on the Russian side? Right? Even if their troops are degrading, even if they're using older equipment, it seems like they should be integrating lessons learned with how this is going. Is that happening at all, as far as you can tell, or what does the Donbass look like in terms of the air picture, from what you can tell?
CJ, do you see it? I mean, I've been looking for it. I mean, you could say there's been some adaptation. They did for a while seem to be able to contend with the Bayraktars. To begin with, they were a little befuddled by them, but then by June, they seemed to have a way of containing them a little bit, and so they had gotten some electronic warfare up, some anti-air up to deal with the Bayraktars. But then, boom, you come in with these new anti-air systems, the HARM missiles, and those are blown away. So I've not seen the Russians actually do much new beyond what they were trying to do at the beginning of the war. And that's part of the problem, is they're losing so many people. I mean, what are casualties in this? I mean, I'm assuming that Russian casualties are considerably into six figures now. It's over 100,000, I'd have to say. And if you're losing soldiers at that clip, what kind of learning can you actually do when you lose soldiers and officers? And you can't, and from what we can tell, not training. You're not passing down these lessons through training. So I'm not seeing any training. If anything, I seem to be seeing poorer Russian soldier performance. But I've looked, so the Bayraktar one is probably the only one I've seen where they showed some ability to adjust, and they did improve their electronic warfare for a little bit, but then it doesn't seem to be sticking, and Ukraine has found a way to counter it, and then the Russians are sort of stuck. But if you could tell me some more, I'd love to hear it. I mean, if people can have, I've been looking for examples of Russian military learning and Russian adaptation, but I haven't seen it.
I don't think that we can contribute much, but Craig, please.
No,
Learning.
Yeah, right. So my experiences in air traffic control and those things. I actually, funny enough, CJ is going to ask the air power question. I'm going to ask the land power question here. So we're going to reverse our roles for just a second. I want to get back to what you had said originally, go all the way back to the beginning of this conversation, because I think it's really illustrative of what we're seeing and why we're seeing it. So when this invasion happened, everybody kind of looked at it. Every professional soldier that I've ever worked with, whether it was an 05 in the Marine Corps or an 04 in the Navy, and they kind of I was in logistics for a while. We kind of ran these calculations, and we just looked at it and we said, this is the dumbest logistical move in the history of warfare. I mean, it was just horrible, right? Yeah. But here's where I'm kind of getting to. Yep. I don't think, this is the hypothesis that I've been kicking around for a while. I don't think that this was an invasion to destroy a military force, which is what any military kinetic activity which is meant to do, which is to destroy the enemy's ability to defend themselves. And then by default, you've won the war and you can dictate politics, right? You can dictate the outcome. The way that I saw this invasion proceed from so many different axes, I viewed it as an army of filling a political vacuum, not an army to destroy a military force. This was not designed to launch a spearhead from Kharkiv all the way down while your forces from Crimea came up and tried to encircle the Donbass. You didn't see a hard thrust towards Kiev from the Sumy axis, right? There are two parallel highways there that run all the way to Kiev. And so where I'm going with this is that I didn't view this as a military operation. I viewed this as a political operation, that this was just a KGB operation writ large, right? From start to finish. What are your kind of your thoughts on that? Do you
Yeah, it's a really great point, because I mean, I agree with you, and that's why I sort of always thought it was going to be a disaster. But we knew where the troops were. This was not hidden. The intelligence of the Russian invasion and where the Russian army was based and where they were going to move was completely open, or almost entirely open. So it wasn't a mystery that they were coming in on these axes. They deployed on all these axes, and yet, the general view by the analytical community, and that includes people in ministries of defense in major Western countries, did believe Kyiv would fall in a week. From what we can tell, President Biden did say to Zelensky, we can get you out of there. So, I mean, I've never been fully understood. I hear what you're saying, and I do think some people said that, but the interesting thing is we knew what they were going to do, and a lot of people still didn't make that kind of assumption. I think it's primarily because of the underrating of the Ukrainian army, that they just didn't. Certainly major analysts were saying, the Ukrainians could never fight in the open. They're going to have to retreat into the cities. Don't even arm them to fight in the open, because it won't be any good. So the view was that it might be a sort of a blitzkrieg KGB, but the Ukrainians couldn't stand up to it. I think was the fault.
And I feel like a lot of people, and that's kind of where I'm going with this as an extrapolation of what we see going forward, right? Of what we've seen time and time again, is that this was a KGB type of operation, because their quote unquote their analysis is that this isn't going to be a real war. We are not going to have to encircle and destroy enemy units in the field. We're not going to have to target logistical hubs. We're not going to have to do what we did a la 2003, which is engage the Iraqi army, find it, and destroy it, right? Destroy the enemy's ability to defend themselves. And thus your political objectives are accomplished, right? The way that I viewed this as is that their analysis, why we saw this operation, why we saw this invasion so idiotically carried out, is because they did not see the political vacuum lasting longer than 72 hours, and then they would just fill that political vacuum. And so when that didn't happen, everything else just completely crumbled, because their analysis and the first steps of this invasion are, we don't need to focus on where the Ukrainian army is. We don't need to destroy the Ukrainian armed forces. We don't need to find this. We don't need to find that, because this is going to be over in 72 hours, and we're just going to walk into Kiev because the government's going to fall. And then when it didn't fall, there was no real plan. There was no real military operational plan as to how you're actually going to get at the Ukrainians, right? So I think that what we're seeing is a failure of planning, not from a logistics military maneuver, but from a political executive level type of planning, where nobody came to him and said, well, what happens if we don't take Kiev? What happens if the government doesn't fall, right? How do we plan on destroying the Ukrainian armed forces from there, right? That's where I'm kind of thrusting at. That's why we see what we're seeing.
Agree. I mean, I agree with everything you said. And so the failure was absolutely in sort of the Russian planning, but the failure was also in, you might say, our analytical community's ability to see that was going to be what happened. Because if we saw that, then we should have aided Ukraine much earlier, much more effectively, to do damage to the Russian forces. Because that a lot of the reason Ukraine wasn't aided was the assumption that this actually Russian plan would work, and that they would get to Kyiv and they would make this. So I entirely agree. I think it was a barking mad plan, and it was based on the fact that the Russians thought the Ukrainians wouldn't be able to do much. The tragedy is that wasn't just a Russian failure. I would think that was a general failure. Though one thing I'm thinking about the logistics, we're thinking one thing the Russians actually did better than I expected, we'll move on for that, is they got their railroad logistics up in the occupied territories probably more quickly and more effectively than I thought. If I'd say one thing I would have hoped the Ukrainians might have done more effectively in the spring and early summer would be to try to break the rail lines. Because the Russian army, they had done a great job of destroying trucks, but
they didn't have the missile capacity.
Well, I mean, yeah,
they didn't have the capability. The Tochka-Us were not as precise, and they could be taken down by Russian air defense at that time still.
But that would have been the one thing. When I think the Russians just, I was surprised by how quickly they got the rail lines carrying the heavy stuff, and the inability to do anything to really damage the rail lines. But that would be, so that was one area where you might say the Russians actually did performed relatively well.
They also, and it's a very good point. I agree with you, by the way, completely. They also managed to move a lot, and they've done this with preparation. This is probably the only area where they really managed to get the Russian engineering corps, if there is such one, of their army to work properly, and that is in the rail line preparation. They managed to get all those tools, which they have, the dresines and the likes, which they use to fix rail lines, which we now see, by the way, the same kind of equipment we see from our friends at Ukra-Seleznytsia. And Alexander Kamishin, the CEO, was on here on the program 2 weeks ago. The same tools he is currently showcasing in recent 2 days on his Twitter account, where his engineers are going through Kharkiv Oblast to fix the rail lines, which have been partially destroyed or impaired in some shape or form. The same tools the Russians have, and they have used them. They brought more than 150 of them into just into the southern sector, and they were captured on say satellite, and people knew that they were there, and it was evident that they were prepared for whatever kind of barrage the Ukrainians might be able to muster. But it's only when the precision strikes, and we discussed it, CJ, Craig, and I, when the precision strikes came in, when the Gimlers were there, and you could go beyond the second echelon, and you could actually hit a few rail yards, and then the harms came on balance also into play. Only then that stopped. They were unable to protect their rail logistics.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to talk to the Ukrainians who strategized against Russian logistics too. I'd love to hear what they say and how they planned it. I mean, that's one of the reasons, again, going forward, things are trending towards Ukraine. All the advantages that Russia were able to get through those rail logistics should now be seriously degraded going forward with the Ukrainian sort of advanced systems and the way they can operate them. So it's not, the war is just trending in Ukraine's favor if they can get the support, because the Russians aren't going to be able to get supplies in like that. I mean, they've already struggled for the last 2 months compared to before. But now with Ukraine being able to cover every bit of the occupied territories of Ukraine, basically, except for maybe the farthest part of Crimea, that the Russians are going to get into a point where they really can't protect their logistics lines that close to the front anywhere. And one would think that will play a major that will have a major impact on the fighting going forward.
If I could just point out, Axel, that I think it's important to highlight rail, because the head of the rail company that you just described, that I'm not going to try to pronounce, had described the Ukrainian rail service as Ukraine's second army. That you have the kinetic, and then that the rail, the logistics are really the second army that is really supporting Ukraine throughout this. So I just wanted to kind of provide that shout out. But Axel, please go ahead.
No, I'm with you, brother. Absolutely. Phillips, would you mind if we were to open the floor to a
No,
number of
absolutely.
questions?
Go ahead.
We're flooded with questions. Let's go to John, then we go to Brad, who's also been patient, then Leonard, then Tom, Lima, and Shylock. So, John, start.
Thank you, Axel, and thank you, Phillips, for joining us. I wanted to ask you regarding the earlier point of integrating lessons learned into the overall Russian army. Obviously, there's a number of factors at play, potentially preventing that. But do you have any thoughts on, the rampant corruption that we've seen in the military, in a system where everybody is essentially relying on their successes or the successes of their subordinates to their superiors? Is it really possible for any kind of integration of new knowledge or self-improvement to even occur in that type of environment, setting aside the fact that people who know everything are being killed by the dozen?
I mean, this is one of the things that we have to reassess from the war. The entire thing is how we understand power from a systemic level. That clearly people were talking about Russia like a great power when it's not a great power. It's nowhere close to a great power. And that's because those who like to talk about Russia as a great power looked at the furthest product down the line. They looked at the military. How many tanks does it have? How many aircraft does it have? How many nuclear weapons does it have? Okay, therefore that classifies as a great power. I think we can say now that is probably the dumbest way to look at a great power. A military is a product. And to understand a power, you don't look at the product itself, you look at the system that creates the product. And the system that creates the product has far greater influence over whether someone is a power, a country is a power or not. And the Russian system basically created a deeply flawed military that was far less than the sum of its parts because of things like corruption, technological backwardness, poor training of its soldiers. So that's one thing. It was just the casual way, oh, Russia's a great power. And this was used across the board by people who were trying to argue, oh, Ukraine just has to accept Russian dominance. Russia's the great power. And there'd be no reason why they thought Russia was a great power other than it had a large military. And that was really the only reason they had for it. But I think we hopefully have learned now, which is, by the way, a lesson that you can see throughout the 21st and 20th century, going back to Mussolini's Italy. You might have what's a large military, but if you don't have the kind of society that can actually back up a large military, it's pretty pointless. So yes, that's exactly right. A corrupt Russian system created a corrupt Russian military, and a corrupt Russian military has fought the exact way a corrupt force would fight.
Yeah, very good point. Brad?
Yes. Phillips, great to have you. Big fan of your work. I had 2 comments and 2 questions. First comment is I totally agree on the point that it seems like Russia is fighting a propaganda war, and essentially Putin's very propaganda forward, right? And frankly, let's be honest, he's had quite a bit of success with that type of thing in the past. Mm-hmm. But in this case, he's met a force that is intent not upon deflecting the politics, but in defeating his army, and they're playing to win. And he's that I can think of, he's never come up against somebody who just doesn't buy into all the BS. And so, totally agree with that point. There was a previous point about morale, and I was just going to make a comment that I've been a little bit involved in kind of the organizational theory space, and there's some interesting models around human motivation. One is called TOMO. It stands for total motivation, and there's a few others, but you can boil down human motivation into kind of 5 key things: autonomy, mastery, purpose, potential, and the last one is play. And as I think about Ukraine's military and their leadership, and how they organize their forces, and the level of autonomy they have on that battlefield commanders and unit commanders have, that's amazing. The mastery, the how hard they're working to train, the purpose, in other words, what are they fighting for, is there. Are they going to fulfill their potential? Well, they're not if they don't defeat this army. And you watch the videos and it looks like they're having fun. Certainly war is not always fun, but they're having fun with it now. And so I think, to the extent that those types of models add to the concept of morale, I think there's an interesting crossover between the management theory side of things and military studies. So my 2 questions are this. One, we saw this brilliant maneuver, the Ukrainians breaking through the lines and then the follow-on forces coming. What I've been thinking of is and maybe you don't know the answer to this, or maybe it's not appropriate to even talk about it, but the size of the Ukrainian forces. And what's interesting to me is the ratio between how big is that tip of the spear force that breaks the lines versus, and this is over, like, let's say the first 3 days, and what is the ratio between the size of that force and the size of the force that immediately comes up to consolidate control. So that's my first question, and maybe go through that, and then I've got one more.
You mean the follow-on force?
Correct.
But I tell you, Brad, I don't know. I want to find out. This is one of the ones I'd love to hear how they organize the assault, the operation, and how the balance between the forces they had. All I would say, they seem to have a lot of light forces ready to go for exploitation, but what they had to make the original breakthrough, that I don't know. And I know I've been talking to people in Ukraine. I have a few people that, and they're very tight-lipped, and Ukrainian security has been great. So I won't be able to answer that question for you, Brad. Sorry.
Okay. Maybe the next
Brad,
one.
I can help with one thing to supplement what Philip's just highlighted.
Yeah.
One thing Yehuda has been able to convey to people is that the follow-on forces and the overall force structure and force design of the Ukrainian armed forces have been significantly underestimated.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of the total number of forces, or in terms of the ratio
Structure, training, readiness, allocation, and size.
And that would make, I mean, tell me if I'm wrong on this, but my understanding, and this would make sense, is Ukraine went into the war with 80,000 regular forces and 400,000 reserves of different types. They then went through conscription, which would have added another few 100,000, I'm assuming. So you're talking a force that could be upwards of 750,000, depending on how large your conscription is. And that just seems to be a rough, calculation based on open source stuff of the 80,000 standing army, 400,000 reserves, and what you conscript. In which case, Ukraine should have actually a pretty large army now that it's 6 months later and they've had a time to train everyone up. Is that a fair estimation?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think my next question related to that is having to do with force generation. So we think about the reserves, we think about the conscriptions. Just because you have the reserves doesn't mean that they're ready.
No.
You have to get them into the prepared and into the field. And so the question that I had was really around, okay, roughly, and I know we don't have numbers on this, but thinking about how big this offensive must be, roughly what do we think their force generation rate is per month? Like, is it 40,000, 50,000? Is it, you know what I mean?
I know what you mean, and I anything I would say would be such a wild guess. I don't want to make it because it would be based in guesswork.
Sure.
It's a great question.
But maybe here's a question that you could answer.
Yeah.
In order, let's say the number's 10,000, right? In order to produce 10,000 troops that are ready, how many staff members, whether it be training, support, logistics, just general, training, development, sourcing, logistics, how big does that force have to be to produce a set number of combat ready troops?
It would have to be significant. I mean, it's very hard to sell because you have different militaries at different times, and you can get by. I mean, you can look at the U.S. Army, say, in the Second World War, where, my God, you had at one point 20 soldiers behind the lines doing something for everyone at the front. But then you had the Soviet Army, which was quite a reversed system on that. I wonder how much of it actually, that's why having things like outsourcing some of your training to Britain and other countries helps, that the Ukrainians are able to take advantage of some of the other support to do some of these elements to them. I would also say, it is important. We are now 7 months into the war. We're in the 7th month. That means that those reserves and the conscripts should be getting ready. The reserves that were most out of shape and the conscripts that had never fought before, they now have had many months to turn themselves into a combat force. If, as you're right, Brad, you have the logistics to make that work. And that one of those, we'll have to find out about the Ukrainian logistics after the war, but it will be a fascinating thing because they seem to have been able to generate at least enough troops for this. And by the way, I'd like to put my 4-year-old son to bed. I'll stay a few more minutes, but maybe if we could take the questions relatively quickly.
Of course. No, let's do this. All right. Then what we're going to do is we're going to go to Tom, Leonard, Lima, Shylock, all of you. Quick question, 2 lines, and then we can rack and stack them. Tom.
Okay, I'll try it really quickly. So I think there seems to be an inability for the Russian military to react strategically to the reality on the ground. And I think the main reason for this is absolutely massive lying at all levels of Russian society, and so therefore in the Russian military. I think soldiers just can't say to their commanders, another attack on this scale against Bakhmut is not going to work very well, sir. We've done it 10 times now. Or putting more forces into Chernobyl, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, is not a good idea. It's been bombed 40 odd times. To what extent do you think just extreme level of lying affects a military's ability to realistically respond to the reality of warfare?
I think you put your finger right on a key point there, that it's a question. I mean, I don't actually think what's the true state of the war is being reported up to Putin, because if he had any idea of the true state of the Russian army, I think he'd have to recalibrate some of what they're doing. They're always acting as if they have more force than they do. I mean, if you could look at the Russian army throughout this war, they act like they're a much larger force and can achieve much more than they actually can achieve. And that's partly because I don't think they do have an honest appraisal of their strengths. But that, I mean, again, one of the small units things, and there's many more small unit things, it does seem to be we have a lot of these attacks, the endless attacks on Bakhmut and other places. My guess is a lot of them by the Russians are performative at this point, that they are told, go out, do an attack, and soldiers go out for a second and then come back and say, we've done the attack. Because that the key thing is to be able to report they didn't attack more than anything else. But I'm not enough expert, but it's certainly the system the Russians have put in place means this army is not behaving in the way that you would expect an army of that size. Thanks, Tom.
Thanks very much.
Okay, we go to Leonard, then Lima, then Shylock. Leonard.
Thank you, Axel, and welcome back, Dr. O'Brien. You've given us some more excellent insights, and further to the last time you were on, you gave us some excellent accounting in terms of where the general trend was flowing in terms of assessing relative strengths, Ukraine, Russian army, and it seems that the information you gave us has proven to be highly effective in terms of where this has gone. And General Ben Hodges recently was on, and he's probably yourself and him were amongst the foremost assessors, if you will, of where this was actually going. And I have a question for you in terms of the overall command. And I know at St. Andrews there's a great tradition of keeping a very finely tuned assessment of Russian military command structures. What would you assess, and how big a shock would you say this has been to the Western scholars, if you will, studying Russian command structures, and what has happened in the last 6 months? How big a shock has that been to the overall observation conclusions? And what would you see if there's any prospect for a rebuild or a future for the Russian command structure, or do you see a prospect where this would go simply back to square one and a total rebuild of the entire structure? So thank you.
Yeah. Boy, Leonard, I could answer that. I mean, it'd probably take me an hour to answer that. Let me quickly, maybe last point. I think Russia will take 20 years, more, if not more, to recover from this. This is catastrophic levels of failure across the system, and it will take decades if they're honest. I mean, the system has to change first. It won't. The recovery won't matter. I mean, if the system doesn't change, this is where the Russian army has gotten to 30 years after the Soviet Union collapsed. From 30 years, it built itself into a modern force like this. And that shows you, the kind of time and it took, and they created this kind of force. So Russia's going to take longer, a very long time to recover from this. I think it will actually be decades before they could do that again. As to the Russian force, one of the great problems, and I know I get into a lot of fight with the analysts of the Russian military, one of the great problems is the Russian military analysts instinctively wanted to make the Russian military sound better and stronger, not be out of any mendacious things, but it's because what they studied. And therefore, we created this idea of the Russian military based on size, or the fact that it was studied made it seem more powerful than, say, the Ukrainian military, which no one studied. The Ukrainian military was almost an afterthought in that. And yes, there has been an institutional failure to understand what the Russian army is or was at that point. And we have to have an honest introspection. When this war is over, if all the failed analytical understanding of the Russian army is simply brushed under the carpet, that will be a disaster. So we will see whether people can honestly address the failures of it. I'm going to try and make it an issue, because I don't think we can brush this under the carpet. But this was not a small failure. This was a catastrophic failure of an analytical system. So thanks for that.
All right, let's go quickly to Lima. We have 4 questions.
I can't do 4. I can do 2 more. Lima and Shylock. Then I'm really going to have to go.
Okay, all right, that's fine. No problems. Lima.
Oh, okay, thank
Lima,
you.
go.
So I'll make it quick. So in the beginning of the war, or even before the war started, there was intelligence reports about the Russian invasion and Russian attack happening. And from the history that now has been written, we know that these intelligence reports came from higher echelons in the Kremlin, and the Kremlin was pretty convinced back then that they can pull it off. Otherwise, they would not have started it, and we blindly believed them. But the Russian politics system, being a corrupt system, soaked in fear, I think produced just unreliable information for leaders of the Russian Federation. And my question is, with that background, do you see whether the Russian leadership is kind of growing out of this problem of unreliable information, and are they kind of finding better policies to target their war activities for, or are they still running behind their doctrines with unreliable, corrupt information?
I can't answer that. I'm not a Russianist, and I've never tried to be a Russianist or a Putin expert. I don't see, from an outward manifestation, not knowing anything about the intrigues in the Kremlin, I don't see any improvement in the system. And my guess is, as long as Putin is exercising the authority that he has, you're not going to see any improvement in that system, because he's just too embedded within it. But I think the overall point is right. I just can't believe a system with him in charge is going to do a lot of honest introspection and learning from what we've just seen.
Thank you very much. Shylock.
Thank you for taking my question. I'll be as brief as possible. It's been about 5 months after the Russians withdrew from Kyiv. At this point, a lot of us had expected, or at least hoped, that Ukraine would be operating Western tanks, Western IFVs, Western aircraft. Why has that not happened yet?
Well, I think basically because the number one thing is there took a long time to get over the view of the Russian military as a big, strong military. And and still, that, by the way, that view still exists in certain people's minds, that somehow Russia is this massive force that will get its act together, and therefore we need to be careful. We don't want to escalate too much. It was just a fear of escalation, I think, which motivated a number of powers to put limits on what they would give to Russia. I mean, to me, the tragedy isn't so much the tank. And I've been having some fights with people. I mean, I think tanks are not obsolete now, but they're not the key weapons. I would much rather have given Ukraine fixed wing. If you had given Ukraine F-16s back in the time, it would have made, I think, a massive difference to where we are now. But what is interesting is each time now there's an acceleration of what Ukraine gets, the Russians just take it, because really there's not much they can do about it. And it is a tragedy it waited so long, but I think that goes back down to the fundamental belief that was the majority view, that Russia was this large military power that is going to find a way to win in the end, and therefore we have to be very careful in what we give Ukraine. And that is a terrible belief that has caused the death of many thousands of Ukrainians.
Brief follow-up. The U.S. Department of Defense apparently recently stated they don't see Ukraine is getting armor anytime soon or in the near future. Do you think
that's not true? That was a statement from an undersecretary, Secretary Austin, when asked at the press conference at Ramstein about the M1 Abrams as well as the Leopard 2s, said it's a work in progress. I'll take his word over any undersecretary and any lower level guardian of stock any day.
Okay, thank you very much.
Well, thank you all very much. I know there's still some more questions, but I really do like to put my son to bed.
Of course, no, it's much appreciated, Professor Biden. We're sincerely appreciative of you taking the time. Can we elicit one commitment from you, please?
Sure.
Next time, don't make it such a long time without you.
Well, I just waited for the next invitation. You just have to to make an invitation, and then I show up.
It's delightful. I'm quite sure that CJ and I will formulate one later tonight, and you can then choose when you come back tomorrow. No, seriously, it has been an utter privilege, and it's always enjoyable, and it's very helpful to all of us. So, everybody, please give Phillips a hand. It was a pleasure. Thank you, and please make sure that the little one goes to bed happily.
Well, thank you for having me back, and keep up the sort of important work that you're doing.
We will, and we shall hope to see you and hear you soon again.
All right. Take it easy now.
All righty.
Bye-bye now.
Thank you. Gentle people, that was fantastic. I'm so sorry you came up late and we had terrible glitches in getting people up, but that was an extraordinary session. I know that Piotr, Antti, you all had questions, but I'm sorry. We really had to struggle with getting people up, and I was trying to do this in parallel. I apologize, but I simply cannot buy Twitter and fix it.
You did well, Axel. I was keen to ask him because he knows Elliot Cohen quite well, which is a professor of mine at SAIS, and I appreciate his work a lot. I've studied it quite a lot, so I just wanted to ask him about the bigger grand strategy of Russia's, military from here on out, because they've got so many presences dotted around, including in Nagorno-Karabakh. I think it would have been interesting to see how he thinks what's happened in Ukraine spills over into other areas of Russia's interests. But thanks a lot for the space. It's really interesting, and good job on all of it.
Much appreciated. Thank you, Piotr. I think both you, Antti, and I would all have appreciated having more time with him, but at least we got the commitment and the resolve that he will come back sooner rather than later. I know that he's busy, but I shall try to get him here soon. Maybe if we can do something like a quick follow-up. We've done this a couple of times with General Dick Ryan, where we got a double tap within 1 week. Maybe we can get lucky here too. Antti, you had a question as well.
Yes, thank you so much for hosting. I mean, I realized that was such a huge pain with all the issues, but that was, one of the among the most stellar guests we've ever had. That was a really great session. But there are so many great people on the panel right now that I actually had a history related question. I might as well ask it now. So, would you feel comfortable in making the comparison that how the inexperienced but very eager volunteers and also veterans came together to form the UDF as we know it, and it's really extraordinary effectiveness, and comparing it with, I mean, with many caveats, but I see some resemblance of connection to how the French, how the volunteers of the French revolutionary armies came together with veterans of the old Royal Army and really melded together to form the Grand Armée that is, well, certainly made its mark in history. Do you think that these two syntheses can be compared in any sort of way?
Wow, that is a question which I think Piotr, your professor, and Philip's brain should have really been attached to. What do you think?
Well, I mean, it's, when I did my master's, one of the biggest things we look at is Clausewitz. We look at all the main strategists, that really developed under Napoleon times, but also Sun Tzu. Now that I'm trying to remember their name, I've forgotten it. Excuse me. I would say that,
Piotr, they're dead anyway.
True.
They're dead anyway, and they're not named Soluzhny. They're not named Soluzhny.
Fair enough. But no, I would say it's I mean, it comes down to this point of what is your reason for fighting, and the ability to galvanize forces, even those who are past their prime. And that's a perfect case with Ukraine. They are fighting not merely for just territory, but for their entire identity, whilst the Russians are simply being forced to fight for a goal and a cause that they don't even fully believe in. They were lied to. Most of the early conscripts were lied to, believing that they're going in there to train. And those now that are not maybe even aware fully of the situation, but any experienced veteran or member who was a reservist for a long time, seeing that mass mobilization is being pushed, including prisoners out of Russian jails and gulags, are pretty well aware that this is not something that they want to be a part of. And the fact that the media is now pushing this, what the hell went wrong in Kharkiv, is not going to play into the psyche that is going to galvanize them to fight for the cause. So it's very much about, are you on the offensive or defensive side?
And can I make a further point that are the Ukrainians not fighting to preserve the fruits of their revolution against the reactionary power that's attacked them?
For sure, Russia is a revanchist power, meaning that it's not just revisionist. It wants to forcibly reclaim and own the territory that it used to have. Sorry, am I interrupting? It has a very, very specific view of the world, which is one of frustration at its inability to exert its influence that it once could. It used to be the head of a almighty, well, maybe not almighty, but very powerful super entity in the form of the Soviet Union, and it's dropped from being the second most powerful thing to not even in the top 10. And that's why you see Putin's obsession with trying to rekindle this former glory state. He called the geopolitical tragedy of the 21st century being the collapse of the Soviet Union. So when you have Ukraine, which is also considered to be the crown jewel, to use an English phrase regarding India, for example, because of Kievan Rus and the entire source of Russian identity coming from Ukraine, this is something that eats away more into the Russian psyche, at least obsessions like Putin and his advisor, Dugin, I think his name is, I forget his name. His daughter was killed in the car explosion a few weeks ago. When that happens, that is the most undermining aspect to a Russian identity, in the sense of you cannot stomach the fact that the people you want to control, or the thing that you think you come from, i.e. Ukraine, is beating you. and they can't stomach that, and it eats away at the Russian mentality.
Which is so. But Piotr, isn't this interesting? Because, as you quite rightly and distinctively said, the people you believe you come from, because they do not come from the Kievan Rus at all. The Duchy of Muscovy is so inseminated by the Golden Horde and its vanquishing force that there's hardly any resemblance to the very few who went from the Kievan Rus to Muscovy into the swamps there to build anything. So if you think about it, it's completely, utterly bereft of any sense in historical continuity. It's a projection, and this projection seemingly was necessary to project away from the shame they must have felt having been a vassal of the Golden Horde for so long, isn't it?
My exact details of the history up to this is hazy because I haven't done my studies of Russian history since a couple of years ago.
That would be my field then.
Things, but I can read up on it and come back to you to have a proper debate. But yeah, I mean, strictly speaking, you're right. Russia is a mutt. It's made up of Mongols. It's made up of the Lithuanian-Polish Commonwealth. It's made up of bits of Ukraine. It's made up of bits of Greek and the Orthodoxy. It's made up of Vikings and the Nordics. It's a smorgasbord of identities and cultures, which is why, when it talks about being an ancient civilization, it's pretty nuanced, and the Russians have attempted to sort of streamline it or mainstream it rather, that the identity of Russia is pure and sought from just any old time, whilst the Ukrainians are sort of a mishmash of all sorts of things and an inferior race. That's why they were called the Little Russians, whilst the Belarusians were called the White Russians, because of this imperialistic ambitions the Russians had, particularly in the latter half of the thousands or whatever, since 1600s, right? And that particularly shifted when Peter the Great went to Amsterdam, went on his trip in the early 1710s, and decided that he wanted to Europhile, so to speak, or Euronize, whatever the word is, the Russian continent, and so he created St. Petersburg. He modeled it on Amsterdam, on Copenhagen, on Paris, and he tried to create an entire almost new identity for the Russians to sort of latch onto, because the one that was existing before that was pretty messy and not very well established. So, anyway, I'm going to shut up.
Don't disagree. No, it's all right. It's all right. I mean, I was just about to say we tend to call him Peter the First only because there's nothing great about his atrocities and his designs. But there you go. This is my personal view, and I think a couple of people share it. Piotr, please stay with us. We have questions coming up. Both Jim Fraser came up earlier, and then Emma and Auntie. Jim.
Hey guys, fascinating conversation, and what an interesting discussion from Professor O'Brien, one of the greatest commentators. So quickly, what have we been talking about? The Axel's question: Does Russia have a chip on its shoulder after being a vassal of the Mongols, Genghis's boys, since the 13th century? I reckon. I like that. I think that's very possible. Chippy bastards. The original question was: has there been a foreign volunteer forces joined the righteous plight of another nation to help it win and make a big part of it winning? I'd say 303 Squadron during the Battle of Britain. They had more kills than the 66 other British fighter squadrons put to. They were anxious to get at the Germans, just like the Poles, the Estonians, the Latvians, the Belarusians, the Georgians, even Russians have got a legion getting into Russia, right? Everyone's having a go. It's a pylon. Thanks, guys.
All righty. That was short and quick. All right. M.
Yeah, that was a quick comment regarding what Phillips said about analysts. He was correct to say that this is what they learned all their life and what they have been trained to do, but hindsight is always 20/20. Another fact is the delayed help came at a cost, and that cost is Ukrainian blood and treasure. This is undisputable. It's a sad fact of life, of war, of avoiding the escalation ladder, of weighing all available options to ensure avoiding escalation and avoiding the conflict or the invasion becoming a full-on, head-on global confrontation. However, and this is just food for thought, again, the undisputable fact is that this comes at a cost, and the cost is Ukrainian blood and treasure, and blood before treasure, and blood multiplied by 3, multiplied by 10, multiplied by thousands of innocent lives lost, maimed, captured, tortured, imprisoned, deported, millions even at this point, and the refugees and the crisis in Europe, etc., etc. So these are all facts that we have to deal with. We may not like, we may not want to accept, but we have to deal with. The devil's advocate argument, and this is not to feed into Russian disinformation, calling the actions of the United States government and Western European countries a provocation. There is no provocation here. Every single country tried to engage with Russia on a certain level. Ukraine engaged diplomatically. European countries engaged diplomatically. The United States government told them off by telling them that they had intelligence, that they had decided to invade. So all measures of reaching out and some measures of deterrence were pursued. Not all of them, but then again, hindsight is always 20/20. The devil's argument here is that perhaps, given what's done is done, that this has been the best possible route to expose Russia for what it is. A mobster country ruled by someone who wants to project the image of an international gangster, a failed military, failed intelligence community, a failed security community. They are more concerned with keeping their seats and keeping their positions and keeping the grift ongoing rather than serving the interests of the Russian people. And if we park that aside, rather than becoming a functioning country in an international system that runs according to laws, and their grievance is that everyone's doing it, so why not us? But that's not the case, because that's a fallacy. Everyone is not doing it. Everyone might be making foreign policy mistakes. Everyone might be making military interventionism mistakes. Again, those mistakes of the past shouldn't shackle our response in the present and in the future to what we deem a righteous cause. And that's why Ukraine presents itself as a unique case in international history. The devil's argument is that perhaps this is the best possible route to ensure the sovereignty of Ukraine in the future, to enhance European security, to empower NATO, to give NATO a new mission, a new belief in its founding mission, and bring the world together against this form of warfare. The doctrine that might is right. King George V, in his speech, he decried that. Again, we go back to the point that we are living in 2022, and some generations don't really realize that the sacrifices of previous generations that came before them are why they are enjoying an internet today, why they are enjoying iPhones, why they are enjoying online shopping, why they are enjoying travel destinations and vacations and lattes, etc., etc. And I'm not trying to belittle anyone who wants to enjoy the simple pleasures or the luxurious pleasures in life. That's not the case. But if you forget that you have access to those luxuries, that you have access to those blessings, that those blessings came only because previous generations sacrificed so much for so long to maintain a measure of global peace in which academia and economies can thrive to improve your standard of living, and you're basically an ingrate. And you will be wakened up by someone who is evil enough to think that you are an ingrate and you are inferior and you are weak to respond to whatever greed, whatever fantasies, whatever revisionist version of history they believe in, and they will act against you, and then you'll have to pay a price. It's just food for thought. And again, even the most optimistic analyst would have never thought that Russia is this stupid. And yeah, that's all I have to say about that. Thank you, Axel.
Is it fair to say that the system is so brittle by now that the cracks which have appeared may just highlight that their foundations are crashing?
That's one way to put it, but we can also say that those cracks are now why the light is coming through. Those cracks is why the light is coming in. And if we manage to win another 100, another 1,000, another 10,000, another 100,000 people who are willing to go into this business to make sure that this never happens again, then that's a positive thing to look at it. But yes, we need major reforms. Reform is good. I'm against the whole idea of let's burn down this city and start all over. No, we have something solid that we can add on and that we can reform. And that's by inspiring more people to believe in the mission of those disciplines, of those lines of duty, of that type of service. And this is how we get stronger over time. And this is how we ensure that we prevent this over time. So it's a very thin line to walk.
Institutions which we've built in Western society do matter, even if they're not perfect. I agree. Antti.
Yes. So one historic curiosity that came to my mind when you were discussing the Golden Horde and Moscow was that I mean, jog my memory. Was it not so that the neighboring state to Moscow, namely Novgorod, was never conquered by the Mongols? Is that correct?
Wait one. I don't think so.
Yes, because I seem to recall that they weren't.
No, they went there after the Mongols retreated.
Yes, and was it not so that until the 14th century, it was Novgorod that was the preeminent power in that part of the region?
It was, yes. Russia didn't really come into being a nation state, or at least a state, until Ivan the Terrible, which was after that. So you could say that to a degree, yeah. Although the area didn't really have one clear prevailing power at that point.
That's it. There was no prevailing power. There were individual regions which managed to defend themselves better than others. But given the harshness of the environment at that point in time, in view of what people had available to sustain themselves, and the lack of capacity to sustain a large force of civilians to support any kind of wars of expansion, the area did not really thrive between, what is it, about 950 and about 1050. I mean, if you take the case of Reval, which benefited from more solar radiation, fair weather, and better kind of natural setup and harbor than any other port in the whole area, Reval only took off in the late 11th century. So and there's a reason for it, and that's climate and the weather and the location and the fact that people in Northern Europe were just not capable of taking inventions which had been made in the Mediterranean further quite yet. So there you go.
Yes, and
Technology and
wasn't
innovation.
yes, and wasn't Novgorod by its very nature a mercantile republic instead of well, yeah, wasn't that the essence of Novgorod?
I wouldn't call it quite a republic, but yes, kind of a mercantilist, fiefdom.
Yeah, yeah. So I mean that was just, and wasn't Alexander Nevsky of Novgorod as well, rather than Muscovy?
Sorry, he's a prince of it, but I think he doesn't hail from there. I don't know, Piotr, whether you know where he actually was born, but wasn't this what Goro something, Gorodets something? He's not from Novgorod. I think it's Gorodets.
Right. Okay. Okay. Yeah, but I mean, I was just,
He became
the
the so-called Prince of Novgorod, yes, but
right,
I think he's from Gorodets.
right. Yeah, I mean, just going to the Golden Horde, it just
Jesus
jogged
Christ, you're
my
making me
mind.
feel like 14 again.
So, should you congratulate me or should I be sorry?
Let's move on to Cynthia.
Yes. Thank you.
Hello, hi Axel and M. Can you hear me okay?
Very fine, loud and clear.
Thank you. I really appreciate the discussion today and Philip, his talk. I'm always torn as I sit here and eat my lunch. I'm on the East Coast in the US. To say that this is, just such fantastic to listen to you all and listen to the discussion, because it is heartbreaking to hear the sorrow and the tragedy and the sacrifice that the Ukrainians are making. A question though I thought of as listening to the discussion just now is, does anybody have an opinion on then whether looking backwards during the Reagan years and the impression that we had of the strength of the Soviet Union then, and even earlier during JFK? I'm just thinking back to my childhood, and should we have been afraid of the Soviet Union even then? Was it all a farce, or is it just over the recent 20, 30 years during Putin that it was pretty much a false claim that they were so strong, their military was so strong? Thank you very much, and I'll drop myself down to listen.
Cynthia, it's a dynamic system. During the Reagan years, as you call them, this is the beginning of the 1980s, the fourth wave of the Industrial Revolution took hold by means of the miniaturization of chips. It's actually the second wave of miniaturization of chips, computer chips in that regard, which allowed for more precision guidance, which allowed for different construction of aircraft, sensor technology and the likes, which allowed for different satellite technology. And throughout the early 1980s, the West outpaced the Soviet Union on such a scale. It's like a geometrical curve of proving itself out in terms of its innovation capacity, which the Soviet Union simply could not deliver. And as a consequence, the Soviet Union fell behind so quickly that in 1983, the assessment by the National Security Council, and you can see declassified documentation already today, at least in basic terms, was that the Soviet Union was en route to a complete and total collapse, that it had fallen behind by at least about a decade and a half, and that the only thing which was required is to outspend them and force them to spend more on defense and make sure that its allies were unable to sustain themselves. And the Warsaw Pact was about to fall because of both, of course, the suppression, the economic harshness, And the Soviets also would bleed themselves out and attrit themselves in Afghanistan, which they did. All of these things, I mean, I could go into significant more detail, and that's fine. But the key aspect is in that regard, the Soviet conventional forces at that point in time, for what is the time, let's say 1981, seemed reasonably strong, and they were plentiful. So, and there is power in numbers. There is power in stocks of artillery shells, as we can just see just now. As a consequence, it's not a farce, it's a threat, and that threat had to be taken seriously at that point in time. Also, Soviet nuclear technology for nuclear submarines was substantially still sufficiently threatening, not on par, but threatening enough to, whilst, shall I say, we could track them all the time. And they knew that we could track them and that they couldn't track us. They knew this since the late 70s. And we were better at it, much better than they were. However, they were threatening enough that in case of a armed conflict, they could have significantly damaged us. So they had to be taken seriously. You always have to take your enemy seriously. So it's not a farce. What you have contrasted with this, and I grant you this, Cynthia, is that since the downfall of the Soviet Union, and then the at a later stage, out of what can be described as the rather chaotic 1990s, the takeover by the Siloviki and the thuggish mafia regime of the current Russian government, with the wonderful people from Rostov-na-Don having confirmed that they will always provide cover for their friends in St. Petersburg and give sufficient amount of money to the people who are now in charge. That, of course, has had an impact. And they have, by means of their specific regime, bled out whatever was available. They have imposed a structure on their armed forces which is corrupt, even more corrupt than before, which is violent, even more violent than before. Dedovchina existed always. The Russian armed forces have never been modern. They have never been substantial. The Lend-Lease in the Second World War made them substantial enough with numbers so that they could beat the Eastern Front, successfully so, which helped Europe being freed. But it is essentially a Lend-Lease issue with a lot of bodies from Russia. It's a question of where we to more from the Russians, yes. But at the same time, they also knew since last year what they were facing in terms of numbers in this theater. Would we have had sufficient clarity how bad they would perform, how bad their air force were to perform, how bad they had become for lack of training over the past 25 years in combined arms? Well, we didn't. And we didn't appreciate this. The signs were there, and there's many, many general staff officers and analysts who are coming around to this point. And I had this discussion with a friend of Space, Peter Doran, beforehand. There were more than enough indications, but you couldn't picture it because you didn't have proof. Proof is not just in the pudding. Proof comes in the battlefield, in force-on-force conflict. That's where we're now. Rusty, I apologize. You had your hand up for a long time, and then we have Piotr.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I'm wondering if we at any point get news update from the front line.
OPSEC,
yes,
Rusty,
we will.
And we will, but
operational security, you're right, but we will get an update from you a little later, yes.
Can you give me like an estimate, time estimate, if I drop out from it?
Not at the moment. I'm sorry. It may happen at any given point in time. The situation is very fluid, and both Em and I have been waiting.
Okay, then I'll just stay here.
Piotr.
Thanks, Axel. I just wanted to build on what you were saying in light of the question about the Soviet Union. The famous Chinese general Sun Tzu always, I'm paraphrasing, but said, never underestimate your enemy. And the West would have been foolish to have underestimated the Soviet Union. It covered a massive expanse of the globe for best part of 70, 80 years, not longer, being born out of something that was inherently very powerful and galvanized a lot of people very quickly at a time when the world was already in huge strife, namely the Great War. That being said, the Soviet Union was always destined to fail because there was just not enough unity within it. And the way that the system tried to work was based on just an inherent flaw. The 70s was probably the best example where the West suffered from stagnation. We suffered from a huge amount of issues concerning oil crisis, the OPEC crisis of 1973. But the Soviet Union was internally broken, which meant even if it could operate on an international scale, it was very lopsided. And we saw this happening often enough, such as when they got their arse handed to them in Afghanistan. Now, we could talk about, US in Afghanistan, but that's not so much the point. It was just that the idea of communism in the Soviet Union was a fair enough for many people, but it didn't, the system itself just didn't work at the very, very top. And so it was a great idea to export, but to actually implement it was never there. And that's why you've seen the idea of the Communist Manifesto, Marxism, all this sort of thing, never really cotton on fully. There's never been a truly communist society. And, the Chinese are the ones where Mao tried to create his own version of it. But what have the Chinese had to do? They've had to incorporate increasingly capitalistic elements to their system. So you now have this very unique hybrid. The other thing about the Soviet Union was they had nuclear weapons, and they may not have been as efficient. They may not have had the alliance system of NATO and so on, but they still had nuclear weapons. And this was a time also where I think it's important to underline at this point just how much the world has changed in the past 50 years. The idea of globalization was not a thing. We didn't have the internet. We didn't have working or color TVs in some parts of the world. So the world has really undergone what the Marxist geographer, now that I'm trying to remember his name, it's gone again, David Harvey. David Harvey said it was what's known as a time-space compression, in the sense that the world has shrunk. We're able to communicate and get around so much easier. And this is something that wouldn't have worked for the Soviet Union. It's why it inherently wouldn't work, because capitalism benefits from that, whilst communism doesn't. And if you rule by fear, if you rule by a heavy-handedness like the Soviet Union did, well, that's not going to work in a world where you've got an internet and you can communicate and therefore begin to see. That's why Russia's war with Ukraine has been so grossly bad, because we have social media. The MriyaReport, what you guys do here, is a classic example of how people will fight and support the underdog and the one who is, being attacked by the bully, by the aggressor. And they will be beaten because of just the sheer quantity of support for them, even if the Russians are, in theory, the larger force. So the Soviet Union was something we should have always been fearful of, but it was never going to last because it just didn't have the underlying factors there that would enable it to, particularly as technological advancements took on.
Well, we can go to another Russian scholar, Peter Doran.
Thank you, Axel. Piotr, this is the first time that I've had the opportunity to really listen to your thoughts in depth, and I have to say I fully concur. I think your analysis is extremely accurate on Russia and on geopolitics. So thumbs up to you. Axel, we had a question from one of our community members. I didn't get the name, but she was asking about, was this all BS the whole time? And you did a fantastic job. I just wanted to add 3 very quick points and end with a challenge for all of us. The first point is that military power is and always has been a function of economic power. So if you look at the Soviet Union's GDP relative to the United States, for example, the Soviet Union peaked during the 5-year plan that was basically the start of the 1970s to the middle of the 1970s, the so-called Znak Kачества 5-year plan. That was the peak of Soviet economic power. Not coincidentally, that was also the peak of Soviet military power. From that point on, you see the long decline and the plunge. And Axel, you did a great job of explaining the factors behind that. But a personal anecdote, back in the late 90s, I found in the bowels of Hayden Library at Arizona State University a mimeographed 10-page report put out by CSIS, the Center for International Security, very huge think tank here in Washington to this day. CSIS was asking the question in 1979, what would the Soviet Union look like in 2000? And it was rich reading, looking backwards, because it struck me for the very first time in my early career that analysis, by and large, is simply taking what you know today and then projecting it forward into the future. And over the course of my career, I have learned that that's actually a trap. It's a great way to advance your career. It's a great way to get promoted, just to say what everyone else is saying, to repeat the conventional wisdom, but it creates problems in times of crisis. And that's why on February 25th, 26th, and 27th, as I was pushing forward with the idea for Lend-Lease 2.0 and trying to get others to, and rallying with others who were supporting that idea, we had analysts who were writing, hey, this is a waste of time and money. We shouldn't equip the Ukrainians. They're going to lose anyway. I think many of our NAFO fellows know exactly what analyst I'm talking about. But now we see this same thinking returning now, even in the last 48 hours. We saw an article in Foreign Affairs that says, we all have to come to terms with the fact that, we're eventually going to have to get back to dealing with Russia and treating Russia as a regular power. And eventually this war is going to end and we're going to have to revert back to how we used to treat Russia. Once again, that is a mistake. That is a trap. And I would challenge all of us as we see these developments unfold on the battlefield and in the political environment, just to always remember and check yourself. Am I simply repeating the conventional wisdom? Am I failing to reassess my assumptions? What could be different and how could that difference be achieved? And I think that's the true heart of good analysis. We don't see a lot of it in this day and age. And it's a flaw of the human mind in some ways, but I think that that constant element of self-questioning will serve us well in the weeks and months ahead as we attempt to help our friends in Ukraine win this war.
I love it when you highlight critical thinking being the key to survival, because otherwise, if you just fall in line, you'll be a lemming and fall off the cliff. Peter, in that regard, question. After having heard what our friend General Hodges said earlier this week, and after what we've learned in recent days, Ukrainian armed forces seem to have a substantially larger, well-trained follow-on force employed. The maps which people see today from all the various sources, I can assure you, from what I've heard today from various soldiers who are, wherever you see rosé, pink, or red colors currently on maps, throw them away. Pretty much everywhere where Ukrainian soldiers could be, they are, in an astonishing allocation across the map. How is that possible, Peter?
Well, I think Hodges said it right. The Ukrainians are running a very good war. They're using the equipment that they have, the equipment that we're providing them, and they're making masterful use of long-range fires, logistics, everything that we've discussed on this space. And he underscored, and that really struck me. I went back and re-listened to the interview because I wanted to make sure I understood what General Hodges was saying. But he underscored the importance also of timing that moment, that culmination point where Russian forces culminated and counterattacking at precisely the right time. The Ukrainians are running a masterful war, but I also think the events we've seen over the last week are a metaphor for the Russian regime. You can see your opponent behind a defensive line. They seem strong, but the moment you start to see that crack, the whole edifice falls apart. And I think, like it's often been said, dictatorships are strong, but brittle. And when they start cracking, they shatter quickly. And I think that's as close to a prediction as I'm going to give when it comes to the future of the Russian regime. I see M has his hand up. I really respect his insights on analysis. So M, I'd be looking for any additional thoughts you may have on this conversation so far.
Oh, thank you, Peter. It's actually a follow-up on what you have said. You nailed it perfectly. I would like to add to it that there's a clear distinction between analysts who said we shouldn't arm Ukraine at all, and analysts who said this is a conventional war that can be won conventionally, and therefore we should sequentially continue to arm Ukraine using conventional weapons, and we can win this war conventionally and keep it under a certain threshold to prevent escalation. And I believe that this is something that I have been calling for from day one. I've seen analysts who, gave up from day one and said, no, it's a lost cause, we shouldn't be arming Ukraine. Whereas since day one, I would speak for myself, I said that we should continue to arm Ukraine, but we should keep it under a certain threshold. And that threshold actually proved to be the best possible approach to attrition warfare. And we are now seeing Russia completely attrited in Ukraine. And it might have led, I would argue that this approach might have led to the downfall of the Russian military as a whole, supporting Ukraine from an attrition point of view instead of let's give them everything from day one, because day one they still had long-range caliber missiles. Day one they still had strategic bombers. Day one they still had the Moskva. Day one they still had this huge momentum that they didn't capitalize on for some reason, because they did move very, very, very slowly during the first 3 weeks of the war, thinking that the northern axis of attack would take over Kiev and destroy the central government, and therefore force political and military capitulation, which never materialized.
Well, you were obviously not the analyst of which I was speaking, but I think your point is well taken. My inclination in these kinds of highly dynamic events was to go as fast as possible with as much as possible, and let God sort it out in the end. I've always have been listening very carefully to your contributions, and I think in the main 90% of the time we agree, and when we disagree, it's probably one of those areas where prudent minds could have a different opinion about something, but we were always united in the idea that Ukraine needed our Western military support in order to succeed on the battlefield, not just fight Russia to a stalemate and then cut some kind of bad negotiated deal with the Russians. And I think we were always united in that view.
Well, absolutely. Just the point that they needed it to protect their own people is more than enough.
I agree with you, M. Before I go to Piotr, because I think he has a point to make. I agree with you, M, and I disagree with you. I still believe that we should have delivered tanks, IFVs, and APCs substantially earlier. And I will not go back from that point. And I think we should have done these preparations significantly earlier. But that's, anyway, by the by, Piotr.
Thanks, Axel. Firstly, Peter, thank you for your kind words. I got back to DC yesterday, so I'm in the area if you are as well.
Oh, let's meet up. Yeah, I'll
nice
DM you. Let's meet up.
Sure, great. Secondly, just to your point, Axel, I agree. This war didn't start February 24th. This war started, ideologically, it started in arguably the Orange Revolutions, Color Revolutions, the breakup of the Soviet Union, or 1917. Or we can joke about how far ago it started, but
1905, and then you have then you immediately win M and myself if you say 1905.
But largely speaking, this war has been going for a long time, and the West should have been more proactive in preemptive measures to deter Russia more than just simply sanctions. Economic warfare only goes so far. You know, what was the, I'm paraphrasing, but, you know, you carry a big stick, you don't necessarily need to use it, kind of the big stick diplomacy. It does work. It has worked before. And that's what MAD is all about, or mutually assured destruction. So the West should have been, the other issue I do have about the West sometimes, and that in itself is something we need to be aware of, is when we say the West, what do we mean by that? I'm increasingly distinguishing more the specific country, because the West is very, very large. It's a collective, sure, but there is a lot of, as you can see, nuance and disagreements within the West as a collective that I think we need to keep in mind. But the other point is just that the West, I think, sometimes, sorry, go on, over pledge and under deliver, which I think is a concern. And in this regard, you know, the West has made strong statements about Russia for many years, and it's now led to this position that we're in. And that is not good for, you know, Western reputation and generally sort of foreign intervention, or just generally the idea of liberal democracy and sort of all these broader ideological narratives. The other point I just wanted to broaden out with is that geopolitics is a funny thing. We talk about how much things are integrated and work, you know, nothing is black and white, nothing happens in isolation, but at the same time, certain things do happen in isolation. Now, what I mean by that is that this war is the most seismic event that we've probably seen since the collapse of the Soviet Union, one could argue, and the ramifications of it over the globe are going to be felt for decades, depending upon where you and what you're talking about. But at the same time, there are events that do happen to a certain degree in isolation. And to Peter's point, he's talking about how Russia is, you know, not going to be the actor it once was. No, it isn't. I don't know whether or not Russia will break up. That's a separate point. But the problem is, in the current system as it is constructed, Russia has a disproportionate influence on other matters. The UN Security Council is what I'm talking about specifically. So whether we like it or not, Russia has a veto, and it has the ability to influence what's going on in Syria, what's going on in Myanmar, Ethiopia, Yemen, DRC, Mali, any area that the UN and any multilateral...
Good point. May I interject?
Yeah.
Quick question. How
Sure.
can they influence it? What can they actually actively do?
Well, they are still a nuclear state with the largest stockpile of any country. So not that
Are they
they're
going to
going
bomb
to use
Yemen?
it. Say again?
I was joking. I apologize. It was
Oh, okay.
facetious.
Well,
They're
I
not
mean,
going to bomb Yemen, are they?
No, they're not. But I mean, you know, Russia has influence in Iran, and Iran is supporting the Houthis, which is the rebel group fighting against the Saudi-backed Yemen government. So Russia still does. North Korea and China and Russia are all very much, you know, a thing. So my point is, you don't have to think Russia's going to be able to do something militarily, but you still have to acknowledge it is there. I think it would be unwise to simply just think, oh, we can do whatever we like without any acknowledgement of Russia. Acknowledgement doesn't necessarily mean concession. It doesn't necessarily mean giving in. It just simply means you acknowledge, like what the West did with Russia, with Putin, when he raised the nuclear alert 3 days after the invasion. They went, okay, yeah, we saw it. We're not going to, you know, we're not going to stoop to your level, but we've acknowledged it, right? And that's sort of what Russia and Putin specifically wants. They want recognition. They want respect. Ironically, by doing all this, they're completely losing all of that, but you get the idea. It's that inferiority complex that drives Russia. And the other last point I just want to end on is this idea of, because Peter made me think of it, is this new idea of a Cold War. Because a lot of analysts, including people like Michael Kaufman, Dmitry Alpovich, and others, you know, talk about this idea of a new Cold War. I personally don't see it as such, with this Cold War elements, but the Chinese are far more of an adversary to the Western international order than the Soviet Union ever was. And that goes back to what we were talking about a minute ago, which is the economic prowess. The Soviet Union was never the economic juggernaut that the Chinese is. The Chinese are far more pragmatic, not reckless. They're driven by a combination of ideological and pragmatic terms, whilst the Soviet Union was primarily driven by that of communism. So when we talk about Cold War and the distribution of power in the world, or the balance of power and great power politics, you know, Russia is not one to be feared. Russia is one to be aware of, but not to be feared. China you need to be, you need to have your serious conversations. And I think that that's something, when this war ends, hopefully sooner rather than later, that is something that we're going to need to have even stronger discussions. Case in point, Xi
No
and
dispute.
Putin in Uzbekistan.
No, Piotr, no dispute. China is of a serious concern, albeit that the state there, full of lies, is very brittle too.
Sorry, I missed that. Were you asking me something? Sorry.
Sorry, I have a bit of background noise for the poodles. I apologize. Em, please go on.
No, it's a quick follow-up. Yeah, when they did this whole nuclear thing, for instance, the United States government released a statement saying that they would postpone a pre-scheduled nuclear test to avoid any provocation or any misunderstanding on the other side. Whereas the French president sent out 3 of his nuclear submarines only because the 4th one had to call back to port and increased his nuclear deterrence posture. So, yeah, well, that's what the Russians have. It's just games. They have this mind games. Right now, this is developing into a very silly narrative that Russia might deploy nuclear tactics, tactical nukes or low-yield nuclear weapons. Would deploy low-yield tactical nukes against Ukraine in case of their defeat, etc., etc. Now they're backtracking that argument, saying that the only way, saying that the only way that would saying that the only way they would consider deploying low-yield nuclear weapons is when Russia proper is threatened. So, and still we have journalists and we still have opinion leaders and think tankers in the West trying to say that we shouldn't really press Russia on a full defeat because there is the specter of nuclear warfare. It's not going to happen. So I agree with Peter 100%.
Axel, we got a lot of hands. I just finished making potato pancakes, so I'm going to stick around for a bit and continue to listen to the conversation. But Em, may I humbly suggest that no one in their right mind, even in the Kremlin, was expecting the French to start a preemptive nuclear war.
Peter, I have a question for you, if I could ask it.
He has made the potato pancakes already.
Yeah, so they're cooling off. They're very hot. And the Vishla is very interested in seeing if she's going to get a taste of them. So ask away.
So Peter, I'm wondering next, I think the election is 1 or 2 months away in the United States. I think you live there. Have you seen any effect of the different news channels in America? Have they changed their stance on how much they report from Ukraine due to the fact that there are only a few months to the election, Senate election, I think it is, in the United States?
So I would be very keen to keep the conversation on Ukraine and veer away from domestic politics, especially because we are in the silly season now in the United States. The campaigns are in full swing, and I want to keep the focus of our conversation in this space on the on Ukraine instead of the upcoming U.S. elections. I will suggest this: win, lose, or draw. In any political alignment which emerges after our elections, support for Ukraine in Congress, both sides, is going to remain extremely strong. If the Republicans take both houses, if they take one house, you're not going to see a radical departure overall from the current policy approach from the United States. And I'll leave it there.
Thank you.
May I also highlight that Rob Portman and Amy Klobuchar were the ones who recently appeared yet again in Ukraine. And I mean, Amy has been traveling there a lot. I may not agree with everything she says, but she is a staunch centrist and a staunch supporter of Ukraine and national deterrence. So we're in good hands in that regard. Let's go to, I think War Pigeon was, Robert or War Pigeon, one of you two was next.
Robert was first, I think.
Okay, Robert, please go.
As usual, I will be quick. An observation for the questioner about the status of the balance of power in the late 70s, early 80s. General John Hackett, truly a remarkable historical figure, a British general, wrote a book, World War III, in 1978. He said it in 1985, but by then the wheels had already been coming off. But I think it accurately described the situation in 1978, and of course, I was in Germany in the army, and so I was following things like that very, very carefully. So if you want a real feel for what would have gone, or how we expected things to go if the Russians attacked, that's a pretty good overview of the situation in 1978. We were confident that we would win, but just like Ukraine, it wasn't going to be pretty. My question is,
Robert, before you continue, I love the fact that you brought this up because A, he is an Aussie. B, he projected it for August 1986. And the time when I decided that I wanted to join the German Air Force was exactly in 1986. We had this book on our shelves and it highlighted what could go wrong and how, if it were to go wrong, what would have to be done. So please.
Well, then I will add, didn't follow the Luftwaffe much, but the Bundeswehr in 1978 was totally awesome. The other observation, Dmitry had some posts not recently about Russian soldiers talking about getting paid to go into the attack, Russian commanders being paid for how many soldiers they could send into the attack, and overall the way that money flowed. And I just wonder if it's an appropriate time to discuss the impact of that, if it's true, on the overall reporting of Russian readiness posture, and why we keep seeing attacks now that make no tactical or strategic sense at all.
Can I take this one, Axel?
Of course.
Well, first of all, money doesn't make warriors. It's one of the basic arguments against the monetary system. But the monetary system exists here because we need something to drive society, right? It's one of the items of a social contract and a social construct that we need for humanity to coexist peacefully. But hypothetically speaking, if we take money out of the equation, which was one of the main questions of Alan Watts, for instance, what if money was no object, right? Then you would get people pursuing what they want to do in life. You would get people pursuing the arts, you would get people pursuing the sciences, you would get people pursuing the humanities, and you would get people pursuing military studies or the art of warfare, right? When a country becomes a top-down criminal syndicate and the mafia boss is using bribes to make sure that he remains in power and is using a distributed grift system to make sure that the power echelons and circles around him are well fed and well kept, this trickles down into every single joint of such a system and every single door of such a system. All of a sudden, aspirations, dreams, ambitions, passions become nothing because the human condition kicks in, and all you start thinking about and worrying about is how you can make more money than the man right next to you to stay ahead. For sure, this is something that can buy you power for some time. But if you get too drunk over that power, and if you surround yourself with yes men who follow that system and accept that system, you end up in the situation where you are right now. Let's take 50 soldiers out of the strategic missile corps and send them to Ukraine. There's a story that has been circulating for 2 days now, of 8 of them waking up in camp alone after being deserted by every single person who was with them in that military camp. They tried to surrender to the Ukrainians. They couldn't. They found a Russian unit and they surrendered to it. So the commander was like, you go back to your position, otherwise you'll be jailed for dereliction of duty or not following orders. We have a lot of military prisoners here. We can't keep you, so just go back. So they turn themselves into the next Ukrainian patrol they find on their way. Why they are doing this, I don't know. Why they are attacking Bakhmut, for instance, why are they doing all that stuff? It's just, is it to save face? No. Is it an act of desperation? I don't think so. It's sheer lunacy at this point. It's collective lunacy. When you rule through fear and through the power of trying to convince people of something that does not exist, you end up with mass hysteria. In the military, it's called a rout and low morale. So that's what we're seeing right now, and that's the only explanation I can think of.
Thanks for that. I'll drop down now.
Thank you, Robert. I believe we had Tony Yates for a long period of time waiting. So Tony, please go ahead.
Thanks very much. I had a couple of questions. I wondered if there is a plausible scenario where a rump Russian invading force can defend Crimea, or if it gets to that point, is it all over? The second question is what people think about the likely state of Russian nuclear forces, given what we've learned about their ability to run an army operation, whether it's effective and its control is disciplined.
As for Crimea, that's one bridge to cross that we haven't come to yet. Is it all over? I don't know. I think we should be cautiously optimistic. This war is far from over, and there is still battles to go, or there are battles to fight in order to win it for good. As for the nuclear forces, there is no reason right now to doubt that the Russian strategic triad is not functioning according to plans. So we operate accordingly, that they still have a functioning nuclear triad.
And M, if I could just dovetail there, I mean, we know the Russians can launch Iskanders very effectively. We see them launch all the time. Iskander is a nuclear capable platform. So if they can launch Iskanders, I would echo M, but there's no evidence to suggest otherwise unless you're operating on some classified intelligence.
Well, absolutely. Sorry, Peter. Absolutely. We just don't know. Are they running low? Perhaps. Do they still have them? Probably. Will they make the decision or reach a conclusion that this is one of their last options and it's a viable option and they will go through with it? Maybe. Will the generals and the commanders responsible for launching them carry out those orders? We don't know. So there is no point, there is no reason right now to believe that the Russian nuclear triad is not capable and not ready. The better question is, are they considering this option? And do they have enough people to follow through should the political leadership go with that option? My assessment is that no one is going to follow Putin into nuclear, glory, right? Let's all go down in a blaze of nuclear glory together. That will just not happen. This is probably just for domestic consumption at this point and trying to instill fear in Western communities to pressure Western political leadership so as not to continue to support and supply Ukraine with the weapons and the training they need to win this conventionally.
If I may dovetail to the dovetail. Well, actually, firstly, if we've got another Peter on stage, do you mind calling me Pete or Piotr? Just sorry, don't get confused. But second, just to the point about Crimea, I think that you would see probably the fiercest fighting there from the Russian side because they've been the longest established there. The historical significance of Crimea to both sides and also just because of the presence of Sevastopol. Now, I know about the Moskva and the fact that Russia's navy is not of what it was, say, 3-4 months ago, but still, the one thing that we know will make the Russians vehemently resistant is symbolism, and Crimea holds a lot of symbolism. So,
but it's not theirs. It's not theirs. It's not theirs.
No, I'm not saying that, Axel. I'm just stating that would there to be conflict in Crimea, the Russians would put up a large resistance, because in their mind it means.
How so and which? It's an interesting question, but which systems would they bring to bear?
Well, they have some of their most trained existent forces down there.
No, they don't actually. Currently, 2 of their Guards divisions have been deployed already to Kherson, and they're close enough, and they've been attrited. The VDV forces have been put back to the Donbass, and they're currently trying to supply more forces from there to other places, such as the northeastern part of the Donbass, which they're about to lose. I would be careful in that regard. The numbers which we see and the data which we have indicate that only the Marine infantry, which they still have there's about 1,200 of theirs as a defense force, plus 1 VDV detachment around Simferopol, and then the air assault brigade. Tim, please remind me which one is it, 39th or whatever, which is close to Dazhnoy. They are there, but that's nothing, absolutely nothing, if the Ukrainians actually decide to go there with 2 proper armored division, 6 mechanized infantry brigades, and a proper air force, which they have kept. I'd be very careful. I really don't think that Russian symbolism matters in this case. They don't have the supply system anymore. The Ukrainians can take out every single supply route the Russian forces thought they had available. They can reach and touch within 2 weeks from now, as soon as Kherson has fallen, which is about to. They'll cross over and they'll be able to touch every single space on Crimea required by the Russian forces. They'll do the very same thing as before, and it doesn't really matter whether it's winter or not, because the average temperature in November is still good for that. But then again, before I continue talking about this, we'll have Yehuda joining, who can talk about this in more detail. If the phone allows. Yehuda, you sure is connecting.
You're absolutely right, Axel. Totally agree with you. Thank you.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I just have too many facts here on my screens in front of me. I feel like, like an air traffic controller right now. Yehuda is still showing us connecting. I'll drop him and bring him back up. And Piotr, maybe you can address your question.
War Pigeon also has a hand. Thank you. And Piotr, please stay. I have a question for you. So thank you. So what?
Quick reminder.
I apologize. Please go.
Yeah, quick reminder for everyone to update their iPhones to the most recent iOS. If you're running an iPhone compatible with iOS 16, please go ahead for it. If not, please go for 15.7. If you're using an iPad or an iPod Touch, please go for 15.7. Please check your Google Store for also Twitter updates and operating system updates, because it seems that we're having a backward compatibility issue adding speakers and sending requests. Yehuda, go ahead.
Bonsoir.
Hello, can you hear my mic now?
Perfectly fine.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
All right. I had no idea what you were talking about or what you were saying. Sorry. I just came in. Give me a minute to get adjusted. I decided I would not wait for the translating bureau and do a bunch of work in French, and now my head hurts.
If you want, you can do your update in French.
No, it was the accents. I was typing a bunch of stuff in French. My brain actually physically hurts. Too many accents.
If only Ben were here to help you. No, Yuda, we were just discussing with Piotr the different views as to how symbolism in regard to Crimea may impact the procedures and processes and the strategies in regard to that front line, and whether there were any kind of relevant forces we should fear or the Ukrainians may have to be concerned with on Crimea.
Yeah, I did hear one thing that struck out as wrong. You said 2 armored divisions. Ukraine doesn't have 2 armored divisions, but they do have 2 combined arms divisions, or several of them. So that's a good thing.
I apologize. Thank you.
Okay. That's a lot of tanks.
Hey, come on, at least I made you smile whilst we were driving, as in biting into the steering wheel as to why is he saying this shit. I apologize.
No, it's really hurting me. My head hurt. No, I'm just kidding. So yeah. What was I gonna say? Look, Ukraine is obviously bringing to bear a lot of troops, more troops than people knew or people suspected, and I'm talking a lot. Very shocking, especially with what the Rock has got cooking over there in Ukraine. It's quite a bit. So I think that's something to look out for, because not only are I've been getting a lot of messages about the Kherson offensive and the Kharkiv, and a lot of people are asking, was it a feint in Kherson? No. In fact, I would say it was just the counteroffensive they wanted, and the tempo that I expect that they understood it would be. The problem is in Kharkiv is they didn't anticipate such a Russian collapse, and so they had to exploit it. So that slowed down their battle rhythm, operational pace there. Hold on. So people think that it was a feint, and their main attack was always in Kharkiv. The truth is, there are more troops in Kherson, west of the Dnipro. We talked about it, 25,000, 20 easily, and the Russians fell apart in Kharkiv. So when they fell apart, that's when you saw the Ukrainians move a bunch of follow-on forces and maybe even reorient some other forces near the Donbass or whatever. They have reserves. But now you've heard rumors and mumblings of Melitopol being evacuated or Mariupol. I don't know anything about that, but I can say that we've said it here before that there's definitely going to be a thrust from Zaporizhia south, where the new front may also be, or an avenue of approach would be from roughly the same area, but towards Mariupol. Now that makes sense in the sense. I look at it as in concentration of force. The Ukrainians are going to tend to want to take smaller pieces of their territory back because it's easier to consolidate, it's easier to resupply if you're taking it in chunks, and they can concentrate more forces on smaller Russian forces as opposed to trying to hit the whole front at the same time, which is obviously very difficult if you don't have 3 million troops or 2 million troops, let's say. You want to have a lot of troops to do that if they were to do simultaneously on every front. So the next piece of the pie, as we said here, after Kherson is going to be Melitopol. Are they going to go concurrent and do Mariupol? Who knows? Are there benefits to both? Sure. But the less and less land the Russians hold, the other factor that goes down is surprise, or a characteristic. There won't be as much element of surprise because there are fewer places for the Ukrainians to attack because they've won it all. So this is a big deal. Usually I don't like to quote politicians, but U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken has made these cryptic comments to expect some big things in the next little while. Maybe it's announcements, maybe it's other stuff. There's no doubt, though, that Americans have helped tremendously with ISTAR capabilities, intelligence, surveillance, targeting, acquisition, and reconnaissance. And they've been feeding the Ukrainian army basically information. And so that's allowed the Ukrainian army to increase their chances in survivability and really get a good idea of where the Russians are. I'm sure the Russians are furious, but that's what you get when you invade a country and commit genocide. So I hope when I get in, I'm going to collate all the notes that I've got, basically about 24 hours of notes, and then I'll do a rehearsal, and then I'll do an update. I hope that helps. I'll answer some questions if I can.
So whilst we are on tenterhooks, let's go to some questions. Shall we go to Pendolino first?
Oh, hi, Axel. Is it already time for questions to Yehuda, or because I had another thing?
It is
Ah,
question
okay.
time for Yehuda. If you don't have it now, you have to shut up until New Year's.
No, yeah, okay. No, yeah, just I passed then because I had the one on the Russian nuclear weapons. It's fine for me.
Yeah, Russian nuclear weapons won't help us today. All right, then we'll go to a war pigeon.
Hi. Actually, I wanted to ask Piotr a question, so I can hold off for a bit.
Nobody wants to talk to Yehuda, then I'll talk to Yehuda if you don't do it.
Oh, that's fine. Why don't you go to Piotr? I'm fine. I can listen in.
All right. Tim had to say, I knew this would happen. All righty. Brian had his hand up first, but Tim, Brian, you have a question for Yehuda or Piotr?
Actually, for you, Axel, but I can wait if there's other priority.
Yeah, I'm not important. Please, let's go to Tim. Yehuda is writing.
Tim has a question for Tim. Everyone's got a backwards game. All right, I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
I have a question for you, Yehuda. Now, as soon as you said the word ISTAR, as a former ISTAR soldier, my ears started pricking up. Now, can the extent to which you can you talk about the NATO ISTAR contribution to this war? Because one of the things I noticed when I was serving was, you can go and sit in a hole looking at the enemy. The hole is slowly filling with water, and you're thinking, well, what the fuck is this shit? And sorry, pardon my French. And then it turns out you've had a rivet joint flying over the whole thing, the whole time, providing far better int up the chain than you ever could from your rapidly filling hole. So what can you tell us about NATO ISTAR contribution towards Ukraine, and how significant it is and what it is?
I got a question for you. What's an ISTAR soldier? Is that like a UK designation? Because ISTAR goes through a lot of different things, right? So different types of soldiers are responsible for different parts of ISTAR. Were you like an artilleryman or an intelligence, like an NCM or an intelligence officer? How does that work?
Somewhere in between. So the UK has one ISR brigade, or at least it did in my time, which was a multidisciplinary brigade of ISTAR assets. So within that, we had kind of classic Cold War era STA patrols type blokes. We also had an intelligence capability. We also had what we called light ISTAR, which was not quite STA patrols, but was not far off. So they kind of straddled the green profile and the white profile surveillance role. And then also we had pure light role reconnaissance as well. So
cool.
Yeah, does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. I've never. I mean, we don't arrange it like that. I mean, it's depends where. But I was just curious about the structure. I mean, an infantry recce can be part of ISTAR, right? So I was just curious what you meant.
Sure. So to answer your question, the ISTAR soldier, if I can just finish, the ISTAR soldier was a kind of generalist in the green profile role. Generally speaking, you were generally the bloke sitting in a hole looking through a SAF at the enemy somewhere in Germany, waiting to be killed. but we were not the kind of hardcore, SF light SDA patrols blokes that you would find in 473 Royal Artillery, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Cool beans. Just curious. I was gonna say, yeah. So the answer to your question is no. Can't. The NATO stuff I want to stay away from because that means where I'm from. But I like to throw the Americans under the bus though, because everyone knows what they're doing. But everything from satellite. I don't think drones. I think drones, but I shouldn't say it. But definitely satellite, like the best of the best in terms of satellite imagery. I'm sure signal, communications, intelligence, and I know they're picking up a lot of stuff in the Black Sea. We were talking about the Russian Navy at one point. A friend of mine was telling me that they just pick up on the net there Russian captains saying, "No, we are not going there." And no, we'll fire from here. We're not getting any closer, especially after after the Moscow. They refused. They're just, no, we'll go here, we'll go there. It was a gong show. And that type of intelligence really does help the Ukrainians. It really relieves them from certain considerations because they don't have to worry about certain things. So it's a big deal. And obviously the Ukrainians are itching to pop off a few other missiles down Russia way, and that I don't think that'll happen. I think the Moscow was just too much of a painful hit for the Russians. So, but what does that mean in the big picture? That means that a commander has only so many resources allocated to them, and you have commanders on different levels, right? So, the commander of, say, Ukrainian forces in the south, I'm not sure how they array their naval capabilities. I assume it's done geographically. So let's say the Southern Command, as we call it on the TV there, and if they can avoid having to do certain things to mitigate Russian capabilities in the Black Sea, and that means they can use those resources to do other things. So that bit of information, that constant flow of information, where Americans and other countries are helping pick up what the Russians are doing and what their posture is, the force posture in the Black Sea, that would free up a lot of resources on land, and it could be the thing that tips the balance in some ground operation, in Kherson, for example. Maybe troops. There have been better avenues of approaching corridors towards the enemy at Kherson because there is no naval threat to worry about. But they always have to monitor that, right? If they didn't, there have to be some other kind of asset that commander would have to allocate to some subunits or formations beneath them that would take care of that threat. But all in all, and you can say that for almost anything, whether it's ground, communications interceptions from ground units or air units, all of that matters. So these capabilities all tied into one, it's not just intelligence, which is what I just explained, but it's also surveillance, the type of surveillance. It's also the targeting and acquisition. The Americans could make lists up, or other countries can make lists up and prioritize them and give their suggestions and say, I would do this first. This is really important. This should be last. And that way, the Ukrainians have a lot of support in fighting a deep battle, for example, with their mass fires or deep fires. A lot of that stuff, I suspect, is coming from, I don't want to say NATO, but I'll say the United States. Let the Russians go after them. But they won't. Anyway, they can't go after themselves. The Russians couldn't leave themselves out of a paper bag. So I don't think the Americans have to be worried. But Tim, yeah, those are the kind of capabilities, and those are the effects of the capabilities. So it's one thing to say I can spy on you and I can see what you're doing, but what does it mean? I think people want to know what does it mean for the soldier? What does it mean for the commander? It means that less resource has to be spent doing something to find out information to make sure your troops are safe. So obviously the Ukrainians, they can do it the old-fashioned way. They can do like advanced recce's, like these crazy special forces recce's, that can find out where the end, or you can have a super duper $1 billion American satellite that tells you when Lieutenant Borisov there is going cuckoo, right? Like that's the kind of accuracy that they're looking for. What are they doing? What's their battle rhythm? And we've seen it all around, right? We've seen videos. Do you think it's a surprise? There's so many videos of Ukrainian soldiers just ambushing Russian positions. They get them when they're sleeping. They find out, their regiment, their cycle, what do you call it? Their fire pickets. They find out when people fall asleep, and then they attack them. You could do that manually, and you can probe, and you can conduct a screen or some kind of a recce, and you.
Did we lose you, Huda?
Hear me now? No, I got a call. Can you hear me now? Where did I drop off?
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Well, thank you. Where did I drop off?
Literally 2 seconds. You crack on. 2 seconds.
So, you have the ability with the superior iStar capability to do more with little, right? Because you have a big brother helping out, and that's the West. So the West isn't getting involved, but they're just saying they're there with binoculars looking over the neighbor's yard saying, yep, there's a big nasty bear over there. Just be careful. And then the Ukrainians know what to do. That's been vital. That's really, you can never underestimate, in addition to the Ukrainians' amazing capabilities on the ground, actually conducting the battle. There's a lot to be said about the support they're getting. And the Russians are so Mickey Mouse themselves. Yeah, they had thousands of commercial drones and thousands of drones, but after they all got shut down, not all of them, but great portions of them. I mean, you've seen them leave hundreds of drones in Kharkiv Oblast. These aren't, they're not serious. The more and more we hear about it, I've heard a couple of anecdotal situations, reports where they found log captains, logistic captains, commanding battalions of cooks and mechanics. These people, are like weapons techs. They're scraping the bottom of the barrel. The Russians. Most of their forces have been degraded. A lot of their elite forces, a disproportionate number of their airborne and their VDV have been killed. Something like 20% killed, all of them. So imagine another 60% wounded, right? If you go by 3 to 1. So it's a shocking situation. So again, the importance of having a superior intelligence and surveillance capabilities is that you're able to do more with less, and you're able to mitigate loss. So that means Ukrainian casualties go down, Russian casualties go up. Ukrainian morale goes up, Russian morale goes down. Hope that answers the question a bit.
Sure. Thank you very much.
NATO's flying this and this plane over this to do that, and they're using this kind of system to hack their computers or something. I can't do anything like that.
Of course, sure. I actually have a follow-up question, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Now, I've seen a lot. If we consider the intelligence infrastructure to be a sausage machine, right? So, I've seen an awful lot of what goes in one end of the sausage machine, right? And that has mainly been me sitting in a hole looking at stuff. I've not seen a lot of the sausage machine, and I've not seen a lot of what comes out the end. So, you, as an infantry officer, the man fighting the flank and the finish, what do you get out of the other end? Like, do you get differentiated intelligence that says, well, okay, so this asset set has eyes on target, and he says there's a gun here and there's an infantry platoon here, and he is actually looking at it, whereas this guy in a rivet joint 500 miles away says that this is more likely? Or do you just get like a rarefied intelligence picture that has been through some kind of sausage machine that is telling you what to do? Like, do you get options, or do you do you get to place your trust in certain assets and not others, as the bloke who's actually having to fight the other two Fs?
So I'm also a signals officer, so I'll tell you this. I have two trades. So an intelligence summary and brief will tell, is usually pushed down by, say, higher from a div brigade to company or battle group, whatever. And they would have, they'd you'd have different types of information on there, whether it's terrain, whether it's weather, met reps. You have all sorts of information that's pertinent to the battle. When it comes to enemies, locations, defensive positions of a company don't usually pick up and change. Well, they can if you're good, but Russians aren't good. So if you have recent, like couple day old INSOM and some drones, or there's some satellite that shows that there's one company dug in on one, on one side of a valley, and about 500, maybe a kilometer away, there's another company on the other side, and there may, you might be told specifically there's, I don't know, like 6 BTRs and 4 tanks on each hilt, side of the valley. If it's 2 days old, could there have been a reinforcement? Could someone have left? You never know, right? I mean, it's not normal, because those are the weapons required for that position. So that's pretty common that you would get that information. And with the Americans, though, I suspect they're getting really up to date information just before stepping off, even, right? Just they're getting it when they shake out and ready to step off. They're getting an updated back brief, or in some, but that's kind of information. Everything from weather, the ground, how what the expectation is on the ground. Are you going to have to course correct with a lot of, was it really muddy because a bunch of Russian tanks went over something? There are millions of different considerations, different factors rather. But when it comes to, obviously, the most important bit of information is where's the enemy, right? And I highly doubt, I'm sure we didn't see much of it in the beginning, but conducting screens, which is when you'd have more mobile armored vehicles with the best, usually the better infantry soldier. I don't know what that means in Russia, the least drunk maybe. So you get the better infantry soldier who is in an armored vehicle that's fast. So it's usually not as armored, not as secure, and they're tearing around the battle space, looking into culvert, gullies and stuff, looking for you. And then as soon as they see you, they don't want to fight you because they can't, so they beat it. They want to get back and get somewhere where they can communicate, and let their bosses know where you are. And ideally, there are several of these recce platoons that are moving, and they're not bunched up. They want to go low. A lot of the Soviet equipment is really low to the ground too, so they have a low profile. I never liked that on simulators because they're harder to hit, but that's how you can't mitigate that as much. That's kind of more like fieldcraft. That means you have to have your screen out. So it's very common that you could have one recce element of the Ukrainians meeting the recce element of Russians, and then probably scare each other, and then try to, obviously, they don't want to be decisively engaged. That's the whole point of it. And for some people who are new to the space, one of the biggest factors in warfare, in an offensive or defensive, is this term called decisively engaged. Because when you become decisively engaged, you have to commit your forces at some point, and depending on the size of the engagement, right? So you want to get the most for the least. That's kind of it, right? If you want to learn how to play blackjack, you might want to gamble just a few dollars, because you want to understand how it works. You don't want to go in with $1 million. Oh, I lost. Right? Same thing with warfare. You don't want to, if you can avoid it, you obviously want to use your recce to help you define the enemy. You want to find out where they are. So that's something that is probably near impossible to stop. I mean, imagine they had good recce units, but the Ukrainians have really good ones. So these are the things that you can't really change, but those static positions where the Russians are at, you can, that is information that the Ukrainians know. What they don't know is that after a bit of contact, they poop their pants and beat it. That's the weird part. Like, that's crazy, right? And that's what happened. What's happened in Kharkiv is that, I mean, these Russians weren't surviving first contact. They were just, I'm out of here. There are all sorts of tapes and videos coming out where you have Russians calling, and this one was pretty funny. Russian guy calling his wife, and basically, I don't know if it's true, said, "This is a Ukrainian soldier. We fired a whole magazine into him, and he got up and kept running and attacking us. These guys are crazy." you know, they're freaked out by it, right? Because the Ukrainians are really motivated to win their country back. I think every Ukrainian soldier on the front line is prepared to die. And there's like, this is our land, and they've drilled it into their head that if it's not us, it'll be our children fighting, and I want to give my children a chance, even if they don't have a father. That's a pretty gutsy thing to do. So that shows up in the recce. You know, the more risk taking that you take as a reconnaissance commander. Our friend Roman Ratushny was a recce commander, and that's how he died. Right? He got probably too close, and he wanted to get the most information. He was a brave man, but that's how important this is. These capabilities and the ISTAR. So part of the ISTAR is the recce there. That's your guy right on the ground. They'll confirm if those drones are correct. Still, drones don't lie, but people move around. So you're not gonna necessarily know where the recce are. The whole point is you're looking out for the recce. So once you find them, would you like to take them out? Sure. If one recce unit could take out the other recce unit, that's great, right? Because then now the enemy is deprived of the capability of letting their bosses know where you are, and you know where they are, and you can move up further and creep up on that position. And what are you looking for? You're not, hey, I see them, let's go. It's okay. Hey, there's 4 T-72s. There's 1 T-80. That might be a mobility kill. I don't think the tank's moving. It just looks like it's in a weird position. Okay, put a question mark on that bad boy. There's like 8 BTRs. I don't know if I see much, revetment. I don't think there's very many infantry. What is there? A company size, and you get all the information. You get their grid, and then you bug off, right? And you go back somewhere. If you can communicate from there, you communicate, and you give your sit rep block. You go through a bunch of procedures, and then your commander then can decide what to do. That's the whole. Hold on one second. Then your commander says, "Oh, okay, that's a juicy target. That's a juicy target. 8 tanks, 10 BTRs, 150 troops, 200 troops. You know what? I'm gonna ask my commander. I'm gonna ask my foo. Do I got rounds for this? Do I have the guns for a bit? I'd like to have 3 minutes on that. I don't even think I need. I'm not gonna even advance on it. I think I could just call in a fire mission, and then and then assault it, or fire base it, whatever. Conduct a hasty attack. There are a lot of things you can do, but these are the tools that commanders have at their disposal in which to conduct a mission or to do a thing. So it might very well be that commander of that BG, that battle group, is turning around and asks his brigade commander, and he goes, "Don't do it. If you do that, they're gonna know we're here. I don't want them to know. You just sit tight and shut up, because we have someone else cooking on another front, or we're doing this or that." But you would know all of that anyway from your orders. But these are just. I think I'm trying to explain it in layman's terms, like the whole process of battle procedure and the field craft of it, because it's not just you see something and you shoot it, right? Like, you could have a city ostensibly surrounded by Ukrainians. The Russians don't really know. The Ukrainians are waiting for some other trigger before they attack, but they're there, right? The Ukrainians have the advantage. They're just waiting for the proper time, right? We have control measures. We have things like phase lines that we use to decide, like, maybe they're not allowed to attack that position until a flanking unit has crossed a certain phase line, because the 2-up commander wants the forces to be aligned on a certain axis. There's many reasons, but just so you know, everything that you hear, all these words, they mean things. A recce is a thing, right? A recce platoon does a recce. You call them, you conduct screens, right? So, I don't know. Anyways, I'm talking too much. I don't know if this is boring.
No. It's
No,
okay.
not
Because
at all.
recce on the ground. Recce on the ground is hard work, and it's very dangerous.
I have one. Yeah, sorry. I have one kind of synoptic follow up to that. So, what you're saying is, Yehuda, that the intelligence you get is actually quite raw as a commander of a unit or formation that is responsible for bringing an effect on target. So what you're getting is, well, squadron leader Simpkins or whatever in his RC-135 says that there's a gun here and there's a gun here and there's a BTR here, whereas Lance Sergeant Tim, who was sitting in his godforsaken hole looking at that target, says that the gun is actually there and there are 4 BTRs over there, and so as a commander, you're having to interpret very raw intelligence, and there's not actually a sausage maker in between. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
You kind of get all the information and then you have to interpret it to bring your effect.
Yeah, I mean, if you probably, there'll be, in your headquarters, you'll have an int guy or girl who will assess data and present it to you. But it's a work in progress. For example, let's just say you're parked somewhere for 2 weeks, right? So H hour is in like 5 days. Let's say 5 days. So you're obviously meant to be tactical. Your boss wants you to not get into contact because he needs you in 5 days to do something, and you're getting int reports every day, and the int reports kind of show there's a concentration of BTRs and tanks going to this one position. What is that? Is that a staging area? Are the Russians gonna is the enemy going to conduct an offensive on your position? Do they know where you are? Or the next day then it shows they were just they're not there anymore. They were just stopped there they're en route somewhere else. They were just getting fuel from the fuel dump that's right there, co-located with some enemy position. So you get the raw data, and it's your job and your into's job to present it to you and give you options of what it could be, and then you have to make decisions based on what you think it is, and then you might just turn around and have spaz attack and go to your higher and say, my recce is saying that there's I'm a battle group commander, and from the insums I'm getting, and my recce is out there, it looks like there's a brigade like consolidating just like 5 kilometers east of me. I don't know. Did you know that? Are you tracking this? And then you might be told, hey, you get orders to move, or you're told, surprise, you got following you got 5 other battle groups coming up, going to array themselves on this axis because the plans have changed. It wasn't part of the original plans, but the enemy had a vote and they did something, and we have to, of course, correct. So it's a two-way street. The information goes up and down in intelligence, and that's one of the important parts, right? You're passing information up. You may not always have drones. The div or the brigade has these drones with the arties, and they haven't been able to be over your AO for whatever reason, or they got shot down, and that's why you're gonna you hear that. Well, you're not gonna sit there and let your battle group get smashed. So, gosh, my higher, I have no drones left, or I don't have as many as I need to survey the area I'm in. So I'm gonna use my recce more. And one of my recce's got lit up, and they're down to like 75%. It's dangerously close to 30. You make those decisions on the fly. So it's like, almost like a game, I guess you could say, right? You've got, if you're playing a game like with money or something, and you got to buy so many things, but you only have so many dollars. You got to make sure, you got to prioritize. So you got to prioritize with your assets too. With your you don't want to use all your recce up. You don't want to get your recce destroyed, right? Then that's not good for you. But this is how intelligence works on the battlefield, right? It's not just we're like the Russians don't. I don't think the Russians act like this because there's been times when then they should have known so clearly what the Ukrainians were doing, they didn't. So either they had the intel and they didn't care, or they had it and they didn't know what to do with it. But you don't just go like, we're all Valhalla warriors and I don't care what's on the other side. We're gonna kill them because this is our country. It doesn't work like that. You're constantly, every day, you're getting commander's update brief. You're getting a brief in the night. If something comes up, you have CCIRs, commander's critical information requirements, and you told your headquarters that if you see more than 10 tanks show up at that position, you wake me up. We got to do something, right? You set the conditions. You're the boss, right? So if you're the commander of that formation, it's your responsibility, but you have a lot of power, of course. But you also have, it's your responsibility to be on top of it. You can't just go to your boss at brigade or div and be like, "Well, you didn't tell me. How come no one else told me?" You have recce, you have integral surveillance with drones because they cut this and that away to you for your use. You got to use them. So it's all a symphony of magic and lights and beauty.
Thank you, Yehuda. I would leave you with one thought, that next time you're interpreting this intelligence, please do bear in mind that we humble, albeit in my case, former ISTAR soldiers, we spend a lot of time walking extremely long distances, carrying a hell of a lot of radio batteries, and awkward, heavy, and often wet equipment in order to get eyes on target. So please take us more seriously than the rest of you.
Tim, carrying all of this, does that make you very slim?
It did once. I don't know about very slim.
Slim Tim? Was that your
Slimmer
call?
than I am
Tim.
now.
It's
slimmer than I am. Slimmer than I am now. No,
I take you seriously. I don't know why you said that.
Because I love
you
him to
joking?
bits. Is it? Yeah, of course. He's a gent.
Yeah. Thanks, Tim, for proving that Wales has got talent.
We really don't. But thank you very much, Yehuda, for that fascinating discussion. I see we've got a lot of hands up, so I will
What's
disappear.
your hands doing?
Stick around, Tim. We may need you a little later. I know that there has been a question up from Piotr, and then we have to go to definitely Jay, Tony, and Patrick. If you don't mind, Piotr.
Well, I mean, I think someone had a question for me, but the point I just wanted to raise was everybody listening, if you're following these Central Asian developments, please be wary of the information you consume and the sources that you get it from, because I've tweeted this already, but claims have been made that Kazakhstan has announced its departure from CSTO. I cannot verify that information. So if anyone in the audience has access to some, I don't know, resources I don't, please share that, DM that to me, because if that is the case, that would go against what Tokayev, the president of Kazakhstan, said less than 3 months ago, and would be a significant shift in the distribution of security in the region, as well as a shift in Kazakhstan's multi-vector policy. So just a little heads up for everyone if you're following that, because it could have influences on obviously Russia and therefore the conflict in Ukraine indirectly. But that's all I really have to say. Thanks.
All right, then we move on to, I think it's Jay and then Tony.
Hi. I have a question that's somewhat related, I think, about Central Asia. I've been hearing a lot of discussion about black swans, things that, will change the whole picture of the battle. And I was wondering if that, it seems like it would be pretty useful to coordinate the forces in the insurgency, I guess, in Belarus, in the Transnistria area, in Georgia, to in coordination
Whose
with
forces?
the forces of the those that want to kick the Russians out. The countries. This might be a really a good time to rise up if there's adequate insurgency there. I know in Belarus there certainly was, and the only reason that Lukashenko is there is because he sold his soul to the Russians, and they came and put down all the protests. But I would think that maybe Russian forces are a little thin in those areas, and this might be a good time to open up many, many different fronts for the Russians in coordination with, counter offensives by the Ukrainians. Does that seem realistic, or do you think that's something that could be coordinated?
No, it sounds like projection and something which some analyst in a think tank, if he hasn't had the sufficient amount of coffee in the morning, might cough up with. There's no such coordination at this point in time. There's some hope in that regard, and that's fine. And yes, people do, but empires disintegrate. As a friend of mine says, they create different gremlins. there's a possibility that you will see various fronts open up, but they may simply be instigated by local forces rather than by coordination. You want to add to
Yeah,
this?
I was gonna say. I mean, it's already really happening in Azerbaijan. I mean, Azerbaijan is doing what they're doing because they know that the Russians are weak and they want to take the Russians strong arm them into leaving Armenia alone, and they're not. I mean, and that I wouldn't have to be coordinated. It could be just understood. I mean, if they did that, with the questions, would the Georgians do it? No, the Georgians don't have an appetite for it. But Belarus, they don't have an appetite for it either. I don't see them doing anything. Azerbaijan is considerably less affected by what Russia's doing, and it's was it him or a Kazakh president that got Lippy in St. Petersburg? Was it Tokayev? Or was it
Kazakh, yeah, Tokayev.
So his name was Kazakh. So they could get mouthy and be like, beat it, right? But he also owes Russia, his seat from last year. But in general, I'm sure these would be, localized, as Axel was saying, localized decisions by people, by leaders saying, you know what, I could take advantage here. Like, for example, the Armenians have sold themselves out to the Russians because they're afraid of them. Apparently, some Russian units got lit up by the Azeris recently. So, I'm not. The Azeris fighting the Russians would be like peer on peer at this point, right? So it'd be a gong show. They're probably just as bad, or they're probably a little worse. Either way, they don't have any proper training. So, yeah, I mean, it's a point to make, and you see it playing out right now in Azerbaijan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what.
Can I build on that? Just very quickly. Often in geopolitics, we look for associations where there aren't none. The connections to Russia, it does have forces in Transnistria, in Armenia, in Kazakhstan a little bit, in lots of different theaters, but these are all very different drivers in the sense of what drives Moscow's goals in those respective theaters. Were you to see, it's likely that Russia will not be able to hold all these fronts. I mean, they pulled out a sizable chunk of their forces in Libya and also in Serbia and dotted around the Balkans because of their desire to push, and Syria, to push into Ukraine. So I would be cautious in making too many parallels. But certainly, as the Russians can no longer, it depends. Putin has two options. He can either commit most of his forces to Ukraine with the desire to take over the country, which is obviously, going to render them completely devastated and useless, or he can keep his distribution of power very spread thinly, which he wants to, but that means Russia's ability to exert its influence isn't as effective because it doesn't have the economic or military prowess of the Chinese or the Americans. So now we're in a phase where Russia's overall military influence in any theater is going to be greatly undermined. The case of Armenia is different slightly because I think the Turkish may be prodding the Azerbaijanis to do something because of the regional significance the Caucasus has to the Turkish as well as to the Russians. Azerbaijan is known as the one country, two states, because of its close alignment with Turkey, whilst Armenia is historically very close with Russia, as it saw it as its protectorate against Turkey because of Turkey's genocide against the Armenians in the 1910s. Yeah. So I would say, Russia, they're being opportunistic in the Caucasus, and frankly, I'm not surprised you're seeing the flare-ups you are. But anyway.
There's another consideration about troop strength, and that is that they have doctrinally requirements for where they need to have X amount of troops anyway. They can't just take every troop, every soldier from every part of the country and put them in Ukraine. They can't. I said this once at the beginning. If they did, that would be a mutiny for sure. Can you just mute your mic when you're waiting there? Because it's really distracting. I'm sorry. I'm not very bright. So, thank you. I get confused easily with noises. So they can't really just pick up every soldier and move them. They can take a lot out. But I always said that I can't imagine the military. There'd be a mutiny as we're not doing this anymore. Maybe they wouldn't be killing him, but they just wouldn't obey orders because, they in their mind, they think the Chinese want to get him too. Do I think the Chinese would invade Russia? I really don't. But the reality is you can't strip every single soldier. You got to look at how many they had, how many they've lost, how many are wounded, how many are support troops, like rear echelon type soldiers, people who have had maybe, I guess by the Russian standards, like 1 day of training, because apparently their infantry is trained like for 2 weeks. So assuming the cooks are trained for 1 day, you can't have all of them fighting. And that's what you have right now. You have them digging up this and that. It's, you know, and there is a good point that Piotr there said, that you know, do they want to not be able to project any power anywhere? Do they remove every soldier they have all over there? I would. I wouldn't. I mean, you know, if I was them, I would. The only reason why they're not is they know NATO's not going to attack them. That's why. They know there are no NATO troops going to fly from Latvia into St. Petersburg. They're not stupid. They know full well NATO's not an offensive organization. All of that's true. If they thought that, they'd have recalled all of their troops. They would, you know, be in positions all across Belarus and towards the Baltics, but they're not. So again, that I just wanted to mention that because I wanted to thoroughly, continuously debunk Russian propaganda that talks about NATO and all these goofballs. I keep seeing a lot of them online. NATO, attack, Tucker Carlson, NATO. You know, all this. Some of the usual suspects here on Twitter as well, who babble about some like 4D NATO chess to use Ukraine to, you know, do this or that. No one used Ukraine. Russia attacked it. I think there was an article that came out just very recently that Russia, that Putin was given an offer. The Ukrainians had capitulated on the joining NATO thing to avert a war. And he didn't care because it wasn't about NATO. It never had anything to do with NATO. Putin's a nut job. So anyway, hope that answers it. Let's go to the next question. I'm gonna have to.
Can we? Yeah, before we go there, can we just hold on? You just highlighted one thing. The NATO.
I highlighted a few things. Yeah.
No, the NATO item, and it has to be stated very clearly that people fail to understand that they know that we know that we know that they know. This is completely clear. Putin has all the intelligence. Yeah, but that's the point. Putin has all the intelligence needed. This conundrum portrayed as a straw man in the Western press is completely completely nutty. Of course,
well, I don't think the West. I don't want to say the Western press. Yeah, you might be referring to some people on Fox News, but most people, I don't think.
Well, come on. There's a lot of Western media in continental Europe, which is absolutely tosh.
Blaming NATO.
Really? Oh yes, of course. We still heard it. Tim, ask Tim. We've heard it on British television, in British media, in French media, in Italian media, German. You name it. It's everywhere. The narrative still sticks. It's complete and utter tosh.
If he was for one moment, even remotely, 1% worried that NATO would invade Russia, he would be defending Russia. He's not. You know, why? You know, what do you care? Submit. And like a crazy person, he keeps trying. So, and you know, the Ukrainians are going to get better at what they're doing. The Russians are going to get worse. Not just in equipment, but just in battlefield capabilities and in proficiencies and in fieldcraft, right? More Ukrainians are surviving each contact, and they're passing that knowledge on. This is what we do. We're going to do this. This is the best way to live. This is the best way to complete our objective. This is the best way. This is how we do it. And the Russians are getting wiped out en masse, and a new fresh batch of weirdos are coming up and don't know what they're doing. Everyone saw the video of that Buryat with the face covered in bandage, and they're asking him why he's there. And he'd been in the tank for like a day. He's naval infantry, but he actually just worked in a CQ with ammunition. And that was, he was a guy in the arsenal. He's got in the vault handing you out your rifle. And they go, okay, get in a tank now. Why? Because we need you. Well, and then the Ukrainian fatherly voice there said, you dumb bastard, you're lucky to be alive. And he's right. He's very lucky to be alive. But that also goes to the Ukrainian humanity and the Russian.
But you do understand, Yehuda, that this is not coming out in Western media. This may be on Twitter, maybe on YouTube, it may be in sources, but nobody in the Western media portrays this. I've had the discussion today with two very, very large media groups in Germany, and I think we can follow up tomorrow with a number of them in France, Italy, and in Britain. It's the same thing. They don't report it at all.
I don't know. I mean, it's pretty obvious. You don't have entire collapses of professional armies just melt away because they're afraid. Like they don't just disappear. I think even some of, as John was saying, those talking heads, generals are like, wait till they really get them. I think we have a usual suspect online who comes occasionally, used to come more often, who would always say that, once the Russians do this, they're going to have 8 trillion tanks in storage. They're going to be perfect. They're going to come and destroy all of the Ukrainians. None of it's true. Absolutely none of it's true. They're going to have worse tanks in storage. Forget mothballs. They're going to have parts of their armor falling off, and they're going to try to do what with them? A lot of the tanks that were captured in Kharkiv, a large number of them actually weren't mobile. Like they were barely moving. It's one of the reasons why they left them. Right? They just didn't work. And some of the captured soldiers were asked, like, why? And the answer was simple. That's what they gave us. Okay, sounds crazy, but it's true. So
Potemkin army.
Oh yeah. Guns that don't fire. Their artillery is better off, but the armor is garbage. I don't even know. I don't know what to tell you. I will tell you that I'm gonna pop off, and I will be right back if that's okay. And I'm gonna start doing my update notes for. We're gonna rock and roll today a bit. What do you think, ladies and gentlemen?
There's a lot which has happened in recent hours. We should summarize it. So looking forward to it.
Yeah. Also, let's see. We have some people coming up. I'm gonna go through them. Everyone, please do listen. I don't know. I got lucky. It looks like we're gonna get. We have an opportunity to get Valentin Nalivaychenko. He's the former SBU boss, head of the SBU of Ukraine. We got a couple other people. Yulia Mendel. Mendel was the press secretary for Zelensky for a while, and we're also looking at Marian Zablotsky. He's a member of the ruling party and chair of a big committee in Ukrainian parliament. We're going to wait for Yulia Mendel to get confirmation from her what do you call it, from her publisher. Also, if you know anything about books, or if you've ever read one, there's a guy named David Satter. The less you know, the better you sleep. Russia's road to terror and dictatorship under Yeltsin and Putin. And he'd like to come up as well. I guess since the military updates, people have been reaching out to come up and talk. So let's see who else. Yeah, Valentin, he's there. Valentin. Zablotsky. Yeah. So it looks like we're gonna have a big week, I think. Big week ahead. I don't know if those names mean anything to you, but they mean something to me.
Oh, they do. Oh, they do.
All right. Well, tell our friends we've got the conflict.
Julia Mendel, come on. She's the first girl ever, and
Woman.
this is the coolest thing. That now, at that point in time, she was a very young woman, below the age of 30. I'm sorry, I'm an old fart. So, but she, at that point in time, She actually won a contest. She won a contest to become the press secretary. And there were 4,000 participants, or slightly over 4,000, and she won it because she was charming, she was professional, she was cool, she was very good and very adept. She won the contest fair and square and became the press secretary assistant, and then the press secretary because she was really good at it. And Zelensky liked her, and she, for a number of years, actually did this very well. So that is an astonishing story of success.
Thank you. And then, well, I'll let you know when that's coming. And other than that, I got to step off for a bit. So stay tuned. We're going to do military update. We're going to talk about some big changes on the ground in Ukraine and what the next steps are and what to expect. So hold on to your hats, and we'll get those other guests up as well. Thanks so much, Axel and Tim. Over to you.
Thank you, Yehuda. And now, Pete, I believe you want to be addressed as Piotr Kurzin, friend of the space. I have a bone to pick with something you dropped in about 15, 20 minutes ago. Did you just suggest that China is capable of projecting military power?
Well, they certainly have more. I think it was more relative to the Russians at this point.
All right, because I mean, if anything, I'm more skeptical of China's military capabilities than I am of Russia's at this point. You know, even despite the apparent failure of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Was this a dropout thing? Was this a kind of a casual aside, or did you have a kind of a view on that?
Well, I think it would be very unwise to not treat China with respect. They do have a sizable military these days. It's grown incredibly dramatically. They've increased their budget from less than 100 billion to 280, 300 billion at this point. Yes, that's still about a third of the United States, but it's by far the second largest. And given their skirmishes with the Indians in 2020, which didn't escalate to something too dramatic, you still should be very wary of the capability of the Chinese PLA. More specifically,
are we in agreement that the Indians won that battle?
No, I'm not entirely sure. I don't think either side really won because no amount of territory or shifts were made. So,
well, the Indians weren't prepared. Really, well, they were prepared to defend, but they weren't prepared for the attack. Felt a little bit surprised and still held the line. That's what I'm saying. So I'd count this as a win.
Well, I mean, I don't think holding the. No, I don't agree with you there, but fair enough. My other point on the Navy, I think, is more the one that we should consider. As of mid last year, the Chinese overtook the US in terms of quantity of battleships. Yes, I know we can talk about the size of a military and that not necessarily being the be all and end all, but the Chinese do have a very capable Navy these days. And I think it would be, again, ill-advised to not consider the potential of that being used in very sizable ways in the South China Sea, be it to do with the 9-dash line or to do with Taiwan. This fishing boats militia that they've been using, you can read a very good report by CSIS on this that I asked a few questions about when it was published last year, is very, very in-depth. The problem with the Chinese PLA, at least from a naval side, in my opinion, is that we've never seen it in action. So again, it's one of these things where a lot of prerequisites are made, but not necessarily verified. So I do think that the Chinese is a capable military. But I take your point that, you know, we need to be conscious of that. If we were to ever see some kind of naval conflict with, over Taiwan, perish the thought, the Chinese would have a tough time sustaining any attempted invasion on the island. But you wouldn't see, I think, the US, the Japanese, the Koreans, the Australians, the British, the French treating the Chinese lightly. So yeah, I would say that they're quite a capable military force. I would, but
I mean, you
appreciate
seem to
if you
be,
disagree.
Pete, you seem to be eliding the term capable with the term large. I mean, you've said quite rightly that the Chinese People's Liberation Army Navy, this very, very odd term that they call themselves, I assume it works better in Chinese, rhetorically at least. They have expanded quite rapidly, but you have to look at, you have to look at the actual, you have to look at the extent to which they're succeeding versus the extent to which they're failing, right? And I'll give a worked example here. So this is something I mentioned before, but the Zulfikar class frigate that they've supplied to Pakistan doesn't work. It's a guided missile frigate. It's Pakistan rates it as a capital ship. It can't fire missiles. It can't. And this is building into a dispute between the government of Pakistan, quite rightly, and the Chinese state shipbuilding company. They've got two of them. I can't remember exactly what they're called or which one built the Zulfikar class. But these ships, the equipment that is installed upon them is not functional. It's not even inadequate. It's not functional. It is a guided missile frigate that cannot fire missiles. The systems, the parts in the system are of such low quality, they didn't really work to start with. But then they broke very quickly and they worked still less. So I think we need to differentiate between a very, very powerful military on paper and a very, very, and a powerful military in effect. Because as you rightly say, the Chinese haven't used any of these things in action. They've not fired a shot in anger since, in a major conflict.
In naval
since
anger.
In
Naval
naval
anger.
anger. Since they invaded Vietnam, which was an absolute go fuck for them. So we have to consider whether they're building a very smart force that can march up and down in Peking and look very lovely, versus a force that will actually have a proper effect on the battlefield or in naval theatre. And I think another thing we have to look at, I appreciate you've got your hand up, Keith, but I'll just finish this quick point, is the degree of corruption in the People's Liberation Army. Now, there have been a number of quite thorough investigations on this, and a journalist found he went to China, and I think he was a Cantonese journalist, and he went to China and he tried to get a commission in the People's Liberation Army for his fictional son, and he was quoted the sum of $16,000 to get a commission. Now, this suggests, and this is backed up by other sources, that the People's Liberation Army is not a fighting force. It's essentially a business. A commission in the People's Liberation Army is not an office of honor. It's not an office of war. It's an office of profit. And in that respect, it's much the same as the Russian armed forces. It's a corrupt organization that exists not to fight, but to make money for its officers. And the quality of the materiel they're exporting, not just to Pakistan, but everywhere, does seem to bear that out. I would be, has Pete gone? No, he's still there, sorry. I see we've got Jingo coming up.
If I can,
I was just about to say, Piotr,
come up.
before we, Piotr, very briefly, because we have someone who is actually a China expert in that regard, and that's Jingu. If you don't mind, maybe he can extol on this virtual, or you want to give a riposte? No, would you like to give a riposte to Tim first?
Oh,
Piotr,
me? Yeah, I just want to build on a couple of things. So, no, points well taken. And I'll premise my point by stating that this isn't my, I focus on great power politics or great power competition as part of my broader professionalism, but my actual work isn't on China. It's on climate change and conflict specifically, actually. But, I follow what goes on with Taiwan, Ukraine, and anywhere that the big three or big two really now have their influences. Just a couple of statistics here. So, what's known as the People Liberation Army Navy, or plan, conveniently, their plan is that by 2025, they will have around 400 vessels compared to the United States of about 355. There are discussions about the Chinese increasing their nuclear capability for subs, which is something that they have felt triggered to do so because of the AUKUS deal that was signed between the British, Australians and Americans in August of last year.
Their force is comprised of 2 aircraft carriers, 1 cruiser, 32 destroyers, 49 frigates, 37 corvettes, and 86 or so missile-armed coastal patrol ships. They also have 46 diesel-powered attack submarines and 6 nuclear-powered submarines and 4 ballistic missile submarines, so those that can fire ICBMs and that sort of thing. Then you've got the Chinese Coast Guard, which fields about 250 coastal patrol ships, and so it has a warship fleet of about 120 vessels, submarine fleet of about 56 platforms, and another 340 coastal patrol ships. And I'll let you look up the United States equivalent. So the point is that the Chinese do have a pretty sizable navy, and yes, the underlying emphasis of this discussion or exchange is that numbers doesn't necessitate capacity or capability, and very much it doesn't. But I still think that the Chinese are really prioritizing their maritime competency as a way to leverage their influence, first and foremost within their immediate neighborhood, i.e. the South China Sea, but also as a way to then exert their influence elsewhere. I mean, we saw how they established a naval base in Djibouti in 2015 or whenever it was, as part of the BRI, and they've also got ambitions in, another reason why they're so interested in Sri Lanka, because of their port access, also Karachi in Pakistan, their port access or maritime access. All these are specifically focused on as areas where China can incrementally increase its maritime regional influence. So in that regard, I do think that treating the Chinese warily is definitely the case. But then, and I'll land with this, which is that all of this is very, very limited because the Chinese lack the main thing that the United States has, which is its alliance network. I think that the alliance partnership system that the United States has fostered over the past 70 plus years is the greatest asset it has. Japan is actually the 3rd largest navy, something that not many people know, and South Korea has been developing its own capacities with ballistic missile capable submarines as well. So China could undertake a expansive operation to Taiwan, but it certainly wouldn't be a very easy time for them. And as we are more than well aware, sustaining some occupation or campaign across a strait as busy and large as the Taiwan Strait would be a hell of an undertaking. Sure, the Chinese could probably do it, but it would cost them a significant proportion of their economic attention, which, as it stands, they are struggling with. So
I disagree.
Yeah.
China could not take.
Whilst we
Taiwan.
disagree, but yeah, they can't. But let's just agree to disagree on this matter, and let's have someone who knows China a little bit better than me, despite the fact that I've worked there and I lived there and I thought it absolutely atrocious. But that doesn't really matter. Jingu, for all the wonderful things China could have brought to the world, why did it bring these terribly made warships which can't actually even cross that channel? Jingu.
Okay, so first of all, I was listening to Professor Piotr. I thought I was listening to Chinese Communist Party propaganda on this channel. I'm just kidding. This basically, Professor Piotr, what you are saying is very far from the truth. So let me give you some basic facts. Okay, the first is right now the Pakistani Navy is a staunch ally to China. They're having a major dispute going on with China. Basically, China has sent them several frigates. Okay, and they are returning these frigates. Why? Because they sail the frigates onto the sea. Then, in their military practice, they fired a couple of shots. After the frigates fired a couple of shots, they found the gun barrel was basically malfunctioned and functioning, and they could not use it anymore. So think about it. A couple of frigates used by Pakistani Navy for some military exercise just to fire a couple of shots, they become completely useless. So in this, with quality so bad, the number doesn't has any meaning. So if you have malfunctioning frigates, it doesn't matter you have 200 or 2,000 or 20,000, it doesn't do anything. So that's just one example. And the other thing is to talk about, China could launch military, to conquer Taiwan. So here are some basic facts. We have been keeping repeating. Normandy was over 70 kilometers English Channel. The Allies projected on day one 150,000 troops with 200,000 Navy and about 14,000 aircrafts providing the air cover. That's on day one. In a total, 2 million troops participated on the Allied side. That the German on the German side, it was probably 100,000 to defend. It's very, very difficult. Now, Taiwan Strait is 140 to 180 kilometers. So imagine how many Chinese troops need to be there. And the other thing is, the Chinese Navy right now could project 25,000 troops. That's how much sea lift power they have. And the other thing is to talk about the corruption. Professor Piotr, you probably don't know, in Chinese military, every level has a price. It's not just for profiting. If you go to a commander for a company, there's a price. If you go to become a commander for a battalion, there's a price. If you go to a regiment, go to brigade, go to division, there's a price for it. Now, I know there are many romantic projections about China. There are people who just could not have enough communist propaganda, or let's say business prospects written by McKinsey. Pretty much the same thing. But the real truth is very different. I read Chinese. I have friends in China. I grew up in the communist regime for 26 years. What we get from the Chinese source is very different. I have no doubt people who don't speak Chinese might have better quote unquote insight into China. But when we hear people who speak China, who are from the Chinese military, they get out of it. They told us the story, and we know what's going on in the Chinese military, factories and so on. It's quite different. It's totally different. Every time you tell them that we're going to launch an attack, we're going to take over Taiwan, people are laughing. People are saying, you guys don't have any clue. Now, these are the friends, these are the people to us. If you read non-Chinese materials, you will believe into the big country, whatever the myth. Okay. And also, yes, China's building more warships than any other countries. But as Pakistanis, how does that work out for them? If a brigade cannot even function, firing a couple of shots on the sea in a military exercise, having 20,000 such ships even, what does that mean? Does that Navy mean anything? And Chinese Navy is the most corrupt Navy in the world. Let me tell you, that's the one thing it does better than anybody else. Chinese Navy is openly engaged in smuggling. Chinese Navy got into smuggling so much. The ship they sank, the most famous ship they sank the fleet of the Chinese anti-smuggling force. So they used their warship to sink Chinese anti-smuggling smuggler force. That's actually their naval battle they won. They have never won any other naval battle ever since. So when we talk about the great power and so on, we need to keep these facts in mind. So that's my point.
If I may, yes, thank you very much, Xing. Well, not for the association with the CCP. I couldn't think of anything worse. But no, I take your points and I appreciate it. I think, I want to clarify a couple of things here. I, first and foremost, don't want any potential capacity. I love it if the Chinese Navy is completely incompetent. That would be great. Secondly, there's a difference between taking Taiwan and keeping Taiwan. Which I think is an important distinction. I definitely don't think the Chinese have the capacity to launch a successful military operation, which would and then be able to control the whole of the island. The terrain of the eastern part of Taiwan is incredibly well suited to guerrilla warfare. So even if the Chinese PLA were able to launch and establish amphibious landings, which they wouldn't be able to very easily because of the defenses the Taiwanese already have in place. That would be that would just be the start of it. Then you've got to keep this continued supply chains across the across the Taiwanese Strait, which would be one hell of a undertaking, particularly if you had pressure from Western allies or defenders of Taiwan. The other thing that I just want to draw attention to is actually the scenario of launching some kind of defense or sort of, support to Taiwan was actually conducted by the US military. I'm sure you're more than familiar with it. Operation Causeway, 1944, the American DoD undertook a scenario framework to understand what it would actually be required to do this. And this was in 1944. So bear these numbers with a grain of salt. But at the time, they reckoned you need about 400,000 troops and about 4,000 independent vehicles, which would be more or less double the size of the D-Day landings at Normandy. So, yeah, this would be one hell of an operation, and I personally believe, as it stands, the Chinese don't have that capacity. But my main point is that they do have an increasingly modernized naval capacity, and therefore we should keep very well conscious of what and where they're specializing that focus. I 100% agree with you on everything else you said. And the very last point I'll make, which is just stepping back from the military for a second, which is there was a very interesting book I read a few months back, and it was talking about the emphasis basically that the Chinese don't even really want to invade and take Taiwan because they use it as a way to stoke nationalism in the country when there is domestic, discontent. Every time there's an issue, a bit like the Russians do with whatever it is, the Chinese Communist Party use Taiwan as a way to go, we will be recreating, reimagining the national rejuvenation. We will be reestablishing the former great Chinese dynasties. And Taiwan, once it is reincorporated into the mainland, will be a part of that. And so if they actually invade it, and then it costs them a heck of a load of men, money, and time.
Yeah, they will never land there, Piotr.
Yeah,
they will never
exactly.
land there. They won't even get to shore.
Anyway, that's all I had to mind.
That's appreciated. All right. I have tons of questions up here from people in regard to Ukraine. Let's move back to Ukraine in the meantime. Adrian, Luca, Tom, Tony, and Stephen. I think Stephen has been here the longest, then Tony, then Luca, then Adrian, then Tom. Stephen, please.
Okay, I guess my question was about 2 days ago there was a big fuss about some airstrikes maybe not airstrikes, but some sort of explosions taking place in Rostov Oblast. And since, like we learned, one of the videos posted wasn't from Crimea, but like that explosions were confirmed, and have we learned anything more about what that was?
You were breaking up at the beginning. 2 days ago, we saw airstrikes where? Rostov-na-Don. Yes, Taganrog, absolutely, no question. And then you said Crimea. I didn't quite catch how I should,
Oh, the question was, have we learned like more about what was hit? Because
where? Crimea or Rostov-na-Don? Both were hit in the last 72
Rostov.
hours. Yeah, that was. These were 2 weapons caches or depots close to an airfield, a supplemental airfield west of Taganrog and Taganrog airfield itself.
All right. Okay, that's all I had to ask. You can drop me.
That's all right. Thank you very much. Tony.
Thanks very much. Another question back on the topic of Ukraine. I wondered what panel thought would be the effect of winter and the cooling temperatures on the balance of power. Will it enable the Russians to stabilize, or will it accelerate the difficulties that they're facing against the Ukrainians?
Well, the Russian army has significantly worse winter gear. We've seen them already not performing very well during the harsh first 4.5 weeks they had once they started this part of the invasion. And it is highly unlikely that their logistical efforts, which have been significantly impaired and degraded, were to be sufficient in order to provide them with sufficient winter gear at this point in time. Russian troops had already been running out of fuel oil. They were forced already in the second week in the northwest corridor, as well as north of Chernihiv, the northwest corridor of Kiev, as well as Chernihiv, to constantly run their engines and their trucks and APCs, and therefore provide heat signatures which could be picked up by the Ukrainian armed forces. It's highly unlikely that any of this has improved since, and notably, this is Ukrainian home turf. The Ukrainians live there. It's their country. They are prepared. And fortunately, they do have the support from their friends, neighbors, and allies. So winter gear is not just coming, winter gear is already there. More winter gear is en route. As a consequence, one should expect that both with the better equipment, the significantly better logistics and supply side, as well as the overall kit, the Ukrainian armed forces will be in a substantially better position. And if we were to finally give them those APCs, IFVs, and tanks which they need in order to go through winter warfare appropriately, then they could definitely beat the peasants from Mordor over the head. Yes. There you go. I hope that satisfies the request.
Thanks very much.
You're very welcome. So the bias is towards the Ukrainian armed forces in their natural habitat, if I may say. Luca.
Good evening, everybody. Yeah, three things.
Buonasera.
Buonasera. Three things. So when Armenia called for their Article 5, which is an Article 4, and you look at the list of the countries, Armenia, Belarus, Kazakhstan, who already said that they want to get out, maybe Kyrgyzstan, Russia, Tajikistan, and they get ignored, suddenly, well, puts doubt on the meaning of the alliance for sure, but it's yet another big slap in the face to Russia, because, well, they cannot even defend their neighbors or allies, so whoopsie. Two, there is again a bill on the floor of the Senate, bipartisan, to design the Russia state sponsor. I know the Biden said he would not sign it, but I think it's renewed kind of like optimism to basically bash Russia. It's good, I believe. Third, that's more of a question. What's the significance of, I read, Russians blowing up some dam on the inlets, and now there is all this water, and it feels to me it's one thing that they're trying to do to slow down the advance, because now from the Ukrainians, because now it's harder to cross. But I'm no military expert. I'd like to hear anybody here that has a better opinion than me.
See.
Yes, well, I'm no expert on this specific topic. I know Colonel Spencer wrote a pretty incredible paper about how Ukraine was able to, around Kyiv, let loose some dams and really change the battlefield through waterways in really a huge way. In my cursory reading of what's going on in Kherson, it seems like this may help Russia in the short term in certain parts of the river, but in other parts it's going to do them some damage. What I'll say, though, is very interesting is Russia is clearly aware, and they're posting it quite openly, that they are preparing for another wave of Ukrainian assaults. They're saying that, because we don't get much information from Ukraine on Kherson, of course, we're only getting really sources from the Russian side. And what the Russians are saying is basically very bad weather in Kherson for the past week prevented a lot of observation and aircrafts from flying. And so what that means is basically Ukraine took the foot off the gas, we could say, and really slowed down the pace of attacks. Of course, they did not do so in Kharkiv, but in Kherson, they're getting ready to attack again. And so it seems like this might be blowing up the dam might be related to that in an effort to slow Ukraine down. But of course, waterways affect both sides. So looks like it's gonna help Ukraine in a lot of areas and hurt them in some other ones. So we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, the bigger thing that's on everyone's minds, I think, related to this dam, of course, is the Novokhovka Dam, which is much more significant in terms of what it would do to Kherson. But I think, as we saw today with a couple towns in the vicinity of Chernobyivka liberated by Ukraine, it's clear that Ukraine is slowly creeping up with some more momentum in this area. So I imagine Russia might get more desperate as time goes on.
That's a very valid point. Thank you for that. Luca, I hope that answered your question. Please stick around. We'll have questions to you in regard to the Italian elections upcoming and the statements made by a former US ambassador today. But if you give us a couple of minutes to cycle through the questions, and before the military updates, which is also upcoming from Yehuda in a few minutes, I'd like to go through that because that was quite astonishing. But if you haven't read it quite yet, Bertrand's puppy is also sending hearts here, then we should definitely go through that. So I think the next one up is Adrian and then Tom, and then we go to Aaron and to Paige. But Adrian first.
Hey, good evening, everyone. Just a short comment tied to what you were talking about before with China, and thank you, Jingu, again for some comprehensive wisdom on that aspect. I think what Ukraine has taught many dictatorships and powers, and especially China, is that you can flex your shiny army, you can say you have 1 million tanks or whatever the hell you say you have, but it has made the Tin Pot dictators very wary of throwing their army in their military in a war, because if we remember correctly, us people here, people like us, we were aware that Russia was a paper tiger, but it was a very niche opinion. Many experts, all the news were saying, look at this tank and look at that new refurbished ships and look, their jets are in Syria, yada, yada, yada. The mainstream was duped by them. And now we're discussing China. And again, let's be serious. The mainstream is duped by China and is afraid of China. Maybe slightly less afraid because they saw how Russia performed. But it's still like, ooh, China, so many ships, and so on and so forth. So thank you, Jingu, for sharing that wisdom. And yeah, Ukraine has helped us all by making dictators more reluctant. And a specific question, like I started seeing some beginning of reports of torture chambers in Izum and in the liberated areas, as well as proofs of summary executions, atrocities, and this mention of having a new discussion about declaring Russia a state sponsor of terrorism. To be honest, one of the biggest disappointments of this war for me personally was that after Bucha, it kind of was swept under the rug by the press, and I'm really wondering if this is compiled and if you have a feeling that Ukraine will properly document this to present it to the wider world so we can promote it and repeat it so many times, because I believe Russia should have been declared the state sponsor of terrorism in March, when the March-April, when the atrocities outside of Kiev emerge. And now we'll just have to do it now, because Ukraine always has to prove with its own dead all the time more, because people, I don't want to get into it. It's just that I wondered what your thoughts are on making this more clear so there is real action when it comes to this and not swept under the rug. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the key aspect there is that in the coming days, because yet again, I have to say Western mainstream media is currently very inattentive, because since at least yesterday morning, there have been significant amount of video, photographic, and reporting incidences and evidences of massive atrocities in the now liberated territories. Those obviously have to be brought out into public in order to collate a better collage of evidence, so that Western governments can probably have a little look-see and think whether yet another 2, 3, 4,000 tortured, dismembered, raped, and unfortunately killed civilians are an acceptable form of acknowledging that empire of Mordor.
Yeah, thank you, Axel. I mean, I really hope something happens. Is just that even looking at the press now, when it comes to the offensive in Kharkiv, I keep saying this often, and I see hands, and I'm looking for the
Two of those with our guests, Professor Stephen Siraj and Sebastian Sorowski. Stephen Siraj is
hot mic.
Piotr, you have your hot mic.
Yeah. No, I see a lot of hands, and I want to hear Yehuda's update. I'm just saying that even with this counteroffensive, after the first couple of days of acknowledging that Ukraine could win this, now the press says, but it was same press that was saying we shouldn't send them weapons because it's they're not going to do something with them. Now they're saying, well, only because we send them Western weapons and only because we send them intelligence. And again,
Yeah, we annoyed. No, of course, Adrian, please forget it. We annoyed Putin. We annoyed the Russians by helping the Ukrainians put up more resistance. Had they stopped resisting, they could have been raped nicely, you know?
Yeah, what annoys me is that the most is that some voices in the West still are taking Ukraine's agency. Okay, the weapons were great, the intelligence were great, but you could have given them sticks and stones and they still would have done this. Would have lost more people for sure, more civilians and more soldiers, but this was all Ukraine's and Ukrainians' resolve, and the allies were good enough to give them the weapons so they can do it in a modern way and with as little loss of life as possible. And they could have given more, so less life would have been lost, but that's another discussion that we keep having. I just wanted to reiterate this point and not to take this great achievement from the Ukrainian army, and we'll see more from them, and not to take away their agency because they did it. It's all on them. Thank you.
All right, let's go to Tom.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I wanted to just possibly ask Jingu a question. I think there's a tendency
He's not
with
there anymore.
conflicts. Oh, is he not? No, it just says he's up as speaker.
No,
Oh,
he's
maybe
not.
it's not.
No, that's
Okay,
a
well,
ghost
I'll ask.
imprint on your screen. He's not there anymore, unfortunately. We've had this with
That's
Twitter and the cache doesn't clear depending on if you're using an iPhone. You have the ghosts up for about 5 minutes from time to time. If you have an Android, it can last up to an hour.
Okay, well, I'll ask you or anyone else on the panel that cares to answer it then. I think there's a tendency with conflicts to learn the lessons of the last conflict and then over-apply them and then realise that you're very well prepared for the last war that you fought. And then, unfortunately, sometimes you're not very well prepared for the current one. So I know this is saying in Britain, and I wonder if there's any British military people listening, what they think. But I think one of the problems that we've had recently is that, you know, the last sort of military event that happened before this brutal invasion on February 24th was the absolute collapse in Afghanistan. And obviously, a lot of Western treasure and lives went into Afghanistan, and then they collapsed very quickly. And whilst it's completely stupid to compare Ukraine to Afghanistan, they're a completely different country, completely different people, completely different culture. I wonder if some of the reluctance to send weapons and some of the assumption that they would collapse so quickly, which was completely false, was based on the fact that we were surprised at just how quickly the Afghan National Army collapsed. I mean, it's a completely false comparison, but I wonder if that's one of the reasons.
I don't think so. No, seriously, no? I don't think so. No.
Oh, okay.
I mean, General Milley has made it pretty clear what he considered to be the fault in regard to Afghanistan. That didn't endear him necessarily to the current administration, but he also has been extremely clear as to what he sees as a strategic picture for Ukraine.
Yeah.
They differ massively.
Okay. I mean, do you think the reason I was going to ask something to Jingu, I was going to follow on from that, was that, you know, given that we've now seen a Russian army that I certainly had believed the propaganda, thinking that they were very powerful, might it be possible to over-apply the lessons from this? And whilst I'm sure Jingu and people are correct about the Chinese army being really, really poor, is there a risk that we underestimate them because we realize just how poor the Russians were, and maybe in 10 years' time they actually might be more of a threat?
No, the statement about the Chinese Navy has been made for many years. The example I apologize. The example Jingu brought up in regard to the purchased frigates and now about to be returned frigates by the Pakistani Navy is just a very recent one. The Chinese Navy has had quality issues, has had gunnery issues, has had, well, shall we say, sea trial issues with a variety of their vessels. And their approach to building what they now believe is a suitable aircraft carrier, we shall see. At some point in time, we'll meet them in battle.
Last question, which is really quick, is are they likely to be more of a threat in the next 10 years, not just in terms of quantity, but might they up their quality, reduce their corruption, that sort of thing?
Yeah, completely bereft of any considerations as to corruption and the likes. The sheer number of their army and their threatening posture and their constant threat to many nations, both in Asia as well as Africa for the matter, or their intrusion into South America, makes the Chinese a clear enemy of freedom. It's no question. They are the adversary we have to face. But then again, that's not a problem, because they're an authoritarian dictatorial regime and they're ethno-fascist. They're building up their own Han Chinese wonderful cultural empire. They're killing currently about anywhere between 1.8 and 2.4 million Uyghurs. Nobody's quite clear how many. At some point in time, even the Western press, even the Durante Pulitzer Prize New York Times will wake up to this. One would hope.
Thanks, Axel.
I know it was gloom and doom. I apologize, Tom. As in, very shortly, yes, there will be a war with China. The question is how it will be fought. CJ, do you want to talk about the war with China?
Not particularly, but I do want to put a nice pin on it, or so I hope, to kind of get to Tom's question, which is, are other countries paying attention to what's happening here, to either underestimate or overestimate their enemies? And I'll say, before this war, Taiwan was slated to purchase 11 HIMARS systems, and now I think they're slated to purchase 30. So that should give you a good indication of where this is headed, and that people are definitely paying attention, for better or worse.
Sorry, HIMARS, CJ. But the strait is how wide?
I believe 160 or 180 kilometers. John will have to correct me on that.
No, it's quite correct. CJ, what kind of a missile system would the Taiwanese need for that?
Well, the one that the Republican senator from Kentucky is making a pitch for Ukraine on this, I believe, the Senate floor as we speak. To give Ukraine ATACMS, and there is supposed to be a new aid package announced today or tomorrow, so we could see this very soon.
Isn't it beautiful? Is it not beautiful that we know what can be given and what is doable? And now just imagine if there were Taiwanese and German missile manufacturers who know how to build these things.
You wouldn't necessarily need a navy, just like Ukraine doesn't necessarily need a navy to do extreme damage to the Russian navy.
Yeah, if you hit one of those Chinese half-seaworthy frigates with, shall we say, a barrage of 5 ATACMS, CJ, I mean, I know you're not Navy, I'm not Navy, but just for the sake of explosives, that would hurt, right? At Mach 3 impact.
Yeah, it would honestly come down to something I don't know anything about, which is, short-range Chinese air defense. So that would be really the question. But if the Russian ones are any indication, we might be asking what air defense doing in the near future.
I need to have a Chinese speaker up to give us the correct pronunciation of, in this case, both Han Chinese and Cantonese. What are air defense doing? I don't know. but we'll find someone. John, Ridge, you're a rocket scientist. Will you be learning Chinese, or will you stick with good American English?
I think I'll stick with English for now, but just to comment on two points very briefly. I believe I can't speak to Chinese short-range SAM systems, but in terms of their long-range systems, both of their primary systems, I believe, what is it, the HQ9 and the HQ22, both of them are derived from S400, so we'll be delighted to hear that. And I wanted to ask CJ, I know that there is a laser guidance package in the works for Gimlers. Do you know if that will be carried over to Gimlers ER, given the ranges in question there?
It definitely might be. I'd be definitely even more interested. I know me and Dr. Paul have been talking about this a lot offline. Apparently, the deal to export, Hellfires from Norway is apparently being expanded greatly, with the U.S. perhaps giving the air-to-ground model for Ukrainian helicopters and aircraft, which would be a pretty huge win, especially in the numbers that they're talking about, because it means these sort of unguided volleys that Ukraine is doing to keep the Russians back are going to turn out to be tank killers now, which would be really just more bad news for Russia. Not that they need much more after last week, but it certainly will go a long way to ending this war a lot quicker than it's going.
And by the way, it is Fan Hong Cai Shu Shen Ma. What air defense doing in Chinese? Let's go to Page and then Aaron afterwards. Page, Pagey? Whatever. At Pay.
Yes, Paige, is that what you said?
Yeah, it's very difficult to see on my screen. I can only
It's
see...
okay. It's all right. I just wanted to make sure. I just found this space recently, and I wanted to thank you all.
Very nice sunflowers on your head on that
Yeah,
avatar.
thank you.
That looks fantastic. Very well
Thank
done.
you. Thank you. I made that. So yeah, I just wanted to thank you guys for providing this platform to keep the conversation going about Ukraine. I just had a couple of quick comments, kind of as a side note before my primary comment. And I'm sorry if someone has already spoken about this, but this is with regard to an earlier question concerning the war coverage in the US and our leaders. There is going to be a Ukraine Action Summit taking place in Washington, D.C. here in just a few days, from the 18th to the 20th, which I'll be attending personally. I think this is an especially important event as the media coverage has definitely decreased, let's just say, in the U.S. And this event is going to be hosted by the American Coalition for Ukraine, but there are 30 U.S.-based organizations that will be meeting there with senators and Congress members to encourage the continued support of Ukraine. So one of the things since I found this space that I've kind of the recurring themes is the discussion of how much ass kicking the Ukrainian military has been doing. So I've personally been very involved with fundraising for primarily the humanitarian aid side of things, and I've been in daily contact with several different communities throughout Ukraine since the war began. So I just wanted to quickly share my perspective on the success of the Ukrainian military. There are groups of civilians in towns and villages, especially in the central and western parts of the country, who have been collecting money and supplies, purchasing vehicles for, and feeding the troops every single day since day one of the war. The mantra of a lot of these groups is everything to the front. So they prioritize, even when it comes to funds and supplies for internally displaced refugees, they prioritize their military, their troops. Some individuals and groups are running these supplies to the front lines. These civilians are running them to the front lines themselves and risking their lives to care for their troops. I know personally some of them who have been fired at while they're they're in the process of doing this. So my point is that not only is Russia fighting against the Ukrainian soldiers, but they are up against their mothers, their fathers, their children, all of them. Meanwhile, Russian soldiers are surrendering because they don't have water or food, or any support for that matter. So I guess just in my opinion, I think that the Ukrainian civilian support has been a huge contributor, in addition to all the weapons and the military aspect, but it's been a huge contributor to the success of the soldiers themselves, and then in turn of the Ukrainian military. Thank you.
Thank you for that. CJ, you were clapping your hands.
No, it's always good for people to find the space. Some of us are, have been listening for a while, but not speaking the whole time. So, in the past week or so, we're so glad to have so many new listeners with us, and really appreciate everyone's contributions, because, us military folk could talk about it all day, but sometimes it's good to sit back and reflect on all the other good that's going on, because it's certainly brought out the best in quite a lot of people, I'd say.
Yeah, and especially if people actually take things into their own hands and do raise funds and create support. This is absolutely the key thing. We promote civil engagement, investment here. We are very keen on helping people to coordinate matters. If you have a question, if you have a suggestion, if you have a good idea, please come up here, promote it, talk to us about it. This is what we're about. We're trying to create information awareness. We're in support of MriyaReport, our preferred charity in that regard, who's supporting through the repository of the Canadian Armed Forces officers who founded it, and the very many friends in North America who have joined it, non-lethal aid supported and brought to Ukrainian Armed Forces. But nevertheless, we are always happy to engage with others and help them, because the only thing that matters is that stuff gets there. It gets there quick and into the right hands. So if we can help in any shape or form, please contact us. We'll be here, as always, since the 23rd. Oh, God. Yeah, the 23rd of bloody February. We're still here. Hasn't changed. Colonel John Spencer, good evening, good afternoon to you. How on earth? We're still here. John? CJ, do we have to say urban?
Well, I'll try and get him to speak by asking.
No, he dropped away. He got a call.
Oh, that's all right. Because
he's a busy man.
No, I know John's been looking at the flood maps. If we can get him back, I'd like to ask John and Colonel Spencer about this very topic, because I think a lot of people are really curious about it.
Yep, I'm getting him up. So in just a second, we should have him with us. We didn't even have to say urban.
Somebody say urban?
We actually did. We conjured you up.
Hey, I've been enjoying the conversation, listening in. I just really can't stay away from this space the last few days, and just thought I'd join the conversation. I really don't have any questions or anything to say. I'm looking forward to Yehuda's updates and the fluidity of the battlefield.
Yeah, we all do, and he should be with us shortly. But CJ had a question, if I may just hand it to him. He had a question in regard to floods and flood levels.
Yeah, sir, I was wondering if you'd seen the missile strike in Kryvyi that destroyed the dam and is flooding the inglets. There's several villages that are in some dire trouble, but from the military point of view, it left a lot of us scratching our heads, because it seems like, well, it's going to hold the center of the line a little bit easier for the Russians temporarily downstream. It's going to have some bad effects. I wondered if you had looked into it too closely, and sort of how it compares to what Ukraine did in Kyiv in terms of flooding some areas in order to gain some basic tactical advantage.
Colonel Spencer, you're breaking up. You're breaking up. That doesn't sound good. Colonel Spencer, if you can hear us, you were breaking up. It was intermittent, like Daleki. If you want to give it a try again.
Hello?
Perfect. Loud and clear. Keep driving in the same lane. That didn't work.
Damn it. How about now?
No, that's okay. It's okay. Yeah, perfect. Keep going.
I probably need to do the update that people were talking about earlier. So CJ, the question is why? What the Ukrainians beautifully flooded 3 separate rivers, the Irpin and the 2 basically adjacent rivers to the Irpin, to funnel Russian forces onto very few avenues of approach to make the problem of defending terrain a lot easier. So in this situation, I don't have the tacit ability to walk the ground and have a greater understanding. Is it just it sounds like it's just a feeble attempt at putting a block out there and hoping to buy time. But I haven't looked into the actual terrain analysis and look back to the experts in the space on understanding the terrain of Kherson and what that would do to creating a flooded area, right? Because it sounds like they're just trying to buy time. They're being desperate, but that's kind of my assessment. I mean, the 3 flooded rivers in Kyiv were just beautifully deliberate, raising the level of the water so that you could not pass it along the length of it, especially once they blew all the bridges, and it really minimized the avenues of approach the enemy could take to come at their objective. So based on terrain analysis, why? Did you get that, or did I cut out?
No, that was fine. Absolutely clear. And I think CJ, that was very helpful. CJ?
Yeah, and I think I wonder, sir, if you think that based on Russia attacking this sort of very much bigger dam than I understand Ukraine to have sort of let loose, if you think they would be even considering blowing the Novakhovka Dam, which of course would be extremely much more detrimental than this by pretty much an incomparable amount.
Yeah, I would absolutely not put anything past the Russians, because what they do just sometimes, even tactically, just doesn't make sense. Whether it's just out of revenge or in a feeble attempt to take out infrastructure, which we've seen. But is there the true question? Is there a real tactical reason, or is it just out of literal anger, revenge, spite, or the last one where you're trying to buy time? So I wouldn't put it past them, and that would be a significant hint to the area I know. Hopefully that they just don't have the capability to do it.
All right. I think we have a question coming up from, sorry, hold on, can I see this? Piotr, you had a question, I apologize.
No, there's a point to what had been said about Russia in the future of rebuilding its military. So I'll pass because I know John's here and he's got some more interesting things for others who want to hear the military stuff. But thanks.
No worries. Then Peter, you had a question for John.
I'll stand aside. It was more for CJ. I wanted to ask a question about our U.S. troops in Europe right now on the front lines and their training and readiness levels. But John's giving the update. John, it's been great to see the excellent work you've been doing in the media. I think you've been hitting some home runs out there and being very accurate. So I'm very keen to continue to hear your perspectives.
Thanks, Peter. And this is where I come to get analysis, and I'm honored to have to be asked my thoughts on what's going on, and to assure people that they understand this is about the Ukrainian fight. In this situation, I truly believe they had better intelligence and moved faster, which is interesting. CJ, I hate the striker, but you can't deny the fact that a lot of this was about operational mobility, just getting forces into a location faster than your enemy could move. So maybe there is something to that medium weight formation that can move very quickly, because in operations sometimes that matters, especially with the air is taken out. So air assaulting and things like that can be taken out. I thought that was an interesting thing that I'm thinking through, because I hate the striker, but that's in urban warfare. But this was about intelligence, superior intelligence, which Sun Tzu even said was the most important thing in war, and that hasn't changed from 2,000 years ago. And then the operational art, which this campaign of this last week will strongly be used in understanding the elements of operational art. But that speed and tempo are really, man, look at that. So something to wheeled vehicles, I guess.
Well, and that,
Hey,
oh, sorry, Peter, go ahead.
John, yesterday we had Ben Hodges on the space, and he appeared to be very impressed with how well the Ukrainians picked the culmination point of the Russians in the Donbass on that front. And he spent some time talking about just how they were so accurate in timing their culmination and then launching their counterattack. It goes back to Clausewitz, but he seemed to be very, very impressed by that. Have you had any similar reflections on their timing and their use of intelligence?
I mean, absolutely. This is my part where I start to kind of I caught most of General Hodges' speech, and he's a go-to. Like, rarely do I disagree with him. There are some other generals on TV that I just blatantly disagree with on how this unfolded, and really, unless you were on the general staff, you don't know. But to be so bold as in, Kherson was so faint, it wasn't the main objective. Look, some of this is literally the fog and friction, but you cannot question the fact that the Ukrainians have better intelligence, real-time intelligence, all the way down to the unit levels that they're facing against. But they also have the speed and mobility to respond to openings that were presented. We had a great talk last night with Craig about the concept of maneuver and blitzkrieg and things like that. So I think that there a little of this was you have to move forward and engage your enemy to discover his true status. Clearly, if you listen to Michael Kaufman's about what was discovered, what was left in position, like the Rosgardia, the LPR, and the formations that were left, which he thinks are just crazy for the Russians to do. But once that penetration point was discovered, to be able to mass that formation in there. So I think it's a little different for me than Clausewitz center of gravity, which is really your opponent's source of power, although the Ukrainians have been picking apart at that. That's why I don't think that this plan was. I mean, this plan has been weeks and weeks in development, as in taking out the source of an artillery-based army's power is their artillery and logistics and artillery guns. But what I love about this operation was, one, Kherson is a beautiful operation that there's nothing that's lesser about it. It is. We've all been talking in this space about for weeks. It is a massive offensive operation to liberate Kherson. The Russians responded in unknown ways that we don't even know. Like, we know they maneuvered forces south. That's great. The Ukrainian had the intelligence and the planning, and they decided on a robust, bold, audacious course of action to respond to the enemy's response to their operation and launched a secondary. Whether it was when did they decide to plan it, I really don't care. It's how they executed it, how they mobilized and hid forces so well, and then got them. I mean, it's 100 miles from where this started to where they've been advancing. That's impressive to be able to move forces. And as you discover enemy weaknesses or that your enemy is unfolding, it requires more forces moving faster, more logistics. And that's what's most impressive to me in their ability to do this maneuver and discover not only the intelligence they had beforehand, but to discover the enemy that they're engaging, and then what we call basically exploiting. So I think that's where I differ a little bit. It's just military talk, right? That the Ukrainians organized this other offensive in the Donbass, discovered such a great weakness that they then follow on, basically a sequel order to exploit that with massive aggression. Exploited those weaknesses that the Russians were not fighting in most cases. Or if they were, then allocating and massing. So that's a lot of what Clausewitz talks about is having that he calls it genius, to have that battlefield intelligence and then to appropriately respond based on your years of study, better planning, basically out thinking and out moving your enemy.
John?
Did you get all that?
Yeah, it sounded for a second as if you were breaking up, but it's fine. We got it. And we are getting Yehuda up.
Go ahead, CJ. Do you want to comment that I said that?
Well,
I
think
artillery.
Well, no, I'm not going to disagree with you there. But what's super interesting is the effects you kind of mentioning on the Russians are huge. For example, today in Zaporizhzhia, basically 2 Ukrainian platoons attempted a very small breakthrough, and Russians were screaming on Telegram saying that here was the next offensive. That the Ukrainians have divisions, and they shifted battalions and battalions of their own troops to respond to what was likely a very small Ukrainian force. So now they're running scared all over the place, right? This is a secondary effect that probably wasn't the main, intent, but is definitely happening. What I want to ask you about, sir, well, before we go to Yehuda real quick, because I know he's got some big important updates. Is
I don't.
Oh, okay. Then I will take a tiny bit more time, which is when we had Phillips O'Brien on today, who's a great military, strategic studies thinker and a great friend to Ukraine as well. He had mentioned in his Atlantic article that one of the key reasons why Ukraine was successful was, as you mentioned, Kherson was not a feint. I want to make that clear. But the second thing he had mentioned was the fact that Ukraine had changed their task organization for this Kharkiv fight, right? You had mentioned modularity, you had mentioned strikers, and sort of your ambivalence towards them in the American army. But what Ukraine had done is retask org their combined arms battalions to basically have, 1/4 of the tanks that they normally do and many more AFVs, infantry fighting vehicles and other armored vehicles than they normally would. And this would have 2 effects, right? One, they could be a lot quicker. 2, they would also consume less fuel and ammunition, so they could technically, spread out their lines longer and longer. And so I guess my question for you, sir, is as we pride ourselves in the American army of having, the most modularity and flexibility, could you see us ever changing to that kind of format or changing a task organization in the middle of the war? I mean, how was Ukraine able to do that so successfully? Because that's a pretty big change, to change how you've trained for years and years suddenly and to also be so successful with it.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. So, I mean, these are the videos that we're seeing, right? We see a Humvee here, a technical pickup truck there, a tank, a Bushmaster, an MRAP. It's quite amazing, and you could only do that. And I don't want to just stick with the bumper stickers, but you can only do that because of the soldiers and the values you have in those soldiers, in trust, in them accomplishing the mission and not being rigid in your how they get it done with what, right? And this is that autonomy that I felt in being a part of the invasion in Iraq, where you would be surprised, even the 173rd, where we were taking pickup trucks and incorporating them into operations and doing some very bold things because of necessity. And necessity, I think I actually heard your question to the professor about tactical ingenuity, that we're seeing it in spades because it does get down to soldiers. I mean, you can invest in kit, and great weapons are great combat multipliers, but it matters on who you hand the weapon or the mission. And I think this is again why even I don't know if you saw the Chief of Staff of the Army's lessons from Ukraine, and it talks about mission command, and I got that. But what it doesn't say is that our number one tool is the soldier. That's where land power is different than armies, navies. Is the soldier is the weapon, and that gets into that trust and the leadership values and all that you allows you to do this. So yes, that rapid reorganization, rapid mobilization, tactical, Dr. Liam Collins wouldn't allow me to call it innovation, but tactical, ingenuity, is a reflection of the values of the military's fighting, right? And this is why we continue to not see it in the Russian military, and it's just not there because it's a force design and leader development model that doesn't allow for that flexibility and completely making new things up, which is insane. But that's what I get out of that. That I agree with you, and that's a great study and how they cobbled forces together to create a task organized formation for the direct target. But let's not forget that they also did this with regular army, the Ukrainian army, National Guard units. We know that our friend Malcolm Nance is there with the Legion. We know that they brought follow-on forces of territorial defense. Some of those units in Izium and stuff like that, those are territorial defenses being used in very unique function in ways. So this is, it's amazing, but to me, it's hopefully giving everybody a view into the best model of a military allows you to do these things.
I'll jump in. CJ, at least from a battle group commander or combat team commander, especially for those courses that we do here, the added complexity that I've always found. Yeah, can you hear me? Hello?
John, it seems John can't hear you. We can hear you. John, if you can't hear Yehuda, then this is one of these typical glitches.
I cannot hear anybody. I see CJ clapping his hands, so hopefully he heard.
Yeah, he heard your response
to his answer.
We can all hear you,
okay,
but
great.
seemingly you can't hear anybody else than me. I mean,
well, that's good. I mean, I really like listening to you. I actually do have to pop off, Axel. And
that is too kind.
I hate to pop in and out, but I have been in the space, not as much as you, right? So I think you deserve special recognition for the number of hours you commit to being our host and co-host. But I've been listening a lot lately, and I just can't stay away because I learn every day, and I'm learning from the Ukrainians, and I hope we all are.
I commend you.
Amen.
Amen. Oh, see, Yehuda can hear you. That's great. John, Yehuda is violently in agreement with you.
That's great. Well, tell everybody, since I can't hear them, that I said hello, Godspeed, and I will be back later.
Okay.
I'm jumping off for kid pickup and stuff.
All righty. Talk to you in a little while.
Good.
Thank you, John.
Thanks.
Much appreciated.
Thanks, brother. Later.
Hey, CJ, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, one of the big complexities when we do our let's just say the course to be a major and then colonel, just to make it easier for the audience, we don't ever really have a set composition. It is modular. Yeah, we get a rough idea. We're going to need infantry and armor, but we're going to get different types of, it could be more infantry or more armor, maybe no armor. It's never really no armor, but when you have smaller armor cut away to you, you can't really split it, so that factors into your plans. And then we're given these different scenarios in which to plan and to do our estimate, do battle procedure. So I'm just saying that I'm pretty sure you guys do that as is. I'm not sure about your experience with it, but yeah, I from my understanding, I think you do have that modularity, and it's actually we train to do it on the fly. Like that's when we're supposed to do it, right? Because you don't know what your commander is going to give you, basically. Or maybe I misunderstood.
Yeah, no, I mean, we could get into like the difference between like operational control, tactical control, but I mean, the difference I think really is for a NATO unit, you would expect to get like an attachment, right? For so people that don't know, maybe you might get like a special, unit that has a special skill, whether it be bridging or artillery, something that temporarily brings, a new capability. But what Ukraine did in this situation was they completely changed, who was driving what types of vehicles in which sort of ways. It was pretty much the most drastic changes you could imagine, which is why it's a little bit difficult for me to wrap my head around But it's just more credit to them. So, it's not just about, of course, learning how to drive these sort of different vehicles, because at the end of the day, a car is a car, but it's more about incorporating them over such large distances under, against an enemy that, as we saw, probably outnumbered them too, which is pretty incredible that Ukraine went on the offense in that regard. So, I mean, maybe it's different in other places, but that much change you wouldn't expect to see in sort of any other army, I don't think, and have it go well. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, tracking that for sure. All right. Who's there? Scriber, Piotr.
Yeah, my question had been for John. I was very curious to hear his thoughts on this, growing potential for the Ukrainians to start increasingly target, Belgorod or Russian territory. So I don't know if you or CJ have any thoughts on that.
Sounds like an artillery type of question.
Well, there's as we saw today in Belgorod, there was 2 villages evacuated, and Russia said nominally it might be because Ukraine was shelling them. They showed a video of one of these towns that had been shelled, and inside the courtyard of the town was a bunch of ammo crates, right? So it's not like if Ukraine's going to strike over the border, they're not just doing it, willy-nilly, you might say, right? It's going to be after legitimate military targets, unlike Russia does. There's still a lot of Russian troops in Ukraine. I think, as we've seen, Ukraine's going to prioritize that first, right? Although there are some key areas they could hit, they're far more concerned with, getting the immediate relief to the troops in the battlefield. I think this will be definitely a bigger consideration as this war ends its, final termination, whatever that looks like. If it ends up with Russia still shelling Ukraine from their side of the border, even though Ukraine's reclaimed all of their territory, then I guess it's sort of a different question. But Ukraine's shown no reluctance to strike back at Russia, whether it is Russian troops in occupied Ukraine and occupied Crimea, which is also Ukraine, or in Russia itself. We know some countries that have given aid have been reluctant to, for that very reason, but I think that's lessened greatly. I mean, we already know at least American weapons are being used in that way. So I think the gloves are off, and that's fine. I mean, the gloves came off when Russia, did the invasion in 2014, and they've been off ever since. So, that's really not up to me. But there's definitely a lot of ways Ukraine can strike back. And the last thing I'll say here is, at least in Izium and Kharkiv, Ukraine captured, what's the equivalent of almost all of the foreign military aid, that many tanks and artillery pieces, something on the order of, 150 to 200 tanks and almost 200 artillery pieces. So they pretty much doubled the donations overnight, thanks to Russia. So their capabilities to defend themselves really are just that much greater for it. So they're somewhat thankful in that regard.
Just to follow up on that then, I have my perspectives on it, and they're evolving over time because this isn't as much of my intricate focus. But, for me, I look at it as Ukrainians defending themselves and resistance against the invading forces of Russia. But then if they were to start conducting more frequent and persistent, or consistent rather, strikes into Russian territory, that potentially, at least from some analysts, some people's views, would change the narrative of war, and that it's no longer just about defending one's homeland and territory, but actually becoming, more of an offensive inclined group. And that may change the narrative of Russia. That may change, NATO's willingness to support Ukraine, because they're now, becoming more offensively inclined than just purely defensive. I'm curious for your take, or Yehuda's, or anyone's on that.
Well, I'd just start off by saying, yeah, I mean, I think I know what you're getting at, and it's a valid point, right? Russia put down this red line that if we get struck by ballistic missiles on our territory, we'll do X, Y, and Z. And the reality is, Ukraine's done at least, 10 to 20 missile strikes on Russian territory, and maybe up to 10, cross-border raids, either by helicopter or ground, and there's been no retribution, right? So it's interesting that as that red line has crumbled, Ukraine realizes that they have a lot more flexibility, unless Ukraine changes their, strategic goals or intent, right? Which, as far as I understand them, are, all territories occupied since 2014, nothing more. If that were to change, I think I would maybe agree that other countries would maybe change how willing they are to give aid. But, I can only speak for the American perspective, and the American strategic goal is not to, diminish Russia. It is primarily to help Ukraine win, and Ukraine's defined that winning. So as long as Ukraine is acting to that end, which we've seen no reason that they won't, then I think that aid will continue. And again, as we're waiting for the next 24 hours here, there's going to be a new aid package, possibly ATACMS, and your question I think will be even more relevant then, because then Ukraine will be able to strike more than 300 kilometers. So pretty much a lot of options get opened up if Russia continues to act aggressively, which it seems like they will for the short term at least.
But CJ, the thing is, so everyone knows, the Americans, the West knows that Ukraine has no designs on Russian territory. It's a non-starter. But I mean, as you said, and their escalate to de-escalate would be if they felt that there was actually a threat to the country. These cross-border raids to interdict supplies or whatever, the Russians know that they know exactly what it is. I think the key is, and they have struck and not Crimea. I'm talking about inside Russia itself, and we're not seeing these responses because they're not stupid. And with the ATACMS coming into play, what they can do is they can start striking, staging areas and collection points for logistics and supply further deep in Russia before it even gets close to the Ukrainian border. They can really limit Russia's ability to wage another war, and that's a good thing. It's something that'll keep them at bay. And as long as the Ukrainians can do that, the Russians won't, they won't pose a threat anywhere near what they have so far. So I hope it does come. If they do grab the Crimea, it's funny, even with not even with the ATACMS, I don't think, but they would be within range of Putin's summer palace. Did you know that in Sochi? Interesting. Food for thought. Alrighty, let's go to Scribe.
Hello, guys. This is actually a comment from what the person before John Spencer said about things about supporting Ukraine. Did you guys know that there's a Ukrainian online shop called Be Brave that's now online?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm looking into buying some of their soap soon. So just want to make that comment.
It's a great thing to do by President Zelensky, highlighting the quality of the artisanal and overall handicraft products, as well as many, many other consumer products, which can serve as gifts, souvenirs, and very useful tools and toys, which could be bought by people abroad.
And I know, because I use soap at least once a week, and I know that soap is good. So definitely, it'll last a long time. Thank you for that, especially if you use it once a week. Let's go. What is it? Finance, Tony, and Artem.
Thank you, Yehuda, CJ, Axel. I have discovered an amazing place where my love of finance and my love of trolling Russians can come to an amazing convergence, and you guys might have the answer for my key question. I know I ask often how much equipment appears to have been acquired by the Ukrainians in this offensive, as the Russians appear to have done the brand new military tactic of drop all your stuff, don't destroy it, and run for the hills. Only seen in the Russian military planning book, never before heard of. So what I want to know is I know I often ask how much stuff, but I really would love, do we have any estimates on what the sort of like overall value of the shall we say aid package of that equipment is? CJ, maybe you know the value of the new Russian aid package to the Ukrainian armed forces?
In terms of gear that was captured and not destroyed or damaged, it was, as of yesterday, $770 million.
And that's since when?
And that was from beginning of September 4th to September 11th in just Kharkiv.
In just Kharkiv. So that's not even counting the other parts of the offensive?
No. So and that when that report came out, that was actually about 36 hours ago, so it doesn't include the 80 new captured pieces today. So it probably is close to 1 billion as of right now of donated Russian gear that Ukraine can and will use.
So since September 7th, Ukraine's captured probably over $1 billion of stuff.
Yep, and it's also, correct me if I'm wrong, finance, but I believe their pre-war, defense spending was about $4 to $5 billion. So pretty much, a 25% boost in a week.
I just wanted to ask, like, where does that put Russia, like, since September 7th on the list of people spending money on the Ukrainian armed forces? Like, if I wanted to say, suggest to, like, put a little graphic together or something, or talk to the marketing department of the Atacamps brand cigarette company, we always look for new ways to discuss the equipment of the Ukrainian armed forces, and perhaps the amazing new copium sales. We decided we couldn't let the market opportunity go away, so we just got into the copium business. It's about the only product that's going up in Russia right now. Well, besides smoke, there's lots of smoke in Russia, Russian occupied territory. But no, in seriousness, if I want to put a little graphic together, where would that $1 billion put them? Like, just under the US, but over the UK? Like, where's that put them? 2, 3, 1? Like, where does that put them on the list of donors to the Ukrainian armed forces?
I think it's going to be less than the U.S., but I know we have Tony here, who I think has worked for Financial Times before, so I would definitely defer to someone that knows a bit more. But it certainly is quite a lot of money. $1 billion is a lot, and I have nowhere near that, so I'll defer to people that have more money than me.
Tony?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that. I can look it up.
Oh, also, did we just lose CJ? Oh man, I was hoping CJ, or actually Yehuda, might be able to answer us. I know a lot of this spending that we have to do is also the transport and logistics for that, but the Russians so kindly already transported all this stuff like right to the front. I know many of it will have to be pulled back because the Ukrainians wouldn't field reactive armor made out of cardboard, and they're going to have to break down some of these trucks that are shall we say, of questionable import. But given the impressive ability of them to transport all this stuff right to the front lines, how much does that save? Yehuda, Tony, anyone? Axel?
I think it's hard to quantify that. I mean, if equipment is not near the theater, then it's completely useless. So I don't know how you put a number on that.
No, the reason I was hoping Yehuda was up is actually he probably could, because as an officer, the CJ might be able to as well, only because we actually have like cost ratios of getting heavy equipment, tanks and IFVs and things from here in the States to over in or in the UK over to the theater of battle, right? Obviously, it's going to be a higher cost if you're moving it from the States, and a lower cost if you're moving it from Poland or something. But I'm sure there's actually somebody who has run those numbers. I have 100% trust that is absolutely something. If our friend Craig was awake and up here, I'm sure he could probably give us some help too. Unfortunately, it seems we are out of the people who might have those off the back of their napkin. But yeah, so that also means it's more than $1 billion of equipment. It's $1 billion of equipment plus probably 50+ million logistical support and then some, which is awesome. Axel, are you awake to run hands, or am I helping out till you're back?
No, that was a good idea for you to come up, because I was just about to answer a couple of questions from Canada. So if you don't mind, I will switch you in. And I also brought Ryan. So we have a full North American team, albeit that it's transatlantic at the moment.
I miss co-hosting with Ryan. Sign me up. Ryan and I can do a little space for old time's sake.
Thank you, Axel. Unfortunately, I have no idea what the order of hands was, so I'm going to let finance fall on that sword. Oh, maybe Axel can jump back in and straighten me out.
Oh, no.
Mic check.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I hear somebody yawning here a lot.
Must be finance. We'll take the order of hands, left to right, top to bottom. Tony, go ahead.
I have one comment and also one question. So the comment is about economics and war finance, and arises out of a piece that Adam Tooze wrote a few days ago, written in a rather panicky tone about the risks of Ukrainian financial implosion if the West were to neglect helping Ukrainian government out with this budget deficit. And it struck me as almost inconceivable that, given the political and other risks, technological risks that the West had undertaken by donating military goods in kind, that they wouldn't then follow up with dollars. And so I thought the tone of it was completely wrong, and that this isn't really a significant risk going forward. So that was my comment. The question is about what the military experts thought the long-term defensive posture of Ukraine might look like, given that it seems very likely that they'll be able to retake all or most of the territory that they lost since 2014.
I would say that yes, the Ukrainian economy is currently on life support, and given the overwhelming support they have received by European nations and America, among others, the likelihood that everyone would turn their backs on them once this war concludes is slim to none. There will be overwhelming amounts of investment opportunities, and Ukraine has a highly educated population. So I think people will be tripping over themselves to help assist Ukraine financially and just invest in the country for their own personal reasons when this war concludes. Ukraine was a budding democracy and economy before this, and I think they have showcased to the world that they are moving forward once they win this war, going to be an investment grade country. And I'm speaking from a non-finance background. That's not my wheelhouse. So maybe finance can answer that a little better than I can. And I'm sorry, can you repeat your second question, please?
The second question was about what a long-term defensive military posture of Ukraine would look like, practically speaking, on the assumption they managed to retake all or most of the territory they lost recently at the beginning of the war.
I think they will take a very aggressive defense posture. I don't doubt that nobody will question what air defense is doing in Ukraine moving forward. But first and foremost, they need to secure the territory that has been invaded. And it wouldn't surprise me at all that they kind of beef up their defensive posture. Not to say that they weren't in the past, but now it's been made clear that, you know, Russia wants to invade them. Not that that wasn't clear to Ukrainians prior to now, but they have a fairly advanced defense manufacturing capability before this war even started. They, if I'm not mistaken, they were the ones building the rocket motors, or some of rocket motors that were utilized by Russia. And they were a defense industry powerhouse in the USSR. They built some of the nuclear weapons or key components of them during the Soviet era. So I think they may look a little bit like South Korea when this is all done. Hopefully we can negotiate a long-lasting peace instead of some 50-plus year ceasefire situation, and we can avoid having any demilitarized zone as has been seen on the Korean Peninsula. The more Russia can be vanquished once and for all on the tail end of this war, the better off Ukraine will be. But I don't think that will help any Ukrainians sleep at night. And the Ukrainian government and defense ministry will do everything needed to assure long-lasting safety and security of Ukrainian citizens.
If I may quickly add to that, I think it would be wise splitting this into different time horizons, simply because it's difficult to tell, one, when the war will end completely, under what conditions it will end, and therefore, how much the Ukrainians are going to securitize their borders. I think Zelensky or the government already came out earlier today or yesterday and stated that they will be, severely and heavily fortifying the towns that they've already recaptured, and this will only be, reiterated as they regain more territory. As to, a large portion of this also depends on what happens with Russia, in the sense of how much it becomes a bit of a vassal state to China, or if there's some kind of internal breakdown of the government, and therefore even I don't think you'd see a civil war, but severe power struggle potentially. Generally speaking, this is the most securitized Europe is going to be for a long time. Macron's push for a European defence force or army is, I think, going to gain more traction. Finland's going to fortify its borders. I mean, let's not even talk about the Baltics as well. And then obviously Belarus is a factor to consider. What Lukashenko does with, in light of what happens with Russia, will try and veer away from Russia and get closer to Europe somehow. Will that therefore mean Belarus becomes more of a bridge state or a buffer state? That, a lot of questions around that. And then there's also just the timescale by which the Ukrainians will be able to join the EU, and also if they choose to try and pursue full-fledged membership with NATO as well, both of which will take several years just because of the amount of restructuring and compliance that they have to meet for both organizations.
Absolutely. And I suspect that some of the reason that Putin does not want to withdraw completely from Ukrainian territory so he can ensure that they have a contested border, which would preclude them from becoming a full-fledged NATO member. If I'm not mistaken, NATO is hesitant to admit any new member nation that has a contested border, and I suspect that's part of the reason that Russia invaded Georgia and invaded Ukraine.
100%. Russia's prevailing grand strategy, you could argue in some ways, is just one of pure destabilization. And so destabilization means ensuring a constant state of flux, a constant state of volatility, to ensure the prevention of countries like Georgia, Ukraine, even Romania or Moldova with the Transnistrian aspect from being part of NATO because of, the fear of what that means for their national security. So yeah, 100%.
Exactly. And Finance, if you want to recap on the financial side of his first question, please be my guest.
Could I get a brief recap, since I was in the middle of glitching out of Twitter, where I lost the ability to speak, listen, hear, or enjoy the Twitter experience, courtesy of everyone's favorite Twitter glitches. So could I get a quick, I heard something, I think it was about credit quality of Ukraine's government, but I'm not sure what the exact question was.
Hi. It wasn't really a question, but it was a comment, but you can take it as a question. The comment was that Adam Tooze, widely read commentator on economics, politics, history, wrote on his blog recently that he thought there was a serious risk that the West wasn't really understanding the financial risks, financial strain Ukraine is under and would continue to endure during the war, and that there was a risk that it would all implode. The implication being then that the war effort would suffer. I thought that the tone of that blog was far too panicky, to the point of almost being ridiculous. My reason being that the political and technological and all of the risks entailed in donating equipment in kind in military goods was so great that it seemed inconceivable that they wouldn't follow up with what is a much lower risk activity, which is just giving money. So since they'd gone to the trouble and the personal cost of giving up military equipment and handing it over to the Ukrainians, it seemed inconceivable they wouldn't follow through with a simple aid donation.
Yeah, so I actually said something along those lines. Really, I've given a more nuanced answer, which is, since I've had to discuss on this space the Ukrainian budget situation for basically since I've been a contributor. So March to now, what are we at now? 6 months, 7 months? Good Lord. It's almost month by month, because given the war situation, and there's, we could talk about things Ukraine could do to help their government financing out here or there, but there is no actual policy that would fix their massive hole in their budget caused by the war, right? Tax receipts down 40%, mainly due to the war, at the same time as they have a massive increase in expenditure due to their military being massively expanded. Again, they have to win the war. And if you have to blow out your budget, you do that because not being genocided is just more important than not being genocided is more important than fucking anything. Pardon my French. Not being genocided is more important than hyperinflation. It's more important than defaulting on all your debt, etc. To an extent, I'm actually shocked that the easiest answer would be to have given Ukraine some or all of that frozen Russian central bank money, because you can't find a reason to hand over Russian assets when they're in the middle of committing a genocide. I don't know when you can seize an asset. Like, at a certain point, the entire theoretical reason for laws and seizures, right, and handing something over for justice, like, I truly don't know what constitutes an acceptable reason to seize an asset if not genocide. So, I'm sure a lawyer could talk to me, could talk to you through it, but that's where I stand at the end of the day. There's 240 billion liquid assets frozen in friendly, bank accounts basically that belong to the Russian central bank. There's another, give or take, 90 plus billion. That number keeps going up, of illiquid assets. Think houses, things you'd have to sell, yachts, etc. But just the liquid assets could have prevented the Ukrainian debt default. In fact, it could have paid off all of Ukraine's foreign debt and financed their budget deficit, and they'd have extra cash to spare. Not that they'd have anything to spend on other than more weapons, which they would just use the way they're using their weapons now. So quite frankly, I've been shocked they haven't done that yet. So to an extent, while I completely agree with you, and I am aware that the people who matter in various budget departments, like the State Department, people who run sanctions, some of the key Treasury people in the U.S. Are aware of the Ukraine budget problem and how small it is for whatever, quite frankly, annoyingly stupid political reason that hasn't been dealt with properly, I feel, by the West, right? Ukraine is currently in debt default. Straight up, they are negotiating with their creditors to not pay off their loans during the war, which is better than having to, because again, like, they need the cash. Better that they be able to use their cash and not have to restructure their currency. But even better than that would be if they were getting enough assets that they didn't have to do that in the first place. So yeah, I agree with you that, but I sort of look at this on a month by month basis, because every single month it's, is the West and allies going to give enough cash to Ukraine to cover some of their debt deficit, all of their deficit, none of their deficit? Are they just going to run the printing press because it's at this point sort of one of the best of their bad alternatives when they can't make that happen, right? They don't have enough time to wait for that Eurozone bargaining process that everyone used for the Greece debt default, which was the Eurozone's knee-jerk response earlier in the war, months ago, March, April time. And everyone got bogged down in negotiations over, along standard Eurozone fault lines, where France and Italy tried to jam through a Eurozone debt facility Germany said, we don't want to socialize all Eurozone debt. Again, these are standard European arguments. Understand where both sides are coming from, but the fact that they allowed a genocidal war to be bogged down in that, to me, was just shocking, right? Like, guys, like, pull your head out of the sand and figure out a way to hand them some cash, because we're not talking about a big amount. Jeff Bezos could personally finance their budget deficit from now to the end of the year, and he would still be the rich, one of the top 4 richest men in the world. Like, it's not a huge number compared to the value of Western economies. So I've been actually quite shocked about how, to me, poorly this side has been dealt with. Like, it's been dealt with barely enough, but I am just shocked at how small the number is, and yet it still hasn't been covered. So I hear you, but man, I have been really underwhelmed with our response here.
Let's go to Peter real quick.
Thanks, guys. I just wanted to say I'm going to go, but I really appreciate the space and everyone. I think this is the longest I've actually spent in here, and it's been really, really interesting hearing all the varying opinions and having some good back and forth with everyone. So, yeah, thanks a lot, and have a great rest of your day, and Slava Ukraini.
Heroin Slava. And thank you very much. Come back anytime. We are here 24/7. My girlfriend thinks I have a new girlfriend, as a matter of fact.
Ryan?
Yeah.
I think there's a kind of bug that's made my profile invisible because I've been waiting for half an hour.
No,
Rusty.
we just went through a shift change, and I have no idea what the order of hands was, but go ahead, Rusty.
Okay, so I have a question about France, actually. So I was looking at, there was a guy earlier talking about the contribution, and I found a page called Kiel Institute for World Economy. And they have a page listing contribution from the different countries, very detailed. It's updated last on 24th of August. And it says that on the 24th of August, France had contributed 0.2 billion euros in war materials, and that's the same level that Norway contributed. And Norway has 5 million inhabitants, and France has 67 million. So more than 10 times the amount. So I wonder if there's any French people that can say something about France here.
Hopefully you provoke Ben into joining us, but I think it's probably 1 a.m. in Paris, so I don't know what the prospects are there.
But is there anyone that knows anything about why France is contributing so little? Just 10% of what Germany contributes?
Emmanuel Macron is in the Olaf Scholz playbook of Russian appeasement. He doesn't have the his lyrical isn't quite as bad. He doesn't seem to be they're at least turning all their nuclear power plants and not shooting themselves in the energy foot. But I mean, it's bad enough that Ben, our French co-host extraordinaire, to some of his recent comments in the past couple months. At one point, someone said, "Is this guy from Vichy?" And Ben's response was, "It's not Vichy, but he's certainly in the car in Nevers and driving his way there." So, if you know French geography, that would be on your way from Paris to Vichy. So, yeah, our supportive to Ukraine French voices are notably disappointed, and I'm putting this real politely, with their government. Their opinions on the leadership, and I use the term very loosely, of Emmanuel Macron as it pertains to Ukraine, tend to be around the commentary that you'll hear me make whenever I talk about Olaf Scholz, which ranges from the heavily negative to the special place in hell next to in Dante, that you can read about in Dante's Inferno. So that's sort of our view on France on this space, and our French co-host Ben is no different than the rest of us here. And if you want people to defend Emmanuel Macron and why they aren't spending money, yeah, we don't have a defense for it. Basically, Macron and his government stink, and as far as we understand, they just don't care. So yeah, that's what we've got. We also have a number of hands.
Could I ask just a quick follow-up? I'm
As
more
long as it's quick, we got 3 other hands who've been waiting longer than it took for me to crash.
Sorry. I'm more curious why media isn't talking about it. At least I haven't discovered France as the main topic. I've discovered Germany as the main country they're talking about.
Well, that's because Germany has a much more industrialized economy, and they have literal warehouses full of Gepard tanks that they could deliver with the stroke of a pen. The manufacturer of them has noted that they have the capacity to make delivery, and both Germany and France have spent more time wringing their hands than signing authorizations to deliver aid in the form of lethal or non-lethal aid. They both made gestures. Macron has traveled to Ukraine, but I think they're both kind of fence sitting and have been for quite some time and fretting over the what ifs instead of recognizing the situation on the ground and making solid commitments in support of Ukraine. I mean, they'll show up for a photo op, but when it comes time to sign a check or sign an authorization to deliver some equipment, they're lacking in their support. I think France deserves a few more fella bat boinks, or bonks as they're called, for providing sighting equipment that was used in Russian military hardware. But I can't explain why Germany's getting drugged through the mud more than France is. I think they both deserve equal measures of ridicule, and I'll leave it at that. I guess Germany's catching more of the heat because Germany has been warned numerous times that they were backing themselves into a corner with respect to single sourcing their energy supply. And every time they were warned about this by numerous American presidential administrations, among other people, they essentially rolled their eyes and claimed it was much ado about nothing. And here we are a decade later, and they were wrong, and everyone who advised them against Nord Stream 1 and 2 were exactly right. I'm not saying that they should have purchased American energy in lieu of Russian energy, but a healthy diversification of their energy portfolio would have been the wisest choice. Now, Russia quite literally had Germany over a barrel, and they're quickly having to get up to speed as far as sourcing new energy supplies. And that has caused a roller coaster as far as European energy prices are concerned. And that has a trickle-down effect for delivery of goods and everything else. Production of fertilizer and other finished products. It's just a short-term nightmare, but it's quickly being resolved. Honestly, it's happening at a lightning speed that even I didn't expect. But notwithstanding the short-term price shock created by Russia deciding to terminate deliveries of natural gas, these things will balance themselves out through free markets and price inequalities. The U.S. has already stepped up to become the leading provider of natural gas to Europe. Norway stepped in and took the lead role for a couple of months while American energy was basically ramping up LNG exports, but help is on the way for European energy markets. It just takes a little time. This isn't something that can happen on the drop of a dime. It's you have to think of it like a steaming freight train and not an F1 car.
I like freight trains.
So does Craig. Thank you, Axel. Let's go back to hands. I don't know how long anyone else has been waiting. Rusty, I'm sorry it took you 30 minutes to get through the queue, but I will go onward. Actually,
Onward is last. It is Artem and Anthony. I don't know which of the two is next. So normally we have the normal Thunderdome, but since we're going to be nice today, we'll just go in alphabetical order, which means Anthony, then Artem, then Onward. Anthony.
Thank you. Can you guys hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay. My question was actually for John Spencer, and he was still in here, but maybe one of you gentlemen can help me in regards to, I guess, public policy and urban warfare. U.S. is known for lots of firearms. Would having a more loose, I guess, Second Amendment in Ukraine assisted in the early days of the war and defending some of the areas as the Russians came in, and help that out more now as Ukrainians are taking those areas back over?
Nope. You need military training, military forces, and the likes. Civilians were overwhelmed by forces entering villages and passing through. If you have a gun, a regular gun, and you want to encounter fully armor-plated armed forces, you'll be toast.
All right. Yeah, thank you, Anthony. Artem.
Yeah, hello guys. Mic check is okay. You hear me?
Yep, you're good.
Yeah, I've heard about Ukraine educated population, and I would like to say a little bit about this. I work in a worldwide company. Yeah, by the way, I'm from Russia. Sorry for what my country do with. So I work with IT company, and I work with Ukrainians, you guys from Ukraine. And what I like to tell you guys, there is about 10,000 guys from the Ukraine IT folks, and this summer our executives told us that during the war months, during these few months from the February to the summer, the decrease of productivity was only 30%. That means 70% of productivity remain through this war months. Can you believe it? It's overwhelming me. And on the daily meetings, some of my colleagues from Ukraine, they had air raid alert. I'm not sure I'm pronounce it very good. I'm not sure if you understand me.
No,
Please.
you pronounced it perfectly. It's air raid alert.
Yeah, and can you believe it? Right in the middle of the meeting, they had this alert, and they told us, like, I'm sorry, guys, I have to drop, I have to go out. But some of them ignored this. I have a colleague from Vinnytsia city, and he ignored. He told that lots of these alerts every day, and we just don't care anymore. And that's personally, that's blow my mind, because me personally, after that February, I got into this doom scrolling, and I almost lose my workability, almost lose it, and they still work. And I saw the pictures of the Ukrainian guys who work in the basement with their laptops, sitting on the chairs with the laptops on their on the knees. That's, guys, that's something. That's something.
It's unfathomable if it's not a situation you've found yourself in before. We have a frequent contributor on the space. Her name is Olga, or Oscar, is her Twitter handle, and she has tuned in with us here on the Maria Report in the past from Odessa, and we could hear air raid sirens going on in the background while she was talking. It's a harrowing experience. I can't imagine facing something like that. The place I'm from, we frequently have tornado sirens go off, but those are natural disasters, not our neighbors throwing explosive munitions at us and trying to kill us. The bravery and heroism displayed by even everyday people in Ukraine is remarkable.
That's truly remarkable, and I think it's dozens of years and maybe hundreds of years will be remembered, and that's something. Well, what I've what I would like to talk about is yesterday we had such a wonderful speaker, Molly McHugh, and she had a very interesting point about Russian propaganda and Russian narratives, and like the Russian people is very passive in a political position, and it touched me personally. Please tell me to shut up if I speak too much about Russia, and I feel not very comfortable speaking about this country right now. But what I'd like to tell that indeed, the Molly was right. Russian is very passive in the political field, and I have a personal thoughts about this. Why this so? Because my father, he tell me like stay down, keep down, don't take it personally, don't ruin your life, please be careful. And that's, I think it's years of fear and dozens of years of fear makes them think like this. And also Molly told one more remarkable thing about Russian propaganda. There is a narrative about a whole West opposing the poor Russia, and that's very true. That's absolutely true. I see it in my friends, and I can confirm. I'm personally, I'm lose some friends and I lose some former colleagues because of this crack between Russian society, because some people really believe this narrative and they really took it personal. And some Russians, I don't know how many, but some strongly disagree. Can I say it? So
I wish more of them would strongly disagree and go in mass and voice their dissent in public. There are strength in numbers, as evidenced by the Ukrainians during the Revolution of Dignity. Regular, average, everyday human beings can show up and voice their dissent and change the direction of their country for the better if they all choose to band together. I get that there's an inherent risk in voicing dissent against your government, especially in Russia. But look to your neighbors in Ukraine and see how successful they were, and maybe encourage people, not necessarily in public, but in private, to follow in their footsteps.
You're right. You're right.
If Red Square filled up with citizens outnumbering the amount of police that were there to beat them into submission, they would quickly realize that the direction that Putin and the other oligarchs have led the Federation of Russia in is an untenable situation. I think with or without public dissent in Moscow or in other places of the Russian Federation, that lesson will be learned by the time this war is over. But Russia and Russian citizens like yourself will have to do some soul searching at one point or another and decide that they're not going to accept people like Putin robbing their country of its young men and its resources and its economic benefits.
It's a huge question for me personally. Why it's this? So my question, what I'd like to say, if anyone really deep into this propaganda narratives, please DM me, please ping me. I'd love to discuss. I think it's a huge social science for the future to try to understand. Like North Korea, why do they like this? Like, why do they act like this? And
I mean, like, it's oppression, right? It's how the population is controlled, bought into, and there's evolutionary pressure for people to act that way. All right, we have lots of hands still.
Thank you.
Onward, Christian Latner.
Yes, sir.
Loud and clear, sir. What do you got?
Okay. Also talk. I was also. It's my question's about from also based on what Molly McHugh's appearance on here yesterday. She had talked about how the West failed when the Soviet Union collapsed to have a plan for the post-Soviet area, and how in case the defeat of Russia, the Russian Federation, leads to the fall of Putin and the possible collapse of the Russian Federation, that there needs to be basically a Marshall Plan for not just Ukraine, but for the Russian Federation or whatever it looks like afterwards. And my question.
No, she didn't say that. She didn't say Marshall Plan. She said strategic plan. I was there. I had the interview.
Okay. Well, Marshall Plans,
The Marshall Plan is an economic reconstruction plan. She didn't say this. She said strategic plan as to how to deal with Russia. Different things.
Well, a Marshall Plan would be part of that. Would have to be part of that because.
No, there's nothing to. No, sorry, disagree completely. And she also didn't say this. It doesn't have to be this. That's complete tosh. You don't have to rebuild Russia. The Russians first have to build their own institutions. If they need help and guidance with it after whatever kind of revolution, reconstruction, whatever they have to rebuild their institutions. And it's completely fine for them to be poor because they have been subjugating people since the late 14th century. They have been consigning anywhere between 160 and 200 different folk and nations and peoples to oblivion by means of genocide since then. It doesn't really matter, and Monaco indicated this, it doesn't really matter how they fare.
Well,
if you believe that you want to help the Russians, I would please highlight to you, take your passport, take your blue passport if you have one, cast it aside, apply for asylum in Russia and help them do it. Other than that, live in freedom and let them wither on the vine.
All right, we're going to move on. I'm going to push, and I'm going to mirror Axel's comment with this very simple fact that embracing Russia into the modern world and financial and industrial ways of the free trade and enriching them did not bring them any closer to respecting human rights, territorial boundaries. All it did was empower them with cash, which they used for the new term of hybrid warfare. And it allowed them to rebuild their military industrial complex and try to commit genocide. Well, actually, first they did ethnic cleansing of South Ossetia and Georgia after they did horrific things to Chechnya. And then they supported the most horrific regime of Bashar Assad. And then we had 2014 Ukraine, followed by current version of the Ukrainian genocide. So, yes, supporting Russia and enriching Russia is not something that is necessary. If they want to get rich, they could absolutely have the resources to do it themselves. But if they want other people to help them do that, they need to first demonstrate that they are not an imperial complete disaster who subjugates and terrorizes their own people and all the other people around the world. How about all of that money be diverted to the people they just tried to kill out of the face of existence, the Ukrainians? All of it, every last time. All right, moving forward, Nancy, then Anda.
Mic check.
Loud and clear.
Excellent. Yeah, the question that Artem had, or the feedback he mentioned about air raid sirens, made me realize I literally had just read a snippet from one of the local news sources in Sumy Oblast, and And they noted, and this was from yesterday, that since the beginning of the war, they'd had air raid alarms 398 times. The total duration of the alarms was 17 days, 11 hours, and 43 minutes. And the average duration of the alarms is 1 hour and 3 minutes. Now, that oblast is in the northeast, so it is close, it is bordered with Russia, and it's not in direct conflict, but it's mentioned pretty much every day as having, daily shots over the border from Russia into that region. So it's, it's obviously going to be under assault and air raid alarms much more than, say, the westernmost areas. But for a still comparatively quiet area, when you look at it and realize that that's over 17 days, 10% of their total physical time is spent under air raid alerts since the beginning of this war in, like I said, a comparatively safe area. And it's just astounding when you look at just a simple metric like that. And I'm trying to see if I can find some current metrics across other oblasts as well, but I just got that info, so I just had started looking. I just wanted to share that.
Yeah, and when you live under the constant threat of attack and you constantly hear those air raid sirens, after a time you become a bit desensitized to it, much like a nurse would in an emergency room when you hear all those beeping alarms going off. If you're spending time with a loved one in an ER or in a hospital room and you hear something beeping, it immediately triggers you and you freak out thinking something's wrong and you can't figure out why the nurses don't come rushing in. And then you realize that they hear those sounds all day, every day, so it doesn't register in their mind. But the fact that Ukrainians have been able to go on with their lives in spite of the constant threat of death from above is noteworthy at the very least and admirable.
At the same time, it's extremely human.
Yeah,
because we get extremely quickly. We adapt. We are resilient as human beings, and the Ukrainians showcase what this means in wartime. And they are just showing how Europeans in the 21st century, when faced with genocide, attack, deprivation of sleep, water, electricity, food, can act, hold their wits together, still read poetry to their children in the bunker, still sing, still play guitar, still hope. And even in the deepest, darkest moments when they're tortured to death, write, "Thy Father," as a prayer on the wall with their fingernails in Balaklia. Whilst the Western media fails to understand or portray and highlight what happens, whilst they talk about soccer, football, basketball, the potential energy crisis, the food crisis, the lack of XYZ, the gluten-free sandwich which didn't taste well in the morning, the traffic on the M40 whatever, E6, Ring Road, Beltway, whatever. While some 2-year-old child somewhere in a deep dark cellar or just in a house in eastern Ukraine gets raped by a Russian invader. An older man gets shot in the head just for reaching out and trying to protect his daughter from getting raped in the street in a village. So please, all of you here on the space, you know me. We've seen enough of this shit. All right? If anybody wants to come up with a silly question as to why we do this, why it's being done, you all know we're more than 200 days into this. There's a lot more gory, terrible, atrocious stuff coming out these days. And none of the Western media, BBC, ITV, Tagesschau, Channel 4, you name it, NBC, CBS, all the wonderful, terribly adept, two sides of the coin, balanced view. We need to have additional verification because Ukrainian soldiers opening up a cellar, finding corpses, finding smashed skulls, finding bodies completely mutilated, finding tons full of petrol to burn off bodies in the moment whilst they were fleeing, them Russians. That's not enough? Not enough? Is it not enough? Everyone who comes up with a silly question in the next 48 hours, talk to me. Please, give me a reason. Just talk to me. I'll have a word with you. Short, quick. Today's imagery, today's data, things which are coming out of the free oblast of Kharkiv and the first few villages in Kherson is exactly what we expected. It's all what we knew to have occurred. And there is close to 90,000 people starving in Mariupol. So please, all of you kind listeners, today, make a resolution. Send an email, send a letter, call whoever you can call, open the door, go out, give your head a wobble, talk to your neighbor again, to your elected official, and push them hard. Ukraine needs more. It needs more guns, more ammunition. It needs Leopard 2s. It needs everything they can get. And it needs it now. Do not allow lukewarm media, wonderful people who can, have nice, wonderful kind of green room makeup and the likes, showcase you. Oh, and now we're moving to Wisconsin. No, you're not. Now we're going to do this. No, we're not. We're only going to do this here. And there's no escape for the West. If we fail to do anything else than this, we have failed morally. This is 1941. This is the moment where the decision is being made on the other side to go into industrialization of the extinction of people. They have started. They enjoy it. It's their culture. Don't let anybody fool you. They like it. They are sadist, uncultured. From 400, 500, 600 years ago, there's nothing to them which is worth protecting from our humor, our ridicule, and our disdain. But definitely, there should be nothing to them which can protect them from the righteous wrath, which will eradicate the Russian Empire of Mordor. It is enough. The imagery which has come in the last 12 hours is so vile, so bad, so beyond human. Act.
good night and good luck.
Thank you, Axel. Yeah, I'm not nearly as eloquent as Axel is, but I guess that's because some of the imagery and the videos I've seen within the last 24 to 48 hours have left me absolutely speechless. One of them primarily is the most recent tweet that I shared in my timeline of an individual who was kept for days on his knees in a field by a bunch of Russian invaders while they broke the fingers of an old man that they were trying to interrogate. And when he didn't respond by crying out in pain, they insinuated that all of the Ukrainians must be on drugs. And then when that man died, they buried him in a shallow grave in that field and gloatingly joked to the other Ukrainians who were sitting nearby being held hostage that when this was all done, they could come and dig up many more Ukrainians who would also be buried in that field in the days to come. It's unconscionable and abhorrent, and I'm at a loss for words to even express the disgust of some of the things. I try and refrain from sharing such horrible things because I know a lot of people don't have an appetite for that kind of visual imagery, but I think the time is now past from me considering or worrying about people's appetite for the horrors that are being committed against Ukrainians. The world needs to see what's going on. And if regular media outlets here in America or in European nations that aren't facing a genocide can't share that information, then it's high time that we do it and that we make our legislators and lawmakers keenly aware of what's going on as well. Anda, go ahead.
Good evening. After Axel and you, Ryan,
I went ahead and shared that into the nest. We try to not put, and there's no visual graphic imagery, but just watch the words the man says. I mean, he suffered as a hostage next to someone who was essentially executed by probably shock and exposure to the elements, but murdered nonetheless. And if you can't watch that video and not be moved to tears, then I don't have much to say. But I'm sorry I interrupted you. Please go ahead.
it's okay, Ryan. I think everybody here in the space understands and is able to relate and to feel both your pain and the Ukrainians, because they are at this moment in pain. These are indeed some gruesome examples, but unfortunately war is not what we see in the movies. Of course there are winnings, and for the past week, of course, we had all sorts of videos with people reuniting. Ryan, I think you have your mic on. And we tend to forget when we see towns being freed and the tanks and the Ukrainian soldiers entering in these towns we tend to forget that some of these towns were under Russian oppression for 6 months, and it wasn't a picnic. And we also tend to forget that we see what we see now. It's the winning side, but what we don't see is that in some places they still fight. So there are still some battles which are not filmed. You don't see the battles, and we tend to forget that people still die. And this is the reason for which I think this passion of Axel's for bringing more weapons to Ukraine lies in. We need to understand that this is not it. We are not out of the woods yet. The Ukrainians are not out of the woods. It's not over. It's just a big step forward, but there are still many territories to be freed. There are still many people in captivity. There are still many people who are still tortured, still raped, still dying from famine and disease. And because you must understand, when the Russians are in your town, you don't think, oh, my neighbor has cancer and he needs treatment, and oh, that one has I don't know, diabetes. That's not such an uncommon disease, and it needs treatment, and they are not getting any. So people do die, some being murdered and some being simply under oppression, and they need to be freed. And for that, the Ukrainians need support until they free the last town that is under oppression now. I will just add a plea, if you want, to think about what has been discussed in the last 15 minutes, and consider, if you have in your pocket $10, $15, which you think you can spare for someone who needs them, for someone who is in a hospital and needs some bandages, clean bandages, and clean sheets, and syringes, and stuff that you probably don't know they need, that are simply utilities in a normal hospital, but they need them, and they need them to be brought from outside. So if you have some money, even $2, please consider donating, and please consider setting up a recurring donation. Here in the space, MriyaReport supports MriyaAid, but you can use another donation, another foundation that you know and trust. But do what you can to help. If this is all you can do today, do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Anda.
All right. Thank you very much, Anda. Oh boy, we have hands galore here, so I'm just going to do my best. I believe, and I'm not positive on this, so if there's a big problem, sue me. You can reach me at 1-900-TRASH-CAN. Colloque, Lewis, Nancy, Tarish, Tony is, I think, our order. Again, if I'm wrong, you can put that lawsuit into 1-900-TRASH-CAN, and I will get to it. Never. Colloque.
Yeah, hello. Thank you very much. Thank you also the speakers before, Axel, very intriguing. Also, Anda, I think both of you are very correct. The war is not over yet. And we have to emphasize over and over again that it is not, and that support is needed. Sure. I want to go to a different kind of aspect, though, and that is a bit of a speculation, which is near in becoming a reality, which is the deconstruction of Russia. It has been, I was just tuning in, so I didn't catch all of the discussion, but I think it has been discussed before, and Axel was here in a dialogue before. With someone who was talking about the Marshall Plan, but I didn't catch it before, so I didn't get the entirety of it. But what I want to say is, so given there is something like a defeat which leads to a sort of deconstruction of Russia as we know it, so what can we expect? That is my question, my primary question. So what can we expect? I mean, I would say one possibility would be that Russia, as we know it, can keep itself in some form as we know it. And then, you know, it's not a question I want to pose. It's not so much answers. Then it would be an eternal struggle, wouldn't it be? I would guess. And
I mean,
here,
no. So
yeah.
let me say that. First off,
Please.
this isn't going to be. I mean, you could make some, like, metaphorical eternal struggle thing that Russia's been doing this since Ivan the Terrible, but this war is going to go indefinitely, right? Russia is internally collapsing, and what will force them to stop the war, right? They're not going to be able to regroup, retrain a bunch of people over in Molino and shoot them back into Ukraine, because so many people, like such a huge percentage of their military has died, and they're in such massive economic strain. Their budget has blown up into a huge deficit, paired with all sorts of other problems of their industry just breaking down sort of entirely, that there are just too many pressures on their economy for them to stay at war sort of indefinitely. So this isn't going to be so this isn't going to be like some sort of hot kind of conflict where it was like the Donbass, and it's sort of the 2014 to 2022. There's going to be some sort of settlement when this is over, and given the rate at which their army is collapsing, I am far less concerned about that looking like something that doesn't include Ukraine getting her territory back.
No, sure.
Like, this isn't going on forever. Like, they're going to have to stop because they're screwed, right? Like, they're screwed now, and it just is getting worse every week.
Right. No. I would have in my kind of speculation, this would have been already a state prior. So given, let's say, the war for Russia would have been completely lost, completely. So any territory of the Ukraine would have been given back to the Ukraine, let's say, in the treaty. Now my question is, what is going to happen to Russia? That is my question.
We don't know, quite frankly. M is one of our best on topics like this. As an analyst of such things, and we, even our best people here, nobody knows, right? There's just too many questions. Our most Eastern voices, right? We ethnic minorities from near Russia, like Kazakhstani, economist Mahdi, or people from ethnic minorities in Russia who come on the space. They generally are hoping for Russian breakup, but nobody knows for sure, right? Personally, it's hard to bet against the Siloviki just horrifically oppressing their way into victory. But like all sorts of things are on the table right now. Nobody knows. Roll some dice. Quite frankly, they still have nukes. They're a mafia gas station. But they do own nukes. Nobody's rolling tanks on Moscow. Like that's not happening, right? Like Ukraine's going to shove them out of Ukraine, right? Maybe they'll push a little bit into Russia if they start massing troops on their border just to make sure they can't attack them again. But they're not going to be rolling, like Ukraine isn't going to be rolling tanks on Moscow, St. Petersburg. And like they're not going deep into Russia with conventional troops, right? So given that that's not on the table, whenever this war eventually ends, Russia's going to have to work out for its own damn self, possibly violently, regardless of which side or which many sides wins or what comes out of it, how that's going to happen. And there's no way to know. There's no, like, the speculation is so broad, it makes no sense. And if you don't mind, we have a lot of hands. I'd like to get to them.
All right, sure, thanks.
But no, it's a valid question, but sadly, there is no way to know, right? Like, they're just...
Of course.
Yeah,
Of
all
course,
right.
sure. Thank you.
I totally lost my order of hands again. So I think we have Lewis next. And then we have Nancy, Terrace, and Tony, and I have no idea what my order is after Lewis. So Lewis, you're up, and then the other three. Lewis.
Hey guys, good evening. Just one quick note or two before I go to bed and try to sleep. To the topic that Axel also mentioned and Anda, I will not say anything. I will just tell you that after seeing the stuff out of the cities that are now liberated today in the afternoon, my son came from school and asked me what is going on, why I am so appalled. And I told him, my son, let us talk about this tomorrow, not today, because today I can't. I just can't. And I recall what I said 2 or 3 weeks ago to you all. We have to prepare for the cities that are being liberated now, that we will see this kind of stuff that we already saw in Bucha, Irpin, Borodyanka, and the other villages. But even if I tried to prepare, you cannot be prepared for such kind of things. That's why I will not say anything more. I will not describe anything that I saw.
No. I hear you. I am one of the only people that is sort of holding it together, and that's because I also got the news when Axel did, and I just started drinking heavily, and I am held together right now on alcohol and sheer large amounts of anger. So I'm with you, Lewis. We hear you. And I agree. Let us not continue with an explanation of the horrors and atrocities. We'll just leave it that they're Russia, and this is what they do.
Exactly. But let me tell you this. Tomorrow or the day after, I will explain what is coming out there. Because you all have to know this. You all have to know that when you go to bed...
Lewis, tomorrow.
Yeah, let me just finish. I will not describe anything. You have to know when you go to bed that this kind of things are happening. Not today, but tomorrow I will tell you. And another thing is there is another video going around from a girl in Frankfurt telling into the camera that she is grateful to Putin because he is killing all the Ukrainians. So this bitch is also on my target list. I already phoned today with my contact at the public prosecution office, and I already sent links into there. So tomorrow I will be filling the criminal case. So that's the second one. And if you see something like this, please send it to me. I have the contact, and the guy told me specifically on the phone that if I see some kind of stuff, I should hand it to him because they are following these things. Thank you, and good night.
Thank you, Luis. I did see we had a requester trying to come up, and as I brought them up, they were stuck in queue. So Greg, don't give up on us, come back. I think Taras and Tony were next.
Taras, Nancy, then Tony.
Taras, Nancy, Tony, thank you.
Taras, you still with us? Taras going once. Taras going twice. Taras has been on the space.
I'm here.
He's here.
I'm here. Could I skip for one speaker? I will be able to talk in a few minutes.
We'll get back to you. You got it, Nancy.
Sure. Thank you.
Yeah, Anda, I really appreciate how you expressed that information that everyone needed to hear, and Luis, the same as well. I recognize that right now, for the most part on Twitter, I am sharing the happier videos from the liberated areas of Ukraine. But also, I recognize that for every one of those happier videos, there are so many stories of tremendous loss, horrific criminality that has, in every village, destroyed community, and that it's clear that that is what they set out to do. We all knew this. We all knew this phase was going to be difficult, and yet we'll still see people who want to try and blame this on just one group within the Russian military structure. You know, oh, maybe it was isolated to this group or that group, and it is clear that Wagner Group, whoever else you may want to try and blame this on, that is wrong. This is every village. This is every case, which means this is every part of the Russian military modus operandi. And we who have been in this space on a regular basis already know that, but there are so many people who it's easier to look away, to not think about. And that's not the case. And one of the key things for us is going to be to take happiness in the joy of those reunions, but to take the despair and rage, absolute rage that we know we'll feel seeing these atrocities or hearing of them. That has to be translated into hardened resolve to continue to speak out and to continue to support getting the aid and the push and the equipment that Ukraine needs to get through the rest of this and get this crap over with. I think over the weekend, I think the number of documented war crimes that I'd seen reported was 35,000. God only knows how many are added to that just over the last several days. It's going to get a hell of a lot worse before it gets better, but it's getting better. And thank God that Ukraine has had the will to see this through. Because for so many of us who were raised with the concept of never again, we are so sick and tired of again and again and again. And this arbitrary violence and genocide must end with this fight for all of our children's sake.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Nancy. Among the least horrible thing I read about the occupiers of Izium in the last days was as panic set in near the end of the occupation, they just started shooting the Ukrainians who tried to leave at checkpoints. That was the least horrible thing I read about today. With that really happy note, Tony is up, followed by our good checkmark friend, Peter Duran. Tony.
Thanks very much. It's a little hard to follow some of the powerful.
Tony, I don't know what's going on with your audio, man, but you were sounding like a million miles away out of a radio from 1920.
Okay, put me back down the queue, and
No, that was magical. You're better now. I think you were just too far from your mic.
Okay, you can hear me fine.
Yep.
Okay. Just trying to back off the emotional side of the awful things that we've been reading about. They're kind of important substantively too, because they are going to cause, they're going to create a big issue for the post-war period, and what kind of restitution or justice can be sought, and from whom. We don't know what kind of agency Russia as an entity will have, and we don't know what will be feasible. But the more the scale of the war crimes mounts, just not doing anything about it is going to become less and less politically feasible for Ukraine, and also morally acceptable. So I don't know how that will be resolved. The other comment I wanted to make goes back to discussion that was going on about half an hour ago as to whether or not the West, for want of a better word, should seek to economically re-engage with Russia in what situation it finds itself in. And I think there are arguments on both sides. There is the hope, which is kind of an echo of the 1991 phase, that if you do that, then you can provide a kind of a carrot for Russia to integrate itself into a rule-abiding law of nations to the benefit of all. But as one of the other commentators observed, that didn't go so well last time. There's no, if you allow them to reintegrate economically, there's no possibility that you can hold them to any promise to behave well later if they enrich themselves by it. That being said, one can't and shouldn't tar one shouldn't, I don't think, seek to punish the entire Russian population for the sins of
Tony, how has it worked to integrate Russia and China so far into the global financial system? It has given them large amounts of money, and it has massively strengthened both of their military, industrial, and financial complexes. Has that brought any sort of human development to the broad populace of their country, minorities, or stopped them from being genocidal monstrosities?
Well, it's done good things and bad things. I mean, in China, it's lifted 1 billion, maybe close to 1 billion people.
How about do you count the Uyghurs in that, or how about the Tibetans? Do we count them, or do we just ignore them?
Oh, we certainly don't ignore them, and I'm not making a case for or against it. I'm just
okay. Well, I'm all right, so I'm stopping you right now.
On both sides.
Nope. All right. Let me be real clear. You're an economist. I'm just an MBA. So you can call me an economist or not. I do business. Genocide, lifting a bunch of people up economically, at the expense of murdering millions of people, especially of one specific minority, is an unacceptable trade-off. Now, I don't have this, you might say that I have this view really extremely because I'm Jewish, and across about 2,000 years of history, it was my people who everyone said, yeah, we'll just murder those people and we'll take all their money, property, whatever else they've gained. It will help out the people in our country. And that's cool. And that's a trade-off that many countries across Europe and the Muslim world made. And it's unacceptable and it's friggin' vile. So no, it is unacceptable to integrate a country into the West if they do not change to show that they are going to be respectful of human rights, that they are going to be respectful of minorities and the nations around them, and that they're not going to be genocidal monstrosities. China is in the middle of genociding 2 of the minorities in their country, and nobody in the world is doing a friggin' thing about it. Okay, people have been asking about China for years, and while I'm not known for particularly appreciating our last president, one of the things I did say is when he started tariffing China, I'm like, I don't know why we trade with China at all. Never again means never again. They're in the middle of a genocide. At the very least, 0 blood money, 0 trade. They want to trade, they need to stop genociding people. It's real simple. We don't do genocide here. No, there's no, hey, cost benefit. The benefit is some people got richer. The cost is up, they do some genocide. We maybe can get around that. No, we can't. When authoritarian hellhole countries get richer, they do genocide. That's what they do. That's how it works. It's unacceptable. If Russia wants to enrich itself and become a wealthy nation. Look, there were wealthy nations in Russia before. The Republic of Novgorod was not genociding people, was not Ivan the Terrible, not saying it was perfect, was a trading nation, was existent in the current bounds of the Russian Federation as an ethnic Russian polity. It was, in fact, a republic. So it's not impossible for Russians to run a republic that enriches itself and that is more respectful of human rights than the imperial Russia started by Muscovy and basically extant today in whatever the hell we call modern Russia. So I would say that no, we're not going to do a cost-benefit analysis of some people get wealthier in genocide. Not acceptable. We don't do it. We're going to move on to Peter. Peter. Peter going once.
Oh man, finance, Ryan. I have been stuck with the Twitter pox all day long. I actually think the audience here at the Maria Report is crashing Twitter's tech, which is a pretty good thing. I had 2 points because the conversation has struck close to my heart. I wanted to maybe share with this wonderful community a thought on housekeeping and a thought on what we do now, how we respond. First and foremost, finance, I thought you were right. People have to remember every day we live this war, every day we see what Russia does to Ukraine, and it raises in us, because we are normal human beings who aren't psychopaths, it raises within us this idea of indignation, of righteous anger. And, we want to talk about it. We want to describe for the world what Russia is doing, but we always have to remember we are in Twitter's garden. Twitter has rules. And what we don't want is to have Twitter suppress this space and say, sorry, you're going down into the basement because you're actually describing what Russia is doing to Ukraine. And if you're like me, you might think, oh, that's wrong. I mean, this is really happening. We can prove this. Why is Twitter doing that? But these are Twitter's rules. So finance as co-host, I think you were right to maybe veer us away from that. But that's my second point, because I hear a lot of frustration that I feel myself from this community when we see the crimes, when we see the torture, the brutality that Russia has unleashed on our friends in Ukraine. It moves our hearts. And we all were raised with this idea. I think we had a wonderful speaker just came up before who said, we thought never again. We were told never again, and it's happening again. And you're right. And here's the last thought I would leave everyone with, because it's something that we can all hold on. I have a Vishla barking at a Russian orc outside. Not really, she's barking at a squirrel. Okay. Here's what we can all do. I wrote about this in the Telegraph. Hey, Let's go. When I started to worry that the Russians would once again get away with their crimes, that they would once again flee the international system and not be prosecuted for it. And so when you look into the history of what has occurred, there's a troubling fact, and that is Russia got away with this already. And Vladimir Putin believes that he will be just like Joseph Stalin. He will be just another Russian leader to have escaped our international justice. And that's what must not occur ever again. And so I am encouraged by the fact that with every inch of ground that the Ukrainians have taken, their war crimes investigators are on the spot. It's hard for us to see, but at the end of the day, that's good because it means evidence is being gathered. Evidentiary trails are not going cold, and we will ensure, come hell or high water, that we will bring everyone from the bottom to the middle to the very top to justice, to our justice, because that is what makes us human. So finance, Ryan, thank you for that. Luis, I share your compassion. I share your righteous anger. I want us to stay focused on the mission in this space. And I want to encourage everyone to wake up every day and let the feelings that you feel, let that anger fortify your desire to help our friends in Ukraine win this war.
Thank you, Peter. Always appreciate your voice here.
I want to interrupt my fellow co-host right now and mention that the noteworthy thing from Peter Duran is not that he has that cute little blue check mark next to his name. It's that he's been banned by the Russian Federation for a lifetime. So
I'm on the sanctions list. Vladimir Putin doesn't like it when I talk and doesn't like what I do. And that is a mark of pride for me. Thank you, Ryan.
Kudos to you, sir. Go ahead, finance. Real quickly,
I'm quite frankly, one of my life goals is to join Peter Duran on the sanction list. I'm actually trying to get there. It's like actually a goal of mine, Peter. I'm not there yet, but I'm hoping one day I can join you because frankly,
I mean, when you call for Vladimir Putin to be brought in front of the Hague, I should wonder why he is so upset with what I have to say.
I mean, I suggest you take a long walk off a short pier and, through one of their windows every day on here. And they don't even notice me. All right. We have a bunch of hands up. I'd say there's an order, but I don't know it. So I'm just going to go by the order I see you on my screen. So that's Prince, Anda, Lunchtime, then Jens. Prince.
Quick housekeeping. If you would like to speak and you are on the panel, please raise your hand. It's the little heart button with the plus sign. The far right emoji is a raised hand. If you don't raise your hand, we don't know you want to talk. Go ahead, Prince.
Thank you. First of all, I wanted to say to Peter, congratulations on your Lifetime Achievement Award. I'm sure it's well deserved, and I think it's a great point of pride to have been on the Russian sanctions list. So congratulations on your Lifetime Achievement Award. But what I came up to say today was, it's gotten a little emotional here in the last hour or so, and it's totally understandable. But, we saw Irpin and we saw Bucha, and we've seen the other horrors that have already happened. And we have had friends like Luca who said it just a little while ago, and Tom has said it over and over and over again. We need to prepare ourselves. We need to prepare ourselves. And I think that by human nature, a lot of us are extremely hopeful that maybe this time it won't be that way. And we're sort of getting a kick in the gut that it is that way. And I haven't seen awful horrors because I try to stay away from them, but I know they're there. The brief things that I have read are not great. They're horrible. They're horrid. But we knew it was coming, but it's still kicking us in the gut, and it hurts. And I think we all need to, give ourselves a little grace to be able to feel that hurt, because we're human and we're not psychopaths. and we feel for these people, and just continue to do everything that we can to spread the truth and to spread the support for everybody in Ukraine by donating, by spending time on this space, by standing up to somebody who's trying to spread false information, by just being here and sharing your thoughts every now and then when it seems appropriate. And those are the kinds of things that we can do that might not seem like a whole lot, but do end up making a difference in the long run. And so, you know, it's not going to be good. It's going to be bad, but we're going to get through it, and we're going to help the Ukrainians get through it the best that we can. Thank you.
We have to press onward as the happy warriors, even if we're only warriors in the information sense of the word. But as Colonel Melanie Lake, a co-founder of MriyaAid, has reminded people through a recent tweet, the pen or the voice is just as mighty as the sword. And that's why we've been here since February 24th, and we'll continue to keep this space live 24/7 until this god-awful war has ended.
And
lunchtime for sure was before me, and probably Jens also, just to be fair.
all right, lunchtime. I hate to tell you an update my day today. I absolutely missed lunch, but I did eat. That count?
I'm not sure that does count. Thank you, Ander. That's very kind of you. I just want to say that just to echo some of what's been said, we did know this was coming. After good news, of course, there's the atrocious news of what's happened during Russian occupation. I think really the thing to do is to try and remain calm through it, which is much easier said than done. Because if we hadn't had that concerted push by Ukraine, that incredible push, which liberated so much territory in so little time, well, the atrocities would have continued. So it's a sad sort of bookend to have to encounter, but in a way, it's sort of shortening the period of occupation, and therefore it is still good news. It's just appalling what's coming out, the news that's coming out, of course. Anyway, I don't want to ramble on, but I do want to plug a tool to combat online hate on Twitter against Ukrainians. I'm gonna put it on my timeline. I wondered if I might stick it on the Nest. I don't know if that's okay. Is that all right?
Send it to one of us if you don't mind. I wouldn't mind taking a look at it. And
Yes, send it to Ryan. The general rule we try to keep is that only hosts should post the Nest. We've had issues with the Nest before, and so that's the way we keep it clean. So send it to Ryan. He'll deal with it, and I'm going to keep Ryan hands. So thank you, lunchtime.
All right,
it's
no
probably
worries.
cool.
Sorry, just 1 second. So, okay, I'll send it to Ryan, but if you want to check it out in the meantime, I have plugged it before, like I plugged it yesterday or the day before. If you do want to check it out, it's the last tweet on my profile. Okay, all right. All the best, guys. Thanks.
Thank you very much, lunchtime. I think
Yes.
Greg and go ahead, Donda. Then we'll get to Greg.
Jens was
Oh,
before.
perfect. Jens, Onda, Greg, Daryl.
Thank you, Ander. You will perform me, but I'll take it. I just want to keep it very short and say that when we talk about reforming Russia, I think when you talk about reforming a criminal, you have to stop the crime first. And right now, every day is 1,000 crimes. So I think we can always theorize about Russia, but first and foremost, we have to stop the crime. And one of the better ways to stop the crime is to give Ukraine weapons and donations to MriyaAid. Thank you.
And I'll be quick also. Someone else mentioned earlier, and it's a direct follow-up to what Jens said about sanctions and the possibility of trading with Russia and so on. And I would like to remind everybody that 8 years ago, so not so long, I'm not talking about 30 years, 100 years ago, 8 years ago, when Russia attacked Ukraine and invaded Ukraine, sanctions were imposed for some months, and after that they were lifted, and everyone thought they learned their lesson, and now we can resume. And the current invasion from this year, because actually in Ukraine the war didn't stop in the past 8 years, but it wasn't so publicized, it wasn't so in our eyes. So that being said, I don't think lifting sanctions anytime soon would be a good idea. And let's not forget, we have to get back from Russia not only the prisoners of war, but also the people who were deported there in various places. So I think it's really important not to, as Jens said, forget we have to support Ukraine until the war is done. We have to see and follow up so that this genocide is recognized. And this is a process, it's a long process. It's currently at the international judicial court, and this is a process that will take time. It's between countries, not between people. And our countries will have to support Ukraine against Russia further on until everything is set right. The genocide is recognized legally, and this type of aggression would be further, how do you say, not prevented, but because you cannot prevent crazy, but deterred, hopefully, having a precedent, a legal precedent in this matter. Thank you.
Absolutely. And without digressing too much, you did mention all of the non-combatant prisoners of war who have now been kidnapped into Russia. That number, they number in the millions as of today. I believe it's over 500,000 children alone. And I personally wish we had applied stiffer sanctions than have already been implemented against Russia. I think it's important just to go back to a previous speaker who I know finance certainly didn't appreciate. There's not a wholesale embargo of all economic activity with the Russian Federation. We could have applied sanctions that tough and haven't. The sanctions that were applied were a measured action meant to defund the Russian Federation and neuter their ability to perpetuate this war financially. Medicines from the West still get into Russia, and frankly, if it were up to me, they would face a wholesale blockade. But I'm not the one in control of American sanctions, so I guess I'll shut myself up on that point. I think Greg was next, and then Daryl and Suzanne.
Yeah, thanks. I was here before when Artyom came up, and I do think we need to be really, really careful about drawing too close of parallels between Russia under Putin and Ukraine under Yanukovych. And I say that as somebody who lived in Russia under Putin, in Ukraine under Yanukovych, and ran a major news organization in Kiev during the Orange Revolution. So I can tell you those are very, very different contexts. And we certainly don't want to encourage anybody to do anything that's just going to get them arrested, where they can't do anybody any good. One place we can direct people is the Center for Applied Nonviolent Action and Strategies. They have curriculums there. They have resources that people can use. These are the people who overthrew or led the movement to overthrow Milosevic in Serbia. They trained Kamara in Georgia, Pora in Ukraine, and they've been active in over 50 other countries. So I can send you that link in the, not the back channel, but the DM. And I've also tweeted it out. So if anybody would like to engage in activism within Russia or anywhere else, that's a good place for resources. Thanks for the space.
Oh, sorry, I was talking to a muted mic. Thank you very much, Greg, and thank you for the information. I hope if that Russian citizen is still here in the space, he will avail himself of that guide. I will be checking it out, even though thankfully I don't need it for my personal use here in the US. I believe Daryl was next, and then Suzanne.
Hey, good evening, everybody. Late evening to the European folks and morning to the guys in Australia and everywhere. I just want to say, I guess I have, after what we saw in the first couple of months, after the first cities in Bucha, Irpin and everything, it was a shock then, but not totally, because knowing what Russia did in other places, it's almost like you become, knowing what you know and knowing how they act, you can get numb. Not necessarily you don't want to deal with it, but numb to the expectation that they did it something better. And where I want to go with this is, while we are shocked, we know the Ukrainians are shocked, but at the same time, I want us to think about how the Ukrainians are taking this and to a positive light and forging ahead to release their cities from this oppression. They know what their people are going through, and they have all God's will to get there and free those people. And so, if you want to take this in a positive light, think about and pray and let God be with those soldiers and those men and women on those front lines. Be there with them in spirit and hope. My little avatar, my little fella, he's an undercover, a citizen soldier. And I pray for those people, because without them, information would not have been passed. The Russians would not fear the night in some of these places. Pray for those folks, and may they be strengthened by what they're seeing, where their cities, their troops are coming to them, and just be with them in spirit and hope, and let's donate what we can to MriyaReport to further the cause. And I just wanted to leave it on that positive note to think about what the Ukrainians are doing. They're forging ahead with this information so that they can free their people. They're using it as power.
Daryl, my man, I love you to bits.
My favorite partisan fella.
Without the partisans, the Russians would think they own everything. Those partisans have done their job.
Imagine those guys who've been fighting for months now in Melitopol, in and around Melitopol, sleeping in the dirt, crawling in the dust, hiding in the attics, and doing their job. Absolute fucking heroes.
That they are. That they are.
Babushkas. Apparently, their partisans were young
Babusas.
kids.
They're babusas in Ukraine. They're babushkas in Russia. I learned that here on the MriyaReport.
All right. Either way, we'll work on that. Babusa. We will move to Suzanne with the lone hand remaining. We have finally worked through about 18 hands. Had to be 18 with only 12 speakers. That's how math works. Can tell how great I am in economics. Suzanne going once.
You're the Rain Man of econ finance.
Suzanne going twice. Oh, 2 hands showed up just because I made a comment. This is how you get 18 hands and 12 speakers, people. Suzanne going 3 times. Oh no, Suzanne, we could have lost you. No. All right.
Oh
sorry. All right. Sarge, you're up. Suzanne, I am removing you. Please come back up if you can hear us.
Hi, folks, and good evening. Thanks for bringing me up to speak. I appreciate everyone's sentiments this evening. For those of us that have been listening since the beginning, I think somebody's got a hot mic.
That's Axel. Start snoring.
That's okay. It's always a pleasure to listen to Axel. He's like a 40-year-old port. I just want to second what Daryl was saying. He was very eloquent. It's critical that we acknowledge and give voice and witness to what we're seeing or going to continue to see, and to use what we can do to further support, bearing witness, and evidencing what's happening, and helping folks and the troops that are out there on the ground to prevent more atrocities as they continue. If genocide is not stopped and recognized, it will continue. Just very briefly, my grandfather watched his entire family burned at the stake. And there's not a recognition for what's happened about that. And so we must continue to support what's happening in Ukraine. We're a self-selected group here, but if there are folks that are new to the space, please retweet, consider supporting MriyaAid, and continue to listen and participate in this space. Thanks very much, folks. Good evening.
Thank you very much, Sarge. I'm sorry for the atrocities your family endured, and I feel compelled to go ahead and give a little color on what MriyaAid is and what the MriyaReport is, because I have gotten a few DMs from people who are brand new listeners that didn't know this space existed until today, or so I've been told. MriyaAid has been running since February 23rd or the MriyaReport has been broadcasting live on Twitter Spaces since February 23rd or 24th, 24/7 around the clock since this invasion began or just before. And we will continue to be here until the Russians pack their bags and go back to the rock from which they crawled under. We are a nonprofit advocacy group. We are not directly affiliated with MriyaAid, but MriyaAid sprung up, co-founded by one of the frequent contributors here on the MriyaReport, Yehuda, and brilliant people like Colonel Melanie Lake, who was the commander of Operation Unifier, which was Canada's military training campaign to help the Ukrainians modernize their military after the Revolution of Dignity. She felt compelled, like many others sitting here in North America, to do something more concrete to aid Ukrainians in their defense of their own freedom, and founded MriyaAid, which is a separate organization from us, but they are a nonprofit based in Canada that has 0% overhead. They have nobody who is on paid staff. They have no paid office spaces. They run it out of their offices, in their homes, or sometimes in their living room with a laptop computer sitting on their coffee table. One of the reasons we are also wholehearted supporters of MriyaAid is because they do take no money, and if anybody does choose to contribute to MriyaAid, they can rest assured that every penny of whatever donation they make will be spent on procuring non-lethal military aid like drones, night vision, body armor, drones again, because I know for a fact that MriyaAid has spent more than $500,000 so far in that effort, and medical supplies like tourniquets and IFAKs, which are individual first aid kits that are crucial in saving the life of a civilian or a wounded soldier and getting them in those critical moments when they need to get to a hospital and not bleed out. Saving a life is probably the most valuable thing you can do, and MriyaAid is exclusively dedicated towards that endeavor. So every penny that is donated to MriyaAid is spent on purchasing valuable needed supplies and making sure they get delivered to Ukraine in the most efficient manner possible. One of the other benefits of having people like Colonel Melanie Lake lend her support in being a board member and a co-founder of MriyaAid is that she has some very unique contacts within Ukraine and has her finger on the pulse, so to speak, of exactly what is needed and exactly what gaps need to be filled or holes need to be plugged. I am personally a donator to MriyaAid. I think many others here who are co-hosts on the MriyaReport are as well. And you can know that nobody who's ever co-hosting this space will have any personal donation button on their Twitter account. We don't ask anybody to donate anything to the MriyaReport. We don't want you to buy us a coffee. There are no pizza parties. There's no candy drawer involved at MriyaAid. So in that respect, they're head and shoulders above many of the more long-standing aid organizations. I'll go ahead and throw it out like Red Cross. Red Cross spends money on advertising. MriyaAid doesn't spend a penny on advertising. That's kind of what we're here for, and we're all volunteers.
Red Cross also spends money on mugs with Putin's face on it that they give to people after they've come out of their filtration camps. That sounds a lot like Russian propaganda. It's because it is. Good Lord. Can you add at Suzanne? Ryan, can you try to add Suzanne as a speaker? She's having the worst tech issues trying to get up. And Suzanne, she's an excellent
quick
speaker.
text statement. There appears to have been an iPhone update, and there may be also a Twitter update. So for anyone who's having tech difficulties like that, I encourage you, if you use an Apple product, to make sure that your phone is updated and possibly go check your app refresher and maybe update the app as well. But I will do my best to get Suzanne up here. I appreciate her when she does have the time to come on and speak. So don't give up, Suzanne.
Well, we try to get Suzanne up here, and I sigh a bunch because Twitter can't pull its head out of its sand. Kalik, you're up.
Thanks. Thank you very much. Just quickly here. If you allow me, please, I want to stress the point I've tried to make before in a different manner. I'm not a military guy. I'm not a practical guy either. I'm coming from philosophy, so my métier, so to say, my area really is thought and speculation. So please allow me this for a second. I remember when in February Russia was starting the invasion. People said, and also the Chancellor of Germany said, it would be a change of an epocha. I'm not quite sure how you pronounce it in English. An epochaler Wechsel. That's what he said. And a Zeitenwende, a change in time, right? And it was a change in time also when Hitler was attacking Poland, right? It was also a change in time when D-Day occurred, and perhaps we are now facing the second phase of a change in time. And I think we all should, not maybe here, but it's a bit my role to still put it up, but at least we should, for ourselves and in some circles, think about what is this change going to be, right? Where are we heading to? What kind of Europe will we face in a year and in 10 years and in 50 years? What kind of Russia will we face then? And I remember I really like to listen also to obviously all of you, but when Axel is saying it's all culture downstream, this culture, the culture of a people is the point, and that's what we have to expect. That's also what we can change. This is what we can influence, isn't it? Now the question is, what kind of culture will be, let's say, in Russia, in a black box, so to say, after all the guards have fallen? What kind of culture will we face there? What kind of people will we face there? And okay, I will leave it with this and a second thought. There is a great book. I tried to look up the title. I didn't find it, but you might find it, or you will surely find it if you look thoroughly, by MIT Press, and it's dealing with the problem that a liberal state ruled by law is an exception. The scholars there, again, I tried to look it up, but I didn't find it. You might. Were arguing this is an exception. A liberal state ruled by law is an exception. It's a lucky exception. Normally, there are two much broader pathways, and one of them is tyranny, and the other one is lawlessness. So I think we have to put up this question for the next year, for the next decade, and for the century. How to transition also into a safe future. Okay.
Well, the first way to transfer us into a safe future is to get Russian genocidal orcs out of Ukraine, because they cannot commit atrocities when they cannot have physical custody of people who are of other countries. So that's the first way to make this a safe transition. The second thing that can be done is to not empower their horrific genocidal nation, so that, or at least until they demonstrate the kinds of
governmental structures that is not an imperial hellhole straight out of the 18th century. All the other major empires, we don't really do that before. Colonialism is correctly considered kind of a dirty word these days. And yet there is Russia, a massive colonial empire, which acts in horrific ways to its subjects. Please check out just how awful life is for any sort of provincial Russian area. And, you know, we get a general feel for what Russia is. So I would say that we don't accept Russia back into the civilized world until it acts like a civilized country that respects human rights of all the people, preferably until it defederalizes and demonstrates that it's not just going to be another horrific genocidal monster. I don't know. I'd start there. But they need to do all that themselves long before we do it ourselves. The other thing we can do is, you know, rebuild Ukraine and help Ukraine have just a massive ton of military equipment in it so that Russia won't even try to say boo and play this game again with them, because it would be really clear that if they tried it again, they would just have their rears handed them to again, but much faster this time, and they would be unable to grab so much territory, aka so many citizens, to commit the atrocities that they're going to commit every single time they get that. That's what I'd worry about. So
Completely.
yeah, I'd go there. So that's where I'd start. Quite frankly, they're going to need to work it out themselves. No one's taking over Moscow. No one's going to be able to deal with. No one's going to be able to, you know, deal with that from the outside. Other than the way in which we deal with them, we'll tell them what we think. Right? Russia viewed the visa issue much larger than we did. It seemed minor to most Western observers. It was major in Russia. Why? Because the Russian ethnic center, right? The ability to do tourism in Europe meant Europe didn't really care, right? But at the end of the day, it was all rhetoric. Europe didn't really care. But once you shut the tourist visas off, then okay, Europe did care. Like, seriously, that's how that worked in Moscow, where the Russian Empire did its best to prevent the Muscovite citizens from feeling the pain of this war. They didn't have heavy deaths outside of the VDV, etc. So I would say that, you know, that's what you're looking at. So yeah, I would start with, let's take care of Ukraine. Let's get them back up and running. Let's rebuild Ukraine. Let's help them be a great and powerful and strong country.
That's for sure.
And let's hope that whatever comes out, and if Russia, and you know what, if Russia wants to behave like a modern country, giving rights and agency to all of its people, then we could embrace that. If they're going to keep acting the way they've been acting for the last, I don't know, since Ivan the Terrible to today, then we should treat them like North Korea, because that's what they act like. And I think that answers your question. I want to move on because Suzanne, I'm worried that she's going to drop her Twitter box if we don't get to her.
You're going to be disappointed. Finance. I have no economics wisdom to share.
I love your economics wisdom, Suzanne.
But
please,
I don't have any right now.
Please.
No, except I will agree with your remarks to that other economist. There's like, you don't put genocide in some equation. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he really was like, yeah,
I was just like,
the genocide's like a negative, but they did these other good things. I'm like, are you kidding me?
No, this is not like we're like taxing pollution or something, you know, some externality. I mean, it was just from a different planet. So basically, I've been a wreck since I heard Axel before he was going to bed, because I wasn't really listening to the space all day. And I've been talking to my dog about it, and he's not helping me out here. So I'm talking to you guys. This atrocity stuff, I'm glad there's people like you guys and Daryl that aren't, you know, totally shocked by it. But I lived in a bubble for most of my life. I mean, I didn't know anything about politics of the world. I just know how to be controlled by a pseudo dictator. But the first time I ever spoke on the space, it took all my courage, and it was after Buka. And I asked, of course, the most intimidating person in the world, not you, Axel, sorry, you don't win, like, help me understand how people can behave like this. And I've learned a lot, but this is no quick fix. I mean, I don't really see Russia changing for generations. So just kick them the hell out of Ukraine and let them rot is my position. I know that's really cruel.
It pales in comparison to the cruelty that we witnessed
I know.
over the last 6
I keep
months.
crying about this. Yesterday I did like a retweet of the soldiers giving water to the horses, and it was so touching because I'm a horse person, and I'm like, they're such good people, with the right values, and then there's those animals. I don't know. I find it so upsetting, but I'm the same person that couldn't watch Schindler's List because it upset me too much. So maybe it's just a character thing, but thank God for all of you guys for helping inform me and others and everybody I talk to. Every business call I managed to weave something in about helping Ukraine. So I'm a long ways away, but my heart's always with everybody in Ukraine and you guys. Sorry to be so sappy, but I guess I need a drink.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I actually drank really heavily for about 4 hours before hosting, and I'm not even hiding it today because, that was the fuel I needed so that I was in any sort of shape to be vaguely functional as a person.
Who are these people? They're just animals. It's
That
mind-boggling.
is offensive to animals. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know. I love my animals. I love my dog and my
exactly.
horses. So.
Yeah, no.
But still, they're just beyond barbaric.
Yeah, no,
and they won't change for generations at best.
I 100% agree, as does every host on this space. I think I can say that pretty clearly.
And thanks for being my therapist, because my dog wasn't very good.
Give your dog a hug, and we're going to move on to Raver. Raver.
Finance is not a licensed therapist. You need to find better help.
Yeah, I would just suggest drinking heavily, so you really don't want me as a therapist.
Okay, I'll take your advice. Thanks.
Hey, good evening, everyone. So to kind of answer her segue into my question for you, Finance, is brutalized people do brutal things. So once Russia is defeated, kicked back into Russia, and hopefully lost control of her captive peoples, I think the key to Russian reintegration of the world is going to be for everybody else to actually enforce their anti-corruption laws instead of wink, wink, nod, nod doing business with bad actors, which also applies to, sweatshop countries all over the globe. And I think if anti-corruption laws were enforced domestically, it would go a long way to pulling the rug out from under these people who are brutalizing others and turning them into brutal people.
Yeah,
I'm down for the cycle of violence analysis of Russia, but quite frankly, I agree, but I also don't give a flying frog. Flying frog. I can say frog, right? That's still PG, Ryan.
Yeah, that's totally acceptable.
All right, I don't give a flying frog about why they are the disgusting, vile orcs they are. At a certain point, they just are. Like, I can analyze and come up with what they are, and we're going to agree on sort of how they got there, and the fact that their military training appears to involve gang rape of their soldiers and other sorts of terrible things. But at the end of the day, when you shop an army of genocide over the border and they commit horrific acts of genocide and atrocity after atrocity after atrocity, this is what your country does from the top down. This is their way of war. This is their military policy. This is what they were trained to do. This is how Russia has waged war as a country for generations. This is how they do it. This is how they did it as the Soviet Union. This is how they did it as Tsarist Russia. This is how whatever we call the current Tsarist Russia does it. This ain't new. This is their way of war. Like, this is from the top down by design. It's not a fluke. So, yeah, I agree with you. Like, that it's terrible, but that's part of the point. Yes, it's systemically awful all the way through, but that's by design, which makes it even more disgusting, which is sort of why I'm sitting here like, yo, if they want to be treated like human beings by the rest of the world and, get trade and all those other nice things, they need to act like human beings. Sorry, I'll go back to you, Ray, because I know you want to follow up on that.
Yeah, and I absolutely do not disagree with you. I was talking more in the future because Russia obviously does not have the wherewithal to go through the bureaucratic reformation to install the type of values and rules-based order that we have. So it's got to be imposed from the outside without actually having the ability to impose it. The only way we can do that in the future, and that's what I'm talking about, is for countries to enforce their own anti-corruption laws and stop doing business with oligarchs and corrupt officials inside Russia and force that reform as the keys to reintegration, whether it be 10, 20, 30, 50 years down the road.
Look, I don't know if we can force it from the outside, right? I just know that we shouldn't empower them with more cash, assets, and tools while they're going to act like a bunch of orcs who don't respect human life. So we can't force them to change. Axel, you going on a trip, our friend?
I think he didn't realize he was unmuted. I got him fixed.
Oh, come on. How can I troll him if you're going to fix him up?
I was just packing up the gun bags.
You got one for me too? If we're going to go, I got a few people. No. Anyways, all right. Back to more productive conversation. Yeah. So yeah, I think that I don't want to speculate how they're going to change because we don't know how. Look, there's plenty of voices in Russia who their biggest issue isn't that their army was a horrific bunch of orcs. The major call and the loudest voices we're hearing out of them is that they weren't worse. What's upsetting them isn't that they misbehaved, isn't that they acted like a bunch of animals, isn't that they started the war. It's that they lost. It's that they lost to a bunch of people that they view as subhuman, and you can read it and hear about it from them. That's disgusting. That's who they are. That's who this entire generation is. That's who they've taught their kids to be, right? And there's a certain point at, when that's who you're teaching your kids to be, I don't know how to fix that. I don't know what it looks like to fix that. I don't even want to pretend to know what it looks like to fix that. All I know is as long as that's what we're still seeing, we shouldn't be trading with it and empowering it. Ryan, if you have the order of hands, that's great. Otherwise, I believe our good friend Daryl is next because he's had his hand up a while.
I thought it was me, actually. Sorry.
Is it lunchtime, Ryan?
Yeah.
Ryan?
Yeah, go ahead. Lunchtime and then Daryl.
All right.
Thanks. Ryan, have you had a chance to review that thing at all?
I did briefly, and then I got distracted with co-host obligations. Let me. I've got my computer up here now, so I can do two things at once instead of trying to manage all this from a tiny phone screen.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to say, finance. You were talking earlier. Are you American? Finance.
That is affirmative, sir.
Right. Well, I mean, so just on the sentiment of what you're saying, okay, I don't think it's a reasonable thing to say that we can deal with Russia in this sort of current unwieldy, genocidal, massive imperialist state at all, really. But realistically, we're not going to stop trading with that country. Look, we're 200 plus days into this war, and the full measure of economic sanctions, although they were talked up hugely, they haven't had. I mean, okay, they've had an effect. It's true, but we haven't seen, what was widely predicted by several rather hysterical experts at the beginning of this, which was panic buying in the streets, people not having enough to eat, and riots that would bring down the apparatchiks in the Kremlin within days. None of that happened. None of it, right? So you're kind of selling yourself a fairy tale if you think that that money and the interests of corporations and very wealthy people will somehow disappear because of this war. Although it's appalling, the atrocities that are being uncovered now, and they are appalling, they were uncovered at Bucha. They were uncovered. I mean, we knew they were happening. We saw what happened in MriyaReport. The theatre, I remember the theatre being bombed. I remember the pediatric hospital being shelled. I remember the neighborhoods being shelled. This has been going on for months. Okay, and the vested interests that would take the money still want to take the money, and they're not going to stop wanting to take the money just because of some sort of military result, one way or the other. So I'm not sure that's realistic what you're saying, really. And also, the reason I asked you your nationality is that the US is like one of the political parties in the US seems to be completely, well, not completely supportive necessarily, but very compromised on this issue of Russia.
Hold up there.
Raver, I got this.
Seems to be extremely compromised by
Raver,
this issue.
lunchtime. It is shocking
you can't
to me.
just
Lunchtime.
shut that down. That's absolutely true.
No, I can appreciate that one of our political parties, especially the
One of
news
your
media,
former presidents.
Let me finish. Especially the news media of that party, led by Mr. Tucker Carlson. I prefer to pronounce his first name with an F. Is Mr. Carlson was almost had to register as a foreign agent of Russia and really should be registered that way. And I don't know why he's allowed on Fox and isn't just on Sputnik or Russia Today, because that's where he belongs. But however, I will say, quite frankly, shocking me, there is amazing and quite frankly very optimistic bipartisanship across our actual politicians in America on the issue of Ukraine. And if you pay attention to American politics at all, American politicians have bipartisanship on absolutely nothing else. Americans do not agree on how we should run our country on just about anything right now. There is almost nothing Americans agree on at this moment on how we should run our country. However, there are a handful of things we do agree on, and one of them is the nation of supporting Ukraine. Republican politicians, a vast majority of them.
Finance. Before you go off on a rant.
No, not a rant. No,
I'm giving you this as read. Let's take the bipartisan support as read, because that's obviously the case. We don't need a 20-minute speech about it.
Okay, then why are you saying one of the parties is compromised when there's clear bipartisan
because it
support?
is. Because it is. Because it
70% of Republicans still support Ukraine.
That's
so
not
while
the party.
yes,
that's not the party though. The electorate is not what I'm talking about.
Okay, the politicians are voting for Ukraine. The majority of their actual voted-in politicians are supporting
You
Ukraine.
have a former president. You have a former president.
So a guy who's out of power.
You have a
Who
former.
cares?
Can I finish a sentence, please?
Who cares? He's out of power. We're not talking about a former president. No.
I am talking about a former president. That was clearly that was all intents and purposes.
Lunchtime. I love you to bits, but please reconcile yourself with the fact that the majority of Republicans in the Senate and in the House currently utterly support Ukraine.
I'm not disputing that.
Good. That gentleman is more of a lightning rod than any other politician you can bring up for the American audience. We don't discuss him as best we can help discussing him on this issue. He is a former president, like all other former presidents, quite frankly, on the Russia issue. Since 1991, when they fell apart from the Soviet Union, he messed up on Russia. Every last one of our presidents, until Joe Biden in February 2022 dropped the ball on Russia and then shocked all of us that in February 2022, for the first time in his life, Joe Biden found his spine on foreign policy and started actually doing the right thing. It is quite shocking if you have followed him on foreign policy.
Well, that's
but we're not
your
going to
opinion.
discuss that one. That
I wanted to say
period,
hi back to Axel, by the way, because I haven't talked to him for a while. Hello, how are you doing? You all right?
That's all right. It's a bit early in the morning, but it's fine.
It's early in the morning. Yeah, I suppose it's 1 for me. Anyway, the whole Trump thing, forget it. Okay, whatever. But what I'm saying is that American foreign policy, by the way that the system works, by the way that the electoral system works, has to run in cycles, right? And okay, we've got Biden, and we've got Biden for what, another 2 years, I think, and then there's another election. And at that point, it's not clear what American foreign policy will be, let alone whether sanctions, etc., will still be applied by the American administration, because you could have someone in that's just as polarizing a figure as the president that will not be named, and that could just change the entirety of American foreign policy on this issue as well as other issues. So that's the problem, isn't it? Because you can tell yourself a story that, oh, it'll all be okay, and if only Russia behaves, then okay, we'll let them back into the sort of civilized world, etc., etc.
But do we?
Actually, none of that's true, because it could be a matter of 2 years before.
Sunshine, do we? Do we tell ourselves that story? I don't think so.
Finance was saying something along those lines, and that kind of annoyed me, to be honest.
I think there may be a misunderstanding, but may I help, if I may?
Well, may I just say one more thing?
Sure, of course.
Which is
continue.
this. I mean, ultimately, okay, the West. I'm quite annoyed about various things, as you can probably tell, but we've spent 30 odd years, right, trying to extend the hand of friendship and the hand of inclusion and sharing progress and opening, co-opening universities and this and that and the other with Russia, 30 odd years, and it hasn't worked. Okay, and we can try and tell ourselves, oh well, it's just Putin, he's insane, he's the only person with a problem or whatever it is. But that is patently not the case. It's patently not the case. Putin, he's just that guy in the hot seat right now who
you're running into open doors. You know this, right? You're completely at home here.
I'm not saying, I don't think I'm saying anything controversial.
Exactly. You're summarizing
other than
what we've been saying. I'm completely
other than perhaps triggering people by mentioning Donald Trump, right? But other than that, I don't think it's anything controversial. It's fairly well established, and I think most people I talk to seem to not have an issue with the fact that the Republican Party is somewhat compromised on this. But anyway,
will you shut up?
Okay, all
Hang
right.
on.
So
we're a nonpartisan space, and there are.
Oh yes, all right. I don't need the whole speech.
American.
So moving on from him, I will say that we have spent 30 years extending the hand of friendship to Russia. Okay, and as you said earlier, as one of you said earlier, the general tenet on the street in Russia isn't that, oh God, we're doing a terrible thing. It's more like, why aren't we doing more of the terrible thing and more efficiently? Okay, so a country that behaves like this cannot be dealt with. I mean, on a moral level, cannot be dealt with. In the way we've been dealing with them. So, to say that we will have no economic interaction with them, I think is unrealistic. But what might be realistic is to apply huge disincentives to dealing with them. Okay, I'm not sure what that would involve. Perhaps some sort of surcharge, perhaps some sort of duty, perhaps some sort of God knows what. In an ideal world, my opinion would be the best outcome would be for Russia to be balkanized into smaller, more manageable states. But again, the path to that is unclear. But really, we cannot continue to be held back by this primitively minded, bloody, genocidal bunch of people. It just, it's just not tenable.
Lansha, there's a number of good points. Let me just highlight one thing. I do not disagree, apart from your focus on one side of the aisle, which I don't have to comment upon, because otherwise both Ravel, Finance, and I would go completely nuts about it, but that doesn't matter. The key thing is, there is a possibility to do this. There is a possibility to enact all these laws and execute them. We do not have to engage with them more than we do engage with North Korea. But let me ask you that question. Imagine, it's like in this famous movie after that short story, Fatherland. Imagine the Nazis had won. And then finally, 2 decades later, somebody finds out about the atrocities. Do you want to be in that position? No. But that's where the Russians currently are. They're about to find out, but belatedly, because they don't want to recognize it now. They have all the information. They have VPNs, they have access to information. They travel. These bastards are tourists everywhere. More than 6.5 million tourists, Russian tourists, have crossed borders into the EU within the last 90 days.
Absolutely.
Do you think that they don't know? Of course they do know.
Of course they know.
And as you have just highlighted, so therefore, what shall we do? There's only one solution, and that is containment. That means cutting off any and all trade. We can. We have no
But we
obligation
won't.
to trade with them. We have no obligation to extend any tourist visa. We have no obligation to extend any further temporary residence permit to any Russian citizen who does not seek asylum. That's the point. Deny any Russian citizen outside of Russia in the states who are part and parcel of the coalition of the willing anything but the opportunity to seek asylum. Because if they seek asylum, they would have to sign that they are in fear of political persecution at home. They would be pariahs for whatever kind of regime they have in Russia. And they know what that means also for their families. So if they're serious about joining the West and burning all bridges, we shall welcome them. Yes, we will vet them. Yes, we will check them. Yes, we will never let them, if they're adults beyond the age of, say, 16, and I think that's where it starts roundabouts, not for voting age, but still, we will always keep them in our eyes because they are Russians. And we will not trust them because they could be schooled and trained by the FSB in a military academy starting the age of 12 and indoctrinated and be sleeper assets. But that is the old Leninist approach of trust but verify. But nevertheless, we should give them the benefit of the doubt that if they seek asylum, that they can be part and parcel of the West and become trusted citizens of the free world. But other than that, we do not need to have them. There is no need. Western society doesn't need genocidal maniacs or anyone who supports them. Just imagine, turn the tide. The Nazis are still there, and everything outside of the Nazi empire is Israel. What would you do? You shut your fucking borders, of course. It's so simple. Why would you let the Nazis come into your land? You don't. I'm German, okay? I get the story. I had family on all fucking sides of this stupid wars. Serving in the French army, serving in the British army, the Canadian, no, sorry, not the Canadian, the Americans, everybody. Just not the Russian side. And they served on the German side. Fucking hell. Do I want any of this shit again? No. Do I want any of the atrocities? No. Do I feel ashamed to the bits of my bones? Of course I do. Because these people, in German name, committed terrible atrocities. That's astonishing. It's beyond belief. They even eradicated part of my family. Do I want any of this to happen to anyone? No, of course not. There are people in Auschwitz with my name who died there. So why would we allow them to cross the borders? Explain it to me. Why? If you find any moral reason, any economic reason, any reason at all why you want to have those who simply cannot get it over themselves or find a way out of themselves.
I have a good idea,
placate
Axel.
the fucking butchers. Tell me why. If you can find any reason why, then okay, fine. I will debate you, but there is no reason.
Axel, two things. One, he dropped, and two, there's a lot of Russian occupiers still in Ukraine, and they can cross the border back the fuck into Russia, and that's a great reason for them to do. I think that's highly applauded. Peter, before you're up,
finance. You know, I've been listening to Lunchtime come in and out of the space. I noticed that he laughed. That's interesting because What I was going to say is, I've listened to Lunchtime since the start of the war. He's a friend of Ukraine. He wants, in my understanding, he wants to support Ukraine. Lunchtime and I would not agree on domestic politics for sure. He's in the UK, I'm in the US. But something that Axel has always said is that we are holding a coalition together here. It's a Western coalition of North American, European, and others. And we all come to this coalition from different political perspectives. Lunchtime clearly comes from a perspective that I wouldn't agree with, and I'm sure others might not agree with me, but we all understand we must hold this coalition together. And I think where the flaw in Lunchtime's argument is that 30% of this coalition is going to betray us and stab us in the back at any given moment. Well, I can tell you, as a recovering politician, that's not true. I try and veer away from our domestic politics because I want to keep the focus on Ukraine, but that's not true. That's not going to happen. Axel keeps saying the center must hold, but that also means we must put aside some of our political differences on this issue or that issue to help our friends. And Axel, I really liked your point. I'm a little sad that Lunchtime didn't stick around to express maybe his view in response, but this is why this space is so important and why, Axel, I continue to enjoy your efforts to keep the center together, to keep this coalition together, because we won't win. We won't have the political power in our countries to support our friends in Ukraine if we start taking the knives out at each other, which we can do, but we don't because we want to help our friends. So keep it up, guys.
On a totally different note, and speaking of moving on, it is now 3:20 a.m. And while my level of rage could keep me going for a couple hours, there is a brand new gentleman who is not new to the space whatsoever that we are going to bring up as a host. So we're going to give him a big round of applause. Daryl has volunteered to come join us for his first time hosting. Everybody be please supportive and nice to him. If you give him such a hard time, Ryan will also be there as a co-host, and I'm sure that Daryl or Ryan